ETH Barcelona, DAO Ninjas, Hack the Hacker, ETH Barcelona, public infrastructure, ETH Barcelona, connecting everybody together. So it's really about starting the cultures, leave it better than you found it, right? Non-profits to make profit. Really, truly altruistic. Could we have war without banks payrolling it? Provide value for society, sell everything I own and become a hippie. DAOs will be to corporations as democracies were to monarchies. Ended up getting a master's degree in digital currencies, and we built a community. We hacked the DAO for the rest of the money. We had to give that back to everybody. The only hack where everybody won, giving people agency and making things fun. Focusing on what we needed to focus on. Giving people agency and making things fun. Reward value creation. Co-opetition. Create sustainable regenerative commons. Governments and taxes out of the equation. Actual design validation. Crypto evolution. The whole game felt rigged. I don't even understand why we have to pay taxes. Value for society needs to be appreciated. People who provide value are rewarded.
Hola, buenos días, good morning. Welcome to day 3 of ETH Barcelona. And now I'm pleased to announce that we will finally have long-awaited panel about Web3 and what it means for music. I would like to welcome to the stage Haytham Mengad, Guy Pirelli, Austin Warren, and our wonderful moderator, Samuel De Real from Nuvac Collective and Doing Good. Enjoy.
Good morning. How are you guys doing? Barcelona, last day. 3 days of incredible speakers, people from all over the world, brilliant minds coming together to do something quite special here in Barcelona for Spain's first ETH conference. Today we're going to be talking a lot about music and what that really means for Web3. My name is Samuel Del Real. I've been in the music industry all of my life, since I've been 3 years old. My father comes from Barranquilla, Colombia, Latin jazz pianist. I grew up playing music. I was signed to Atlantic Records, touring for many, many, many years, still doing music today. Currently an advisor, an investor into Nuvac Collective. Nuvac Collective is a Web3 music record label that is effectively trying to change the way that music is consumed. Today I have 3 incredible gentlemen that have also been actively working, participating, engaging, and building in the Web3 space. There's a lot to learn with what it means for music because, I mean, music has effectively changed over the course of time so many different ways, from hitting rocks and sticks and trying to make music as Neanderthals and cavemen to having the ability to be able to listen to music in a way with your headphones and then be able to consume it via your cell phone and be able to watch music videos. And you know, in 2008, music really made a huge shift with streaming. And it's allotted, I think, a lot of opportunities for artists to be able to be seen and be heard. Fast forward to today, 2022, you've got over 60,000 songs being uploaded on Spotify every single day. It's a tremendous amount of music that's being uploaded every day and very difficult to be seen. What does that really mean? That means you have to have a lot of money, marketing power. You need to be really good at social media. What does that actually mean? That also means that the artists are no longer really focused on their art. They have so many different avenues and vehicles to try and push themselves out there and let everybody hear and see what they're doing. So I think today what we really want to talk about and give these gentlemen an opportunity to kind of speak on is, first of all, who they are, what they're doing in music, and really what it all means for them and what excites them. So please give a round of applause for these 3 gentlemen, Mr. Guy Pirelli, Haytham, Mr. Austin. Go ahead and introduce yourselves, let everybody know who you are, what you're up to. We'll start with Guy.
Sure. Yeah, I'm Guy Pirelli. I'm the founder of Shrine House, which is a decentralized record label and artist tooling suite. We're just working on tools to essentially connect producers and artists and give them alternative modes of support. We kind of like take the models of like how a record label operates and then deconstruct them into like their most bare essence, and then offer that as tools to independent artists and producers. A big thing, in my opinion, that makes music so special is collaboration, and I think that that's very much the same way in like Web3. So we keep that in mind when designing a lot of our products. So to really like inspire people to work in parallel past like the point of transaction to really cultivate meaningful relationships.
Hey guys, my name is Haytham. I'm one of the co-founders of Stems DAO. We're basically a community and platform that lets artists drop samples, stems, and snippets as NFT collections. And then we incentivize our community and artists in general to make music using those collections of NFTs. To go off what Guy was just saying, there's two aspects of what we're building. One part of it is the platform that is ours, but we're also building a protocol that is supposed to be unopinionated about just decentralized collaborative creativity. And we're trying to design it in a way that you can interact with it without necessarily having Stems DAO benefits. So I think, collaboration being at the core of what we do is very much true.
Austin.
I'm Austin. I feel a little like an outsider on the stage here a bit, but I also grew up like Samuel, wanting to get into the music space. The highest I ever got, though, was a local town singing contest in grade 8. So that's about as far as I went. But fell in love with this idea that art really has the power to change the world. But fell out of it when I decided to pursue a legal career, which gave me a new perspective in that there is so much power and strength in the law to protect the rights of creatives, and yet the systems that we have in place are not built to do that necessarily. And so I'm really excited to be building a music adjacent platform, which is in the film and television space. It's a film finance platform that protects the rights of creatives and gives fans a front row seat to the whole filmmaking process from the minute the script is made to the minute it gets put on the screen. So that would be Kino, which is the project that I'm working on with my co-founder, Daryl, who's here today.
Hey, welcome. Thank you, guys. Well, actually, I want to talk about the legal aspects first, because obviously there's a lot that most people don't really fully understand with the music industry. It's quite opaque. Actually, being in it all my life, I still don't know how I get paid with music, if I get paid with music, and any of this. And to be honest, contracts are ridiculously long. They are like 80, 90, 10, 100 pages of nonsense, and it's not helping any artist understand what's going on in the music industry. So talk to us a little bit about what you've learned in the legal space with music, what you're seeing with regards to Web3 and how legal contracts can then be simplified, really, and a little bit more transparent. Let's talk a little bit about that.
You know, it's ironic. Contracts is a class every young lawyer takes in their first year of law school, and the first thing your professor teaches you is contracts should be simple. If you can make them one page, try to. And yet then you get sucked into the big law machine and they turn into 100 pages, well, because they bill by the hour, right? So they have to be longer. And so ironically, what was meant to be a very simple confirmation, it was meant to be a trust protocol, a word that we all, or a phrase that we all know very well. You know, back when we were pre-internet, back when we were pre-telegraph, back when we were pre-printing press, contracts were meant to be a confirmation of a transaction, and yet they've gotten so complicated. What I'm excited about in the Web3 space is blockchain at its core is smart contracts. It is the new trust protocol. It gives us the ability to cut out so many of the intermediaries and to level the playing field. I think what breaks my heart in both the music space and the film space, where I've seen a lot of this, is there's so much leverage and power in the hands of studios, in the hands of large labels, in the hands of those that have all the financial power from the previous century. And yet what we can see in Web3 is decentralization gives power back in the hands of the artists. But what we need is robust blockchain technology that does enshrine the rights of creatives. And that's why I'm really excited to see more and more lawyers getting into the space and understanding that this isn't just about, memes and tokens, even though my last project was a meme project and I love it, so I'm not trying to bash them. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, the technology is valid to ensure that our economics are done better. Because what we believe at Kino, and I think we'd all agree, is that artists who are empowered, artists whose rights are protected, make better art, and that's just right,
True. I mean, honestly, when you know that you're protected, when you know that you all have to worry about is making the art and being really fucking good at making that art, that's where real magic happens, right? Guy, tell us a little bit about Shrine House and what you guys have been doing, how you're effectively kind of approaching the music industry, and what products are you guys bringing to the table?
Yeah, for sure. We've been focusing primarily on producers, because I feel like that's like a class of creative and artists that hasn't necessarily been focused on so much in the Web3 space, so there's just like a lot of opportunity there. So what we're building is a beat marketplace where producers can list their catalog and artists can interface with it. What makes it particularly interesting, and I'm really eager to have some more conversations with you about this, is essentially we're allowing producers to dictate like the terms of their publishing split, and then forcing both parties to sign an agreement via smart contracts, which we then take and put inside of an NFT. So it's like making that whole process much more efficient, but then whoever is the custodian of that NFT can then turn around and sell that NFT to raise money for like whatever they're working on at the time. So that's like the product that we're currently working on, but we do have quite a few different tools that we're interested in introducing in the future, but that's what we're working on right now.
And Haitham, I mean, with Stems DAO and what he's kind of talking about right now, it kind of goes a little bit hand in hand. And if you don't mind kind of giving everybody some insight as to what that really means with regards to stems. Most of you guys may or may not know how music is made. And you know, with music, there's Ableton, there's Pro Tools, there's Logic, there's GarageBand, there's Cubase, there's all these different tool sets and programs that are utilizing ways for people to be able to construct songs, whether that be, you know, many layers of guitars, many layers of drums, many layers of bass, many layers of vocals. Stems DAO, what is that?
Yeah, thanks for I forget that people don't necessarily know, but yeah, stems, samples, and snippets are sound bites, basically. So a song is broken down into pieces, like as Sammy was saying, like vocal, drum, guitar, and each piece is an NFT, so that when it's reused in a song, we can trace back the ownership and kind of reward people along the way. And then to bring it back to the legal aspect, which we found has been the most like painful thing to actually execute on, with a lot of people that have many ideas, and even to frame this outside of just the context of Stems DAO, there's there's many Telegram groups for Web3 music standards with all the big projects that are kind of have gained a little bit of steam in the space now, and a lot of the people that are active, unfortunately, tend to be consultants that are not in one of the projects, because if you're in one of the projects, you have a very opinionated preference on which kind of route you want to go to. And so there's like two major schools of thought in music, and I would say even in entertainment and creativity in general. Is like, one is CC0, which means like you just release stuff and it's free to use.
It's public good.
Yeah, public good, exactly. And then the other one is you have like licenses and rights, like publishing, recording rights, etc. And so the way we've tried to accommodate the two is to think about it pragmatically. So if you want to think about, like, CC0 theoretically is great, it's amazing, but if you're an artist that lives off of their music, lives off of their art, you want to capture some of the upside of something doing well. And so, you know, who are we as a project, like empowering artists to be like, yeah, you have to make your stuff as a public good. So the way what we're building is infrastructure for people to be able to like basically tune the percentage of rights that they give away. And CC0 is just 0%. It's like basically 100%, sorry. And so, you know, it's like instead of like being super opinionated one way or the other, just give people more of an option, and we're trying to also make it kind of plug and play. So the contract we're working on is about 18 pages long. It's as short as we could do. And trust me, we've been trying. And then, you know, because it's so short, it actually ends up being not super useful in some countries. So there's also the country part of this, where like each country has their own institutions, like the US has ASCAP, you know, BMI, etc. But yeah, I think it's the least exciting part to talk about, but it's also the one that I think has a chokehold on the music industry and just like draining it from actually accomplishing its potential.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, at the end of the day, a lot of the non-sexy things about, you know, the world that we reside in, Web3 and NFTs actually have the most promise in, you know, rights management, publishing, royalties, deeds, titles for homes, I mean, all sorts of really cool things. And you know, it's not about the PFP and it's not about, you know, all the memes, even though they are a lot of fun. But, you know, you talked about a couple things with regards to stems and getting back to the artist and making sure the artist is getting taken care of. Why does that matter so much? Like, what's going on in music that artists are getting, I guess, neglected from those royalties? What is the lack of transparency? Why do you think Web3 is actually going to help this? Guy?
Yeah, I think for one, obviously, it's just like transparency. So like having like a very like clear line of like who's in control of what. But also like a big thing for us is being able to add multiple collaborators to our NFTs. So in like the music industry, like yeah, you have your producer who might have you know, like the majority share, but like he could be working with like a songwriter who like helped him come up with a song, or he could be working with a loop maker, right? And so like, what does that split look like? And it's not just as like simple as like just like 1, 2, 3 or whatever. Like they each have like kind of their own like way of being divided between that. But I think that the technology that we're seeing and that we're creating like just really helps elucidate all of that and make it a really like clear and seamless process.
And Austin, I'm sure you have plenty to talk about with this. I mean, you're seeing a lot of this. We're talking a little bit about Royal and what they're up to, and there's some people that you work with that are representing those guys. If you don't mind talking a little bit about how all of this has just kind of come into play in your world.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll give a quick shout out to Royal.io. They're doing an incredible job in the space. One of my friends, Nick Pullman, is the head of legal there. Also, a big shout out to my friends at Fenwick & West, which is probably the #1 law firm in crypto right now that is playing a huge role in facilitating and empowering all of us as builders to accomplish our missions of creating this better world that we dream for. You know, you guys bring up lots of thoughts, and I'm thinking back to, you know, a lot of things I've learned from school, and it's interesting how we have these legal systems that are built that most of us don't even realize. And I think we talk about how Web3, you know, even the memes and everything, it makes everything more approachable. What I'm excited about is if you think about copyrights, and this is where we get complicated, like you were saying, the contracts. The United States is a first-to-use system. You could put that copyright symbol on anything you create, right? But then you have this sort of issue of what is original expression is what it comes down to if you were ever to sue somebody and get into litigation. Original expression can be difficult in litigation to prove if, for example, you were here in Barcelona and I was back in LA and we both created the same 4 chords, or hey, let's talk about 4 chords, right, that are underlying lots of musical pieces. And so at the end of the day, while we have this complex legal system set up that's supposed to protect rights, it's extremely unapproachable. And when's the last time anybody went onto their government's database and checked the copyright, right? Like the website probably looks like it was built in 1995, or if you're in the US, it definitely was. So I think what's amazing about Web3 is the ledger aspect is providing that amazing pathway to prove, okay, where did ownership originate? What was the pathway? What was, you know, the royalties through the financial aspect, or where were the permissions through the other artists that used it? And I think that's a beautiful thing because it allows all of us to take a deep breath and go, yeah, I can succeed in this space, right? And like you said, it allows the artist to focus on their art because they're not trying to hop on their call with their lawyer every single day, right? I mean, I promised my friends in law school that we'll still exist in the future, but between all of us, maybe we won't, if blockchain can actually facilitate what we say it will. But then, you know, we get down to more complex issues of, like I said, the leverage and power that these giant studios have because they have all the financial resources, because they have the sophistication with their legal teams to understand the complex systems, and then again, that puts the artists in the position to give up more of their ownership, to give up more of their rights, and to frankly give up more of their creativity because they don't feel like they're in a position to negotiate. It really comes down to that aspect of it, you know. So I'm excited about so many different projects: Royal.io, Sound.xyz, what you both are building, you know, what we're building at Kino in the film and TV space, and of course musicians in film and TV, just as, you know, crucially need to be protected. You know, composers was actually just at a premiere with our team on Sunday. And the music is what made the movie, you know. And at the end of the day, I'm not sure if that composer had a single piece of ownership. Royalty is not technically the right word in the film space, but we can use it. You know, back end is what we call it. I'm not sure if he ever saw any sort of profit from his work that made the entire movie such an epic masterpiece, you know.
You bring up a point that is fairly interesting. You know, when creating music, guys, and again, I don't know how much you may or may not know, but when creating music, there's several people in the room. There may be 1 or 2 people, or it might be just a one-man band or one-lady band, and they're just in there writing, recording, producing the records on their computer. single, playing drums, whatever, recording, looping. But let's say in the case that there are several people in the room, the four of us, and we're going to go ahead and record a song. Let's say Austin's the producer and us three are the songwriters. What happens right now in the music industry with regards to that? Maybe you guys can speak a little bit about that and how royalty splits or publishing rights are working. If you don't mind, go ahead.
Yeah. So I don't know if people are familiar with the typical process with labels. Is you get a cash advance essentially to work on your album, and then you're supposed to pay back the cash advance that you after making the album, and then you're also giving away most of the rights of the album. So it's just a losing, it's like a lose-lose-lose thing for the artist. And then in the case of this particular scenario, on top of that, I bet one of the songwriters is just like the friend of someone and not even getting in there, but like actually contributing a lot. So we've been seeing a lot of these people that have like made music with like huge names, but are like nobodies in the American term, and then they're now like making it big in Web3 because they have the talent and like the music speaks for itself. So yeah, I think there's an opportunity with the fact that things are digital, and then specifically with NFTs, because you can like have multiple, you can have a split address, multiple owners of an NFT, to kind of make sure everybody gets rewarded properly. And then like specifically one of the ways we used to pitch Stems DAO was like decentralizing the studio. So a lot of people make music together in a decentralized way outside of blockchain. Like Discord servers with sample packs that get traded, subreddits where people find other people to make music with, etc. So that already exists. NFTs and like blockchain just adds this traceability and like kind of a way to route back rewards to each party involved. So I think this is the perfect example. Like the situation you're describing is specifically what we can make better with Web3, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's collaboration. We're here in Barcelona. Most of us maybe don't live here. We're trying to collaborate with one another. We're trying to create a better future for humanity in some way or another, whether that be because we're trying to create more sustainable ways to be able to participate in this world, or that be with technology. And obviously with technology, that has been a huge, huge arbiter of the advancement of music and how it's consumed. A lot of the things with music and where I believe this Web3 space and NFTs and blockchain and cryptocurrencies become super, super exciting is because then this becomes also an extension of the artwork. Not just for me, the artist, or for them, the artist, for you guys, the artists or creators, but for the labels as well, right? And how does that really correlate? I mean, well, first of all, as Haitham just mentioned, record labels very much so are fronting a lot of money, a lot of capital to artists. Sometimes, let's say these guys have a couple 100 million streams or monthly listeners on Spotify. Cool, I'm gonna sign you, I'm gonna pay you $1 million. That $1 million is non-recoupable, it's gonna be recoupable for at least 5 years, let's say. And then maybe you'll start making 20% of that money, maybe, if you get those streams. And let's just say, hypothetically speaking, you've gone ahead and gotten 1 million streams. You're maybe gonna get $5,000 from that 1 million streams. You're getting paid 0.005 cents per stream on Spotify to enable some sort of income to you. And then you, the artist, have to pay the producer, the songwriter, management, legal.
Engineers.
You're talking about $5,000 out of 1 million streams. Music has become so passive. Content in general has become so passive. You can have a couple million monthly listeners and you can't fill a 500 cap room in one of the major cities in America. That's a problem. So you're not getting paid, you're not gaining fans, and you can't fill a room. Why are we doing this then? So I think that Web3 definitely enables a way for an artist or a creator to be able to have 100 fans, 50 fans, 50 collectors that they're gonna be able to actually sustain and worry about making music or worry about making art.
I mean, I was going to hop in and say, it makes me think back to, 20 years ago, right? Before the Apples of the world, the Spotifys of the world, before the big streamers who came in and said, hey, fans, you're going to have a better experience. You can listen to anything at all times. And all the fans were like, yay, I get to listen to my favorite artist, without actually realizing, and most don't today, that it's actually hurting the very artists that they want to listen to, because it just lopsided the model. And all these tech companies came in and frankly took advantage of artists. And so like you said, I mean, it breaks my heart to see that artists have to focus on selling big corporations products so they can make some money instead of focusing on just showing their art to the world. And I think what Web3 is enabling is us to step back in time while also stepping forward to a place where, we used to buy CDs, or we used to buy records. There was an actual transfer that was more fair and direct to artists. Now, it hasn't always been that way. It wasn't perfect, and there's a better ideal that we can work towards. But at the end of the day, or you went to your local pub and you paid to go see somebody perform, right? Instead of just happening to see it on YouTube, and hopefully there was an ad on there to support that artist, right? And so I think that what we're seeing is such a centralization in the studios, in big corporations, and at the end of the day, it's hurting the very artists who should be focusing their time on doing what they love the most, And I think that what I'm most excited about is if all four of us were in a room and we decided that we wanted to make, a piece of music together. Our first thought wouldn't be, well, shoot, we better call our lawyers, or shoot, we better call the studio, because we need some money to get this done, right? Our first thought should be, what the hell are we going to create together, and how amazing is it going to be? That should be the thought in our minds. And I think that world is so attainable with the right technology, and we are on the cusp of it. We are in the very early stages of it. And as someone, I know very few lawyers who are very excited about Web3. And so it's going to take a whole lot of work and probably 10 more years to get people. So if you love Web3 and you're thinking about law school, please go. We need more people who understand laws of various countries, to be able to get into the industries and make a change, because all of us should be able and should have the opportunity to express ourselves in a manner that doesn't feel like we're fighting against the man at every single step.
Yeah, that brings us something that's really interesting to the table. We are all creators. Every single person that's in this room is a creator. When you're able to set your soul on fire and lead by passion and allow for that to be what is the implication of money, it's like a moth to a flame. And I think some of the things that we're lacking today in music is what music used to be like. So many of us probably grew up with like classic rock or classical music or whatever. That kind of music was new technology for all of us at that time. The Beatles were a new form of technology because they learned something from previous times. Now we have this actual technology that enables, again, some form of creativity that probably we haven't had before since maybe we were kids. We're able to dream, again, a little bit differently. We're able to kind of construct things and try to, I guess, wonder what it would be like to have a life where that is the focus, the art. So talk a little bit more, Haytham, about with STEMsDAO, what kind of collaboration, and both of you guys can actually speak to this, what kind of collaboration does enabling everybody to be able to trade different stems and different sounds for music, what does that mean?
Yeah, one thing I want to loop back to the very beginning of the talk when you said, started with sticks and stones, and I think that's very interesting because we tend to forget what music means. It's just like air vibrating in a way that sounds good. So like someone's voice may sound good to somebody else, silence may sound great to somebody else. And so as we've been building this project, I really have been thinking a lot about what good music means, or like what music means. And it's just such a broad term in general that you can, it's like, it's bigger than life what music is. So I just want to frame it that way, first of all. And then in terms of like what we've been doing to allow people to collaborate and take this process, which historically, like throughout history, human societies have gone together and done rituals like, gospel, theater, like, stuff that dates back to ancient Greece, and even there's like bone flutes that are like thousands of years old. So people have been doing this stuff forever. Like right now, we're just making it to an industry, and like we're trying to streamline it, etc. So I think, you know, what we're trying to do, the philosophy that we have is to try to get out of the way as much as possible. So a lot of projects are trying to build specific tools that compete with Ableton, or, you know, that are going to allow you to make like stems in a certain way or whatever. We're trying to allow you to find stems from someone that you like and then use them however way you want to make music. And so, you know, very concrete examples, the last game we did was with an artist named Poolside.
Great.
Yeah, so I like his music too. And so it's like a, you know, new disco style, and we basically gave the community an opportunity to make music with the stems of Poolside, which, by the way, were released, like the song was also released as an NFT with another project, showing they're like, you know, very collaborative, but it was released as the full song. And then he also released the stems in our Discord, and they'll be sold as NFTs. And then the song is also on Spotify, so that, like, you know, and like owning the stems of that song gives you some kind of like tie back to that initial song and to all the songs that are going to be made using those stems. Almost done. And so the prize was whoever, like, you know, you take the stems, make a remix, and it was a song without vocals. One of my co-founders was here. Andros actually made a song with vocals with those stems, and then we got a lot of submissions. And then the person that won was an artist named Whitecliffs, who had been making the transition from electro house to disco. And he literally like told me, he was like on the phone, you know, this happened so quickly. I'm about to. So the winning prize was that the winner can open for Poolside at a Stems DAO party, and this was at NFT NYC 2 weeks ago. And literally he told me, he was like, I haven't even had time to tell my manager about this because we needed to confirm him to like play. And then he said, but if my manager doesn't agree with me opening for Poolside, like given that this is literally the type of music I would be playing anyway in my sets, then maybe it's not the right person for me. So, you know, I'm trying to be nice with my words. But yeah, so I just thought it really shows that when you get out of the way and like you give people the
freedom,
freedom and access to other people that may want to also kind of stimulate communities and fans, magic can happen. And that's kind of the core philosophy that we have.
I think there's been a lot of magic happening these last 3 days. I mean, again, we have some of the most brilliant minds in the planet here these last 3 days, creating effectively some really special stuff for the future of our humanity. And music, to me, I'm biased. I've been in music all my life, and it's in my blood. But music transmits every facet of every culture in every world. I'm saying every world because I'm building a world, you're building a world, you guys are all building worlds. They're different universes, but they're all going to still come together at some point. And music does unify people in a really special way. I think that why I was going to stop you a little bit about the music thing is because, or where things live with regards to Web3 is because people don't also understand that if you're going to do something or drop a track or an NFT, audio NFT as music audio, you can still live on Spotify. You can still live on the DSPs. Maybe, well, Guy, continue please talking a little bit about the stems and also what you guys are doing with Shrine, because it's very complementary. Sure. But then also I would love for Austin kind of talk a little bit about how those two worlds, the DSPs and Web3, end up working.
So with DSPs and like streaming services, like a lot of it, the product is just very focused on like the consumer, right? So it's really a lot more about the person who's listening to it and making that as easy and keeping you on the platform for as long as possible, because that's like how the DSPs are primarily making their money. But with Web3, like obviously, like we're really trying to, you know, shift that focus and like allow, well, for one, like change the relationship between the audience member, like with the artist or producer, right? So like giving them like an engaging role in a community. Like, so for us, like we're a decentralized record label, we operate as a DAO. Like what that means is that, you know, like people from our community can suggest an artist or even themselves, you know, if they've been like a contributor within our community for quite some time, you know, they can be like, hey, like I have these like 12 songs as like a demo. I'm really interested in recording this. I'd really like, you know, maybe $25K, like just to cover studio costs, and then maybe we'll talk about marketing later, you know. So that, even just that kind of relationship, you know, where you're essentially giving like, just giving people like control, but then on the other side of that as well, giving people the opportunity to buy NFTs, like as audience members, you know, I do think kind of harkens back to the days where you were going to the shops and like actually like crate digging, you know, for for deep cuts that nobody else knows about, you know. And I think that that's a lot of the excitement that we see within the Web3 space from community members.
DSPs.
I mean, I think the question comes down to one word, which is adoption. You know, at the end of the day, we all have a beautiful vision for the future that not everybody sees yet. And I think that actually there's a responsibility on all of us to do a better job. You know, the joke I make all the time is I don't really ask what programming language Twitter's built on, I just use it. I'm not saying that you shouldn't ask what your tech is built off of, but my point is that to a lot of people out there who are in high positions of power, when we start throwing around DeFi terms or even just NFT itself, they shut off and they stop listening. And I have found such friction with people, especially in the legal space, to try to convince them that just automating law is not a bad thing and it's good for people and it's good for humanity, right? And so I think that when you're talking about those relationships between these more Web 2, if you will, providers who are operating on a model that works really well for them and our new future, we need to find that way to bridge, which is something that I'm really excited that we're doing at Kino. My buddies at Royal are also doing this, particularly in the music industry, where right now in the metadata of smart contracts, you need to drop a link to a real legal contract. I was just putting together ours for our founding member pass that's available on our site. It's not a pitch, it's just literally what I was doing yesterday. And you drop the link to a real contract because then when you go to that provider, you have a real legal pathway to trace. But then what's really cool in the court system, we're already seeing cases develop where when there's litigation about rights, we've looked to blockchain as evidence. Lawyers have started arguing, saying, hey, this is the pathway, here's where it is. It hasn't happened very much, but I'm really excited to see that happen more. But I think the way that we describe it, and each of our different roles, whether we're the artists, whether we're the producers, whether we're the lawyers, whether the founders, the builders, we need to find ways to bring more people into our beautiful vision of the future, you know, to sort of meet them where they're at. And I think that's going to go a really long way. You know, I think that, you know, at the end of the day, what we're doing is something that most people can agree with. You know, I'd like to believe that most people have a good heart at the end of the day, and most people want to hear more music, want to see more movies, want to see more artwork, want to see more, you know, digital pieces across the world that people are able to make and make so in an empowered manner. But it's going to take some time. You know, and I think that, you know, what's amazing is seeing projects like both of yours that are doing such hard work to build a foundation that then when we have to go into the rooms and negotiate, like with us when we negotiate with production companies and studios, we're able to say, hey, look, what we're building is flawless to a degree. It's not ever going to be perfect, but we know what we're doing. We have those legal pathways traced. We have ownership here. We have rights protected. So just work with us, because this is a better future, and we're excited for, you know, at the end of the day, I'm excited to work with, you know, Netflix and have some of our movies be on there, right? Or Royal.io is working with Chainsmokers, you know, and their record labels are happy to work with them, right? You know, it's that world where we're not saying, hey, you know, screw you, we're never gonna sort of work with the powers that be. It's saying, hey, walk with us to a better future, and realizing that it is gonna take time. Because while all of us, I think, are brilliant thinkers and we move quick, the industry is going to be a little slow, because they also have to realize, you know, that the future is coming. You know, we like to move fast and break things around here, right? You know, even in the artistic space, we do. We like to try a lot. It's in our blood. But very big companies that are used to operating as they have move very slow. And so I think that if we can just keep rising up together and supporting each other, that's what I love about Web3, is the support that we all feel for one another is incredible. And it really is. While we all have different platforms and we all have different missions on our own, together our mission is the same.
You know, and this kind of brings a funny topic a little bit, but we talk about community a lot in Web3. And we talk about community a lot in crypto and all of this, the world that we're kind of building in. But you can't really build a community if all that you're trying to do is sell things to people. You're building a customer base then, right? And something that I think that I've learned a lot from being in the music industry is that it's culture first. It's understanding that like what that art, what that thing that you're putting forth is representing and how people connect to that. Then you after inviting them in, then after having them be a part of the world, let's talk about maybe selling something to them or gifting them something for that matter. I think something that's really extremely exciting that when it comes to music and how people can then start talking about, man, I met so-and-so fan at so-and-so venue, at so-and-so city. Well, pull-ups are an incredible way to start that way, right? And we're not talking about NFTs then. We're just saying, hey, I'm going to gift you something. And this is just, hey, saying you were here with me, experiencing this moment, right? And I think that in the next 4 minutes, I would love for you guys to talk a little bit about, it went by fast, over the last 4 minutes, to talk a little bit about what you guys think is going to happen in the next coming months. Because I don't think it's just audio NFTs. I don't think it's just, I'm going to buy an NFT and that's it. It is the collaboration, it is the access, but talk to us a little bit about that, what that is. Guy.
I definitely think, yeah, it is a lot about collaboration. I've seen a lot of really cool projects that are sort of like giving artists like a lot of control over like how they mint their NFTs and like not doing it in like a code basis, which is really, really cool. So I do think like seeing some tools coming out like that are like really accessible for artists and musicians to use are, yeah, it's like a really cool iteration. Yeah, that's my like.
I like it. Let's go.
When you say what's coming in the next month in music,
just no, in music
world?
and Web3
Okay.
and like kind of where you see the kind of evolution of the space, because we're really at the beginnings with this whole NFT Web3 music scene.
So again, gonna talk about something that you mentioned earlier, like everybody's a creator. I think that we can go, one of the ways we can transition out of the Web 2, you know, it's like, yes, we have to work with Spotify, et cetera, and the record labels, but one of the ways to transition out of that, I think, is potentially to empower people more to just casually think of themselves as able to make music without being a professional musician. So bridge that gap. And then, so I think that also happens via a social kind of component, which is very exciting to us. And I want to give a shout out to Lens Protocol, which I think is a very exciting project with like very, very interesting ideas around how to decentralize social, and I think the right team to propel that. And so I think a big portion of what music is going to be is interactive, more like, you know, more accessible from the creator side, and just like bridging the gap between consumption and creation.
Austin.
The two words that come to mind is a phrase that we use with my team as we're building, but it's try courage, which is this idea that you have the courage to try something. And I think that we're going to see some big try courage in the world over the next 6 months. I'm a little biased because we have a slate of 10 films that are all A-list level talent that's going to launch in September. So I know we're going to make a splash in the world, but I also know that each of you with your projects is going to make a splash. I know my friends in other, you know, music and entertainment-based projects have a lot of amazing talent that we all know of that are about to try and say, hey, I believe you. You know, Web3's been around, right? But it's just getting to that point. I think we're getting up to that point where the world is saying, hey, yeah, maybe you're onto something, right? And so I'm really excited for all of us to step out more boldly, right? Like one of my buddies was at NFT NYC, and they were doing amazing parties with music artists who 2 years ago would have said, NFT who, right? And now they're saying, yeah, I'm in. This is better. And I think that we're going to continue to see it sort of, you know, that upward trend faster and faster. And so I'm really excited, and maybe I'm just trying to manifest this into the world.
We are. We're all manifesting it.
But try courage, right? You know, let's try for that better future that we know is possible.
Well, guys, we have 50 seconds left. I really appreciate all you guys taking the time this morning to be with us and learning a little bit about what we're building, what we're doing in music. There's a lot to learn from these people right here. There's a lot to learn from all of you guys that are here today. Something I do want to make note of is that any of the speakers that you guys are enjoying at all throughout this last day, go up to them, say hi. They may have something here, a little speaker card that you should probably collect. It's just a piece of alpha maybe that you might want to do. But nonetheless, guys, I really appreciate your time. Thank you so very much for being with us. Guys, thanks for being with us. We appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of the day. Talk to you soon.
So this presentation is going to be really interesting because you'll be able to actually learn firsthand about how to make an NFT film. Because the person I'm going to introduce now, he's made the first European movie to be funded by NFT completely. So it's fantastic. The film is called Calladita, and I would like to welcome to the stage Miguel Faus.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. So, yeah, today we're going to talk about how NFTs can revolutionize the film industry. And I'm going to use my own project, Calladita, as an example of how we've been doing that. And it's super early in NFTs, but it's even earlier in film NFTs. So we're experimenting, and there's a lot more to come, I'm sure. First question is, who here likes movies? All right, pretty much everyone. So I have bad news and good news for you, but we'll start with the bad news. Cinema is the most centralized art form in the world. It's because it's very expensive, the films that get made are controlled by a handful of corporations, especially in the States, and here in Europe by a handful of government bodies that essentially decide which films get made and which don't. As a result of that, we as audiences miss out on a lot of great films that go unmade, a lot of great talent that gets wasted. And the good news, though, is that Web3 has the power to change that. Thanks to NFTs and the blockchain, we can empower filmmakers by empowering audiences. And this part, for me, I think is key, because it's all about empowering the community to shift that power from a handful of corporations deciding what gets made to a community deciding what can get made. And then once that happens, then filmmakers can be empowered and not have to answer to the powers that be, but to their community. So let me show you how we're doing that with Calladita. As mentioned, Calladita is the first film in Europe ever to be funded by NFTs. The project started a few years ago when I made a short film called Calladita that, before I ever knew what NFTs were, unfortunately, this was in 2019. If I had known, I would probably be richer. But then the film went to a lot of festivals internationally, did pretty well, ended up on HBO Max in the US. They acquired it for streaming. And after that, I started thinking, how can I turn this into my first feature, this same story, and make a feature-length movie out of it? And I went through all the normal hurdles of trying to get a first film financed here in Europe with the traditional methods that are mostly public funding, and the development of the project got some attention. I went to some lab programs, etc. But it became apparent that the public route kind of wouldn't work, or at least it would take many years. It's kind of a waiting game where you just have to keep trying, and the whole system is very opaque. And I just, I wanted to make the film. I didn't want to wait around until someone gave me permission to make it. So because I had been in the NFT space for some time, I said, hey, maybe we can do this with NFTs. Maybe there's a way that films can enter the NFT space, and we can fund this film with an NFT collection, essentially. So that's what we did. I created a collection of 2,400 NFTs out of frames of the short film. These are some examples. And well, the thing is, there was a lot of steep learning curve because I had to hire a team of developers. There's no Kickstarter of Web3 yet. That's just a result of how early we are, right? But I'm sure a lot of people are building it, so it's going to be easier in the future. Anyways, I created this collection of still frames and videos of the short film and minted them, sold them on Ethereum. Here you can see more clarity on this. There was essentially 4 tiers, or there is, because we're still minting, but we have sold out the highest tiers, but we're still minting the most affordable tier, so anyone can still join. But anyways, we created this collection, and all the funds go straight into the funding of the movie. So essentially, it's kind of similar to a Kickstarter, but of course, because you probably are all degens, you understand this, that because of Web3 and NFTs, it's a much better version of Kickstarter, because whereas in Kickstarter, you just get thanked, and maybe you get a T-shirt to show that you supported a film to be made, but it's just essentially a donation. Here, thanks to NFTs, you get an asset that is digital and that lives on the blockchain, and essentially, there's a chance that your asset that you got for contributing to the film might appreciate in the future. We have a very impressive family of collectors. That's something that it's been very, very great for the project. The CryptoPunk family really got behind it, and especially some, very prominent figures in the NFT space that a lot of you might know. For example, for me as an artist, the fact that a lot of great artists that I admire joined the project and minted the NFTs was very great, like Justin Aversano or Snowfro, the founder of Artblocks, or Claire Silver, who's a hero of AI art. Just so, if in case there's any apes here, so that you don't get angry, there's also a lot of apes that minted the project. But what I always said about Calladita is that our roadmap is very simple, because we don't make any huge promises. We just promise that we're going to make a great movie, hopefully, and that we want to make our holders proud to have participated in the movie. So it's like two priorities: is making an amazing movie and then making our holders happy that they participated. And then that second part ties in with the Calladita DAO. You might have seen some projects around. Some of them great are essentially trying to disrupt the whole film industry by doing a studio DAO kind of approach, where you create a DAO to be a decentralized studio. In our case, it's a bit different because we want to shift the order, right? First, we make a movie, and if the movie works, then hopefully that can turn into a production company that is decentralized, because our commitment is that 50% of the proceeds from the movie will get put into a community wallet or a DAO that will be governed by the holders. And so if the movie does well, then we can be in the future a decentralized production company that starts funding other NFT films and essentially starts to change those power dynamics that I was speaking about. Recently, we created these two additional NFTs that I think, because when I started pre-production of the movie, we're filming in September here in the Costa Brava. Actually, I just realized that I didn't tell you what the movie is about. That was probably a mistake. Just very briefly, the movie is shot in the Costa Brava here in Spain, and it's about a domestic worker from Latin America who works for a rich family in Spain. So it's a story of female empowerment and liberation of this character, but also through her eyes, it's a social satire of the wealthy class here in Spain. And so as I was saying, one of the utilities of our NFTs that we always envisioned was to take our holders on a journey of experiencing very firsthand how we're making this movie. And so once we got into pre-production a few weeks ago, because we're filming in September, we released these two NFTs that essentially give people, the videos are stopped, but anyways. These NFTs that give our holders access to a very unique behind-the-scenes experience, where we are, for example, if I have a call with the production designer of the movie about her mood boards of how the style of the movie is going to be, then we record that and we upload it into a token-gated platform called Beam, where our holders can experience it, and can watch it and can see that behind-the-scenes content, but live as the movie is being made, as opposed to after the movie is released. And because we wanted to expand this beyond our current holder base of the main NFT collection, we did it with these tickets, where we did a free claim of the tickets for all of our holders. But then the cool part is that the popcorn worked kind of as an allow list to mint additional tickets. So it's a bit complicated, but I'll explain it. If you are a holder, you get a ticket, but you also get 10 popcorn. So you can send the 10 popcorn to your friends, and then your friends can mint additional tickets for like $20. And then they also get more popcorn that they can also send to friends. So it's like a viral minting mechanism, which is kind of a bit innovative in the space. And we think these kind of minting dynamics are going to be very interesting going forward. These are some of the utilities that come with this all-access pass, like video diaries, Q&As, rehearsal tapes, behind-the-scenes footage. And then also in post-production, it's going to be very interesting and exciting, because we can do test screenings with our community, where we can ask their opinion on different things, and they can participate in the creation of the movie in that stage. So that's it for my presentation, but I would love to take any questions if you guys have any. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, thanks. just when the movie is done, are you guys thinking about, how are you guys thinking about monetizing the movie, and how does that tie with centralized entities like Netflix, you know, making deals with them to just show the movie and get some cash back, I guess?
Sure. So our main goal is for the movie to be seen by as many people as possible. And as I said, the main goal is to make the holders happy, let's say. So once the movie is made, we will look at the best distribution strategy for that to happen. And the good thing is that we haven't pre-sold any windows, so we have the power, we own the movie, and we will decide what is best for the movie. You know, I would love for audiences to be right now on decentralized Web3 streaming platforms already, but the reality is that they aren't yet, and so we won't probably be able to just do a Web3 strategy for distribution, but we will start with festivals and then move on to theatrical. Hopefully, we find good partners in different territories, and then streaming. But to your point about a big streamer kind of, what we won't do for sure is sell out the movie. Let's just put it this way. You know, streamers would be great for distribution deals where they get streaming rights for a certain amount of time, and that's great. But what really doesn't bode well with our ethos and the whole NFT strategy behind it would be to just sell the IP to a streamer and be done with it.
You said about using Kayadita as it evolves after the movie to maybe fund other movies, right? What's the idea on the strategy? Like, have some mind on how it could work to have the Kayadita as a studio in the future, or is it still like too early to think on that?
I mean, yeah, it's a bit too early for the specifics of that to be decided. I always, you know, a lot of projects talk about a future DAO as a kind of weird promise, and it sounds a bit weird. In our case, we haven't established the DAO yet, just because the DAO is supposed to govern over the proceeds of the film, so there's no point in setting it up yet until the film starts to generate profits once it's finished. But it will be left to the holders to decide. I mean, maybe the holders prefer to throw a huge party for a screening with the proceeds and not fund a feature film. I hope that they will be happy with having funded Kayadita and they want to continue with that. But that's the beauty of decentralization. It will be up to the holders. Do we have any more questions? Nope. Well, thank you very much, everyone. Sí. No, a ti.
We are very lucky today with all these amazing creators and their first-hand experiences. And next we're going to have another successful artist, Dave Krugman. And he's going to tell us about community building. But before he comes on stage, I'm going to tell you a little secret about him. So he's known for his visual arts, but also he's actually a poet. And the title of this presentation can actually, tell you about it. It's NFTs as a capture mechanism for community capital. I think it's quite a poetic name for a presentation. Welcome, Dave, and enjoy the presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really excited to talk about some things I've been working on lately. I'm very excited about everything that's happening in the blockchain space, especially in regards to artists and artists who build community. So the title of my presentation is NFTs as a capture mechanism for community capital. And it sounds a lot more complicated than it really is. But really my point is that I really truly believe that all value in the world is rooted in community systems, whether it's one person with one other person or massive communities the size of countries. There's really the purpose of any token, whether it's money or newer tokens that we're building, is as a medium of exchange for community favors and to kind of strengthen the inner bonds of community. So today I'm going to take you through how I've used photography to build communities and build value for the communities that I'm curating. So without further ado, I'll begin. Let's see here. So I'm first going to talk about something that's not strictly my art, but is something that I've been building for a long time. If you want to follow along on your phone, by the way, you can go to allships.co. This QR code will also take you to our Twitter. But if you look at the website, it'll make a lot more sense what I'm describing. So yeah, again, allships.co. So Allships is a kind of rebellion against everything I don't like about Web 2 and social media, the juggernauts that kind of dominate our entire global conversation right now. One of my biggest frustrations as an artist who made their living on Instagram for a decade is that I felt like I was constantly building on land that I didn't own. We're kind of renting land and renting our identities from people that whose intentions are not necessarily aligned with our own. And just to be a little more specific about that, I spent every single day for a long, long time building up this following, right, on Instagram and other platforms. And one little change in that global algorithm can undo years of work. And you don't really own the access that you think you own to the communities that you've built up. So I think one of the promises of these new layers of technology is that we can build on land we own. So Allships is kind of a space that I created for my creative communities in order for us to avoid a lot of the pitfalls of social media, and so that the effort we put into building our communities can be maintained as opposed to lost to this algorithmic narrowing of our perspectives. The name All Ships is about, I think, as technology expands the fertile ground on which we can build, there's more space for everyone, and all ships rise with the tide. So as we grow and we thrive, we can bring a lot of people along with us, and that's kind of the ethos behind everything there. I want to prove to artists, especially younger artists, that a creative life is possible. And again, as we become more and more visual and more visually literate, we all have cameras in our pockets and screens to display an infinite stream of art. There's a lot more room for creativity. And so there's never been a better time to be a creative, and All Ships is kind of my platform in which to prove that. And lastly, about All Ships, one more thing is that I'm finding that Web3 is a better place to build identity for community builders because of all the things that I just said about social media as well. This just seems like a more sovereign place for artists to be. So this is our site. It's kind of an editorial. I think I can hit play here. Oh yeah. So this is a it's an editorial website. We throw huge events all over the world. We just want to bring people together and elevate. Every one of these people, you might recognize some of these names, is an artist who's doing really cool things in the NFT and Web3 space. So we have this editorial website. We throw events. We have a podcast, and every layer of content and community engagement we're trying to build here. We also recently have kind of made this a more Web3 experience where we have a token-gated merch store where you can hold certain NFTs and get discounts. And I also just did my latest drip drop, which I'll get into in a moment, on this website as well. So just trying to build a community for artists by artists is really, really important to me when we're talking about building communities. So yeah, do join us on the website and join our Discord as well. One of the things we're doing is kind of world building. I'm trying to build like an entire universe around the All Ships brand. And in order to kind of propagate that ethos of All Ships rise with the tide, we're using NFT sales to commission artists and try to elevate as many people as possible. And the other thing that's important for me about All Ships is I've been building in internet communities for my whole life, and one thing that's always been really important is stuff like this, like getting together in real life and actually meeting each other. And that to me is like the rebar and the concrete, and it really helps reinforce communities in a way that they can be much longer lasting. So one of the things that we try to do at All Ships is we do events. I don't know if anyone's been to New York and Brooklyn, but we have a partnership with Roberta's Pizza, which is this really fun pizza spot. And, all right, let's go. And just last week, we had like 150 people there, open bar, free pizza for everyone. And it was right after NFT NYC, and it was this kind of beautiful celebration of the in real life community that then, when we all go back to our homes in different countries, we have a much stronger community because we all met up in person. That's really important to the All Ships ecosystem as well. So here's a shot from one of those days, and you can just see like the joy and smiles on everybody's face when we build creative communities that are based on uplifting everybody and just being open and inclusive of everyone as well. So yeah, seeing this makes me really happy here. So now I'm gonna shift a little bit. If anyone has questions about All Ships, I think I'm gonna open up a little Q&A in a bit, but I want to talk about using NFTs as a way to strengthen like the inner bonds of creative communities. So I did a project called Drive. Again, this QR code will just take you to the OpenSea page if you want to like see what we've been building. Drive is a collection of 111 vehicles. It's all street photographs I took. I actually took the entire project over 10 years, all shot on iPhone. And the reason I kind of led with this in my NFT career was because it's important to me to show that you don't have to spend a lot of money to make good art. And so I really wanted to lead with an iPhone project so that anybody with a phone can understand that they can come up with these ideas and build community around them as well. The reason I'm bringing up Drive today is because I was able to kind of learn from things I saw in the NFT space and use NFTs as incentive tokens in order to strengthen, again, the inner bonds of a community. So I sold 91 cars on auction, like a used car salesman. And then I decided that I was going to take the craziest looking cars, and I was going to hold them back in my garage. And the only way that you could access those tokens was to hold one of the cars, and then you had to race me in these creative challenges on Twitter. My favorite, I've done a bunch of different creative challenges, but I think my favorite example is I would say to my holders, hey, if you hold a Drive car, you can go out in your environment, find a car that fits the meme, and then you post it in the race thread. And as a community, we're going to vote on which one fits the best, and then I'll airdrop one of those trophy tokens, a trophy car, to you, almost like we were drag racing and you won my car off of me, right? So I thought it'd be a fun idea, but I didn't realize how powerful this would be. So because I have this community treasury, and I've only released 5 out of 20, so I still have 15 of these things left. I have 15 more opportunities to align incentives within my communities. We could do a charity fundraising challenge. We could there's just an infinity of ideas in front of us about how to use these tokens to motivate people to either act creatively or really just do anything. And what's cool about it is as the project thrives and grows and more people hear about it, this incentive becomes more and more attractive because, for example, the floor on Drive right now is 5 ETH. So each one of these tokens now is like a pretty strong incentive for people to participate. So every time we do a race, the interest grows, and that helps the project, and then the incentives become more and more powerful, and we can do more and more. So I like to use Drive as an example of how to use NFTs to add value and incentivize and align incentives in your communities. So I think I covered everything on that slide, but I guess the last thing I'll say is that a strong community united in purpose is very valuable. And that's really the thing that builds community is aligned incentives. So here's the entire collection. So all the cars north of the bottom line are the ones that were on sale. Then there was 8 grails, which were on auction. The highest auction went for I think 25 ETH. And then, which helped really boost the entire collection because it gave this perceived value to the community that these things are worth something. And then the entire bottom line here is all the trophy cars. So you can see this one in the bottom is this alien. There's funky paint jobs and all sorts of graffiti. And just these were the ones that are used as incentive tokens for the community. Yeah, so again, you can check out this collection and this is basically the root of the idea that you can use NFTs as community alignment incentives, and this kind of proved to me that thesis could work. So I've kept my supply of different artistic tokens pretty scarce until about 2 weeks ago. So for the past year, I've been working on another project, kind of from everything I learned about doing Drive. I was like, I need to figure out a way to expand my community because Drive became almost immediately inaccessible to people because it got very popular very quickly. So I started thinking, how do we scale creative communities? And I kind of came up with this thesis in my head. I actually tweeted it yesterday, and it will be the final slide in my presentation. But to jump ahead a bit, the thesis here is concentric circles. So I have my one-of-one artwork, which is very high-priced and very, I've only released 10 pieces in the course of my NFT career, and that's the center circle. And then the circle that allowed more people into my community was Drive, right? And then as time went on and more people wanted to enter my artistic ecosystem, I needed to find a way to keep adding rings so that people could still have access. And my idea for this was an idea called drip drop. So how many people here are familiar with art blocks? Squiggles and, okay. So I'm very, very inspired by squiggles and ringers and fidenzas and the whole art blocks ecosystem. But I've always really wanted to figure out a way to do an ode to that ecosystem. So I decided, what if I could use the universe itself and the laws of physics as the base code for a creative project? And I've always been obsessed with taking pictures of rain hitting puddles in Times Square. And I was like, oh, well, like the rain and the lights flickering and everything changing constantly, and I have this low light camera that can shoot super high resolution images. What if I can find a way to create an art block style project that's purely photography? And so with Drip Drop, I was able to kind of do my ode to those ecosystems. But before I get into the art from that and the reverse engineering of the physics of all of it, just the last thing I want to say about this is, like, I guess I covered everything, but yeah, the last thing I'll say about this is that every drive holder could mint Drip Drop for free. So basically, just rewarding the people who believed in you early by giving them free access to whatever the next ring of your ecosystem is going to be, I think is very important. So these are some of the shots from Drip Drop. And you can see they're very inspired by generative art, but again, they're just purely photography. These are the grails from the collection, so we auctioned off 11 grails. The total supply of this project is 1,111. I took 15,000 pictures of puddles over the course of, again, 7 years. As you know, I wasn't planning to make it an NFT project 7 years ago, but I've been collecting this stuff for a very, very long time. And these, it's hard to tell, but these are beautifully high resolution, and there's a lot of detail in here. You can see drops popping off every puddle and all the color mixing and stuff like that. So the challenge here was, how do I get properties and rarity out of still photographs? So I worked with an incredible company called Transient Labs, Ben Strauss Photography. You should look them up as well. I'm blown away by what they're building. They're a smart contract company and so much more. They're two aeronautical engineers from NASA who left their jobs to pursue Solidity development, and they're just incredible. And they came up with a concept: what if we use machine vision to read all these properties from all the images and then put that in a CSV, and that becomes the rarity systems. So basically reading the emergent properties of photography in order to create a beautiful bell curve of rarity. So there's a couple ways that we did this. One is that they rewrote an algorithm that self-driving cars use, and they trained it to only count every time a drop hit a puddle. So one of the properties that is our rarity is the drop count. And you can't see it on the screen, unfortunately, because it's a little too small, but each one of those little boxes has a confidence score on if that's a real ripple or not, right? And above a certain threshold, we count it in our rarity, and that is one way to create a distribution. The next thing we did was we ran a threshold function and basically created a color batching system. So just like Chromie Squiggles, which I'm very, very inspired by again, shout out to Snowfro, we were able to have an entire color spectrum rarity. So we have primary, tertiary, or secondary and tertiary color batching. The next thing we did was the ratio of shadow versus light. And so again, that's bucketed from 1 to 10%, 10 to 20%, all the way up to 100. And that creates another distribution. And then the last one we did was entropy and chaos. So they wrote another algorithm that can kind of tell the interruption of color sequences and the interruption of the values of shadow and light in order to create another distribution of rarity. And all combined, these come up with a very incredible mix of different rarities, and people in the community are having a lot of fun trading and figuring out what they want and what they like, and also their aesthetic sensibilities. So again, this is a very small section of the project. There's over 1,000 of these, and I just wanted to show what it looks like all together. So you can look that up as well. I'll briefly play this. I don't know if do we have audio? So this talks a bit about what we wanted to build.
The world we live in is a beautiful thing. It is infinitely detailed and deep. Its mysteries span from the tiniest subatomic particles to the unimaginable expanses of distant space. Everything we see, everything we experience, is bound together by an intricate code. We exist in this fractal unfolding, a complex swirl of circumstance, light, time, space, matter, and vibrating energy. To be a photographer is to study these intricate overlaps of the laws of physics, to marvel at the astounding beauty that is constantly unfolding around us. To be the one that decides when to freeze an instant so that we may look even deeper, together, at the generative artwork of a universe unraveling. Every action we take is a drop on the surface of space and time, and these ripples echo back from distant shores. Drip Drop is my ode to this beauty. An ode to those echoes, to the overlaps of nature and civilization. It is an ode to light, an ode to life, and an ode to love. Drip Drop.
Cool. So yeah, we were able to sell out this collection, and I was able to expand my community. And I'm going to get to the last slide because I only have a little bit of time left. But again, you can just look this up on OpenSea or DM me, and I can tell you more about it. Now, to wrap it up, what I was able to realize through doing all of this stuff is that each one of these rings I'm building of people that want to, be invested in my artistic ecosystem, they all feed each other, and it goes back and forth, right? And it's like almost this artistic organism we're all building together. So the people who collect Drip Drop are now looking at my more expensive one-of-ones, and there's kind of a goal to get into Drive or to get deeper into the circle. And the people that are in my inner circle that believed in me from the beginning have had free access to Drive and free access to Drip Drop, and these things kind of feed each other back and forth. So, again, I just tweeted this. If you want to steal a copy of it, share it. It's definitely like an open source idea, and it's just something I'm thinking through in real time with all of you. So here, I'm going to go back to that. Can I? Anyway, I think that's my time. I don't have any time for questions, unfortunately. I really wanted to, but I was not paying attention to the clock. If anyone has questions, please find me after, and I'd be happy to chat with you. I love talking about this stuff. So thank you all so much for the time. I appreciate it.
I talk about transforming autonomous organizations, I'm going to talk a little bit about decentralized autonomous organizations. In the crypto community today, there are a lot of movements about what a DAO is. If you call yourself a DAO, you just have multi-sig. It's not a real DAO if it's not governed by the numbers and it's a token hypothesis. There's a lot of discussion about like the ideology of what a DAO is or what a DAO should be, and there isn't actually like clear consensus. I used to do that personally on Twitter, like even when the smallest DAO was created by communities, I was like, this isn't a real DAO. Like, initially you have to vote to become members. That's not a real DAO. So I used to be one of those people that was like, this isn't a real DAO. But now I'm like, okay, everything is different today as opposed to some of the DAO videos from 2017. Everything's changing a lot. And I feel like it's too late to say this is what a DAO is, this is what a DAO isn't. So instead of like wasting our time kind of debating what a DAO is or what a DAO should be, what's a real DAO, what's a real DAO, how about we just define the study process of DAOs and define within those subclasses what we think are, what we think is important when it comes to creating organizations, when it comes to organizing labor, and then create new shelling points around, what we really want to embody as far as being a part of an organization with decentralized systems. So that is how we start talking about DAOs. So to introduce DAOs or transformative autonomous organizations to you, I broke it up into 6 elements. And the way that this will work in the DAO universe is as soon as you are exhibiting these 6 elements, someone can observe you, similar to an astronomer observing a star, and say, oh, that organization is a DAO. So a DAO doesn't even have to be something that someone says, I am a DAO, because even if you think of like Bitcoin today, a lot of people are like, Bitcoin is the only real DAO, but no one in Bitcoin is like, we are a DAO, but everyone in the DAO community is like, Bitcoin is the true DAO. So similar to that, it's like a DAO can be an organization that doesn't even call itself a DAO. These 6 elements exist.
Okay, so after we've been talking about art all morning, I think it's the time to talk about decentralized science. And we're not only going to find out what it's about, but also how to do it right. And we've got a very exciting panel who's going to talk about it. And I would like to welcome to the stage Marina Polyakova, Sava Kermedelis, Lily Hansen-Gillis, as well as our moderator, Lou Vikara. Alexandra Smilek also is part of the panel, and she's actually going to introduce all the speakers in detail. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Thank you. Okay, so hello everyone. Welcome to this DeSci panel, so to speak, Decentralized Science panel. What you can see here is an artwork that was created by Julie Lind, and she created this artwork in collaboration with one of our scientists working in nanotechnology. Nanotechnology and different other ecosystem of science can be very difficult actually to understand. So what we are trying to do by bridging art and science is actually to allow people and a wider audience to understand what science is about. So this artwork is actually telling the story of a scientist who is able to look into materials in a very nanotechnology and see how from those laboratories, he can actually create new materials. New materials for what? New materials to create new forms of containers, for instance, to replace plastic, to avoid, for instance, like using plastic, but also using different side of our nature to use materiality. So today, Yunan Feng and Julie are talking about the fact that science is working towards creating new materials in laboratories without any need of taking anything from the nature. So why are we bridging art and science? We are bridging this because we are creating what we call DeSci NFTs. DeSci NFTs are actually those artworks that you can see. They are first funding science and their research, because the proceeds of the NFTs are going to the scientists. But nonetheless, we are also bridging the culture and the science in order to create an awareness about science. It's very important, actually, to bring more people into science today and find new channel of communication in order to have like a society that is literate in terms of science. And I think today we are also talking a lot about the risk, the dystopia that exists on Earth. And when we look closer at what sciences are doing, we can actually find some existential hope and see a better future. And it's important to convey and to communicate about this better future that we can achieve through science. So what we do is, one, enabling society to fund science by, for instance, and this is just an example, we have many other examples here, to fund science through DeSci NFTs. But what we do also is to enable a broader participation to science and technology. Because today, the evolution and implementation of science and technology involves not only the cognitive dimension, the research, what is happening in laboratories, but it also involves social, economical, and cultural choices in which intervention is possible. And DeSci is working toward these cognitive dimensions to be like an enabler of research, but also working toward like bringing the society and changing the economical order that is at stake in science today. So we have different tooling today that already exists. DeSci is at its very early stage. So today we have the DeSci NFT that you saw. We have also IPs NFTs. So IPs NFTs are those NFTs where you have IPs and they are co-owned by a DAO, for instance. We have also people into the DeSci community working toward decentralizing the publication system. We have also what you might know as quadratic funding system in science, and we have obviously also different types of DAO. So DeSci could become a social movement, and this is what is important, okay? It can lead to new ways of conducting and funding science, a science that could be created by people, for people, and that could one day bypass the big pharma's monopolies. I'm pretty sure we're going to achieve that. It's a long journey. But today, imagine that everyone could co-own a drug, could actually decide that this science, this research is actually important for our society, and bypass all the monopolies who are really like hungry for power, for money. And if you take, for example, the pharmas, okay, monopolies, today, like, those companies have no interest whatsoever to cure a disease. What they want to do at first is actually make money, okay? So we need to change this order, and decentralizing science can actually help us to achieve this kind of new state. So we need to incentivize non-scientific audience because we cannot make it without the society. And we can make a society more sensitive to scientific and technical affairs through, for instance, bridging the culture and the science and finding new ways to convey all this information and all the possible futures that science can unlock. So we imagine we all bootstrap today within our DeSci community a world where society is an active player in science, and we need to improve scientific literacy, and we need to inspire visions. We need also to imagine and bootstrap a world where society can co-own scientific IPs, cures, treatments, a world where society can enable more liberty for the scientists, more transparency, and less greedy interests. And what we would like to achieve is a society that can be in charge of its own fate. So today, I have samples of people working towards these goals. So we have Ludoka from Foresight Institute, who is going to moderate this panel. And I'm pleased to welcome also Lily Hansen-Gillis from LabDAO, Sava Kirdemeridis from VitaDAO, and Marina Polyakova, neuroscientist from Foresight Institute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex, for this overview. And now we can dive a little bit deeper into what DeSci is, where does this transformative power come from, what are we trying to transform exactly, and why. So to backtrack things a little bit, let's talk about science. I hope we can all agree here that science is really fundamental. It's a fundamental public good, if we can think about it in this way. Why? Because science is our society's source of truth. It's source of our great discoveries. We are a technology-based society today, and so science is upstream of everything. It's where it influences our economics, our politics, our society. Think about it. Questions like, do masks work? Do vaccines work? Is climate change real? All these things we really need to agree on, right? And be anchored in those truths. And if we don't, there are actually major risks for our society, existential ones, in fact. So, dear Lily, Sava, Marina, and Alex, to begin with, I think it would be helpful to answer the question, what are the main bottlenecks to science today? What are the main blocks? What are the problems that we are trying to solve here? Marina, maybe you want to start because you're a scientist.
Yeah, all right. I think that there are a couple of them, and one of the main bottlenecks for progress of new scientific ideas is actually very centralized funding for science. Mostly science is funded currently from the governmental funds, where there are a lot of complicated peer review process, and very often the scientific funding actually depends on the opinions of experts. So one of the typical fields is the Alzheimer's disease, for example, where for around 30 years or so, the amyloid theory was funded heavily, and all the other theories were not really receiving support. But after 30 years, it turned out that we actually don't have drugs that work, and a lot of good ideas were actually lost in this road. So one of the big things is funding. Then a big problem for incentives in science is actually scientific publishing, because currently the publishing houses, they earn lots of money for it. Scientists do work for free. The system incentivizes high impact factors, which actually influences currently the acceptance to certain professorships. So people basically run for these impact factors. They run for the number of publications, for higher impact factors, and instead of running for the solid science and for the science which can be replicated. This is another one. And I think from my point of view, I'm actually a psychiatrist by training who came to science because there were not enough drugs. And then I spent 10 years in science, and I realized that we often do projects which will never be translated into the real life. So a big thing, especially in the medical field, in the biotech, is how to translate these scientific discoveries into real-life products, how to do science which can be translatable, and how to find the ways to bring this from the lab to the life.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to bring up some issues, or maybe a different way to ask the question can also be, where is there room for improvement in the way science is done today? Sava, do you want to?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, my background is around intellectual property, and sort of one of the areas that I'm really interested in is, as I was saying, like there's only two options for funding science. You can either go the grant route, or you can go sort of big pharma patent route, and where you sort of charge monopoly prices for like drugs that aren't necessarily that effective. And then with grants, it's all centralized funding. And if you're like a maverick, and particularly if you're like a young scientist and like your best years are like between 20 and 35 or whatever, like mentally, and then you end up like in your 40s by the time you get your first NIH grant, and by that time you're sort of like, you know, you're pretty much burnt out. So there is this funding gap for like new innovative ideas, and what I'm really excited about is these ideas of using IP NFTs and then new frameworks like bounties or like DeSci NFTs, like what you guys were saying, essentially open source bounties to create a business model for open source medicine. Because like, there are actually thousands and thousands of therapies out there, but they just don't fit into the patent system. But they're also, you'll never get funding for large clinical trials with a grant. Like grant funding will not actually fund translational research. So you're basically relying on big pharma to do the big clinical trials, but there's thousands of treatments out there that just don't fit into the patent system. So there's these massive gaps. There's like literally thousands of cures out there. And with crypto, you know, you can have a picture of a monkey that's worth $3 billion in less than a year. So why not, you know, actually do something that's slightly better? Not there's anything wrong with art, but like you can actually create something real and yeah.
Thank you. Lily?
Yeah, I think just even before I go, maybe it'd be helpful to explain a little bit about the IP NFT, like what that is in the context of science.
Right, yeah, so basically with traditional IP, there's only a few kinds of IP that are important, and there's really only one kind of IP that's important for biopharma, for translational research, which is a patent. And with a patent, essentially, you can only create a business model around that if you enforce a monopoly price. But with an IP NFT, essentially, it's a little bit like with NFTs representing real-world objects like property. you can have an NFT that represents ownership of a patent, so that when you own this NFT, you own the patent, and then what I was saying before is like, then you can distribute ownership of that among a wide amount of people at an early stage, and you can also or you can issue an NFT that represents data that is going to maybe turn into something patentable. But through that IP NFT, you can basically create a product around something that necessarily might not actually be something that a VC would fund traditionally, by having other means to fund that, or to pay for outcomes. But yeah, essentially an IP NFT is a way of getting liquidity to early stage biopharma.
Okay, fantastic. Lily?
Yeah, I think you guys covered a lot of them, but maybe one other thing that I would see as a bottleneck is just how closed off science is in general. There's a lack of open, in the way that you would see like open source and code. You don't have anything equal to that in science right now. And something like standardizing protocols would be incredibly monumental in terms of just accelerating scientific progress. But right now, just the way that incentives are structured, scientists don't have the motivation to collaborate in more extensive ways, or to share their findings in more elaborate and productive manner. So I think that's a massive bottleneck right now.
Yeah, and maybe we can start getting, I think the question of incentives is really critical. In fact, it's not simply the motivation, but really the interest. It is very hard for scientists to change single-handedly their ways if everyone is still doing it in one way that is more profitable to them or interesting. And how do you know any, could you share any tools that you have seen that could help change that, in fact?
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is a time where we can plug our our ways of trying to look into ways of changing those incentives for scientists and giving them more opportunities. So at LabDAO, we're creating a peer-to-peer marketplace for scientists to share and exchange services. And by doing that, we are also allowing standards to emerge. So what I was addressing earlier, because it's totally permissionless. If you have someone offering some service and they're charging more for it, they have to be a lot more open about what they're doing, how they're doing it. And then you have someone else that comes along and offers the same service, and naturally they're going to start showing each other or competing against each other, and the way that things are done will become a lot more standardized. So that's like a hope there in terms of solving that issue, but also just incentivizing scientists to be more open with their data in a way that will reward them, like with, say, tokens, or with IP in the form of an IP NFT. So like blockchain technology allows these new incentives to start emerging that aren't just you need to publish or you won't be able to do anything if you don't publish. It's really it's interesting because I think science is one of those fields where everyone is frustrated with the way things are, but until now there hasn't really been a way to break out of it. So these new mechanisms are allowing that.
Yeah, that's right. So I think the science community is very aware of the current issues with the scientific paradigm. There is a movement that's called open science, in fact, that DeSci is somewhat born out of, or at least value aligned with, which has been naming these issues and trying to address them by tackling like everything from the methods, the process, the values. But the problem is really, again, this problem of incentives and structure. And I think that's what's really powerful about, I don't know if you would agree, but generally blockchain tools in general that they can allow to shift those incentive structures, and that's what's really important. Alex, any thoughts on maybe have we forgotten any important bottlenecks or tools that are exciting to you?
I think I made this point with this introduction, but one thing that is important and we need to not forget about it is to bring more people into science. Why? Because we are talking about decentralization. So we're going to decentralize the way we can fund, the way we can collaborate. So we're going to act somehow like the DeSci is going to act and to bring tooling for people who are actually doing the science. But we have another part of the society actually who is totally outside of the science right now. That it's super difficult actually to take part to the funding of a science. It's super difficult to take part to the discourse of a science, to choose which science needs to be pushed, and so forth and so on. So I think one thing to not forget about decentralized science is to actually open science among scientists, but also among the society, to have everybody aware about this and everybody being able to co-own what science is doing and co-own their future actually. Imagine today you can decide, you can fund the most important drug. We have leukemia, for instance, for kids is a drug that is even not anymore on the market. There is no drug to cure leukemia for kids because it's not profitable for pharma companies. So imagine maybe a DAO with people who are not scientists, but people interested into funding and taking part to this drug development and having the possibility to have this drug back on the market to cure disease for kids, for instance. So yeah, don't forget to decentralize in the term of bringing the society within the science as well.
Awesome. Maybe a little bit more on tools. Maybe some of you have some other really exciting tools of projects that you have seen emerge in the space. I mean, just to remind everyone, decentralized science is a very new and emergent movement. It's basically started this year. And so, yeah, it's still an emergent space. It's still being defined. It has no proper coherence. It is a galaxy of projects and organizations and people who are trying to transform the scientific paradigm and make it better via leveraging blockchain tools. It's very collaborative, so whether it's maybe your project or another, is there anyone that you think is should really be mentioned here or is really exciting to talk about? Or maybe a good example of DeSci?
Yeah, maybe I would love to follow up on what Alexandra said.
Oh, please.
Yeah, so we are working on the so-called technology trees in the Foresight Institute. The technology trees are actually the tool to systematize the knowledge, to build a roadmap from where we are to where we want to be, find the biggest challenges, and address the attention to these challenges, either of young scientists who want to do something, to devote their time, or to invite funders to finance those projects. And we actually work in teams. We have several technology trees at the Foresight Institute. So one is devoted to the longevity research. Another one is for nanotechnology. Another one is for space exploration. And I'm leading the project for the neurotech. And actually, within just 6 months, we have built up the team, which consists of me, who is a neuroscientist, a director of AI research at the New York University, a person who is developing brain-computer interfaces in a startup. And now we have a person who has never been in neuroscience, but it's actually his passion, and he is developing an open source project for the BCIs. And we have interest from people who are interested in brain-computer interfaces just just as their hobbies, and they also want to contribute. So this is already showing how different people from different fields can come together and work on different parts. And then basically, once we build this technology tree, similar to the one maybe you have played Civilization, similar to one you could see there, each of those technologies would lead to the next one, and then we've come to some bottleneck. And this process we are validating with the scientists, which are actually experts in the field, because no one, so I cannot claim that I know everything about the neurotechnology. I have my own expertise in one small field, but we consult really the best experts in the fields to find the right challenges and to draw attention to them.
Yeah, that's amazing. And who knows what brain-computer interfaces are here? Okay, so plugging directly your brain into a computer, right? Like, remember, we are at a blockchain conference building the metaverse. At some point, you want to plug into it. Like, think about plugging your brain directly. So these technology trees are very exciting because they map the whole way towards very, very like incredible sci-fi type technology that are nevertheless possible. I think another interesting thing about the technology trees is that they have challenges, open challenges. So how to unlock the next technology that will allow to unlock the next technology that will allow the next technology that will allow us to arrive at this very transformative tech. And those challenges can be are put on Gitcoin with grants. So anyone who solved them can be funded in this way. Okay, other tools that we should mention or projects, Sava?
Yeah, so just, I mean, from VitaDAO's perspective, looking at the longevity aspect, so VitaDAO are basically a fund for funding early stage biopharma research to improve longevity using IP NFTs. So that particular tool allows early stage funding or researchers that might not have access to funding to get access to kind of the liquidity provided by the crypto market. So that's a very useful tool to leverage the power of crypto. What I'm most excited about is actually the prize aspect. Like with a prize, what you can do is you can direct funding or attention at you can be very laser focused at certain areas. So with the technology tree, you can see, okay, these are the kind of bottlenecks, and then with prizes, then you can basically leverage the super intelligence of like the community and the markets to focus on this particular problem. And then you can sort of basically customize it. And with crypto, essentially with programmable money, you can do that as a protocol and then have it done. And then there's also this idea of retroactive public goods funding, which is basically like a prize. And yeah, just generating more public goods for relatively low cost. Like, you know, for $10 million, we could, you know, create a new off-patent drug. There's an off-patent drug called rapamycin, for example, and it could improve healthy longevity in aging people, like with combined with exercise, and that might improve healthy life by 10% or 20%. And something like that would be worth billions of dollars to society in value, but it's, you know, for a relatively small prize, you can unlock like massive value. And so that's the opportunity with crypto, is like fixing a lot of these market failures and also just generating public goods for everyone.
And
yeah.
Where do people find these projects? What are their names?
Well, check out Longevity Prize. If they're launching a website soon. Initially, it's just going to be more hypothesis ideation prizes, but we're also looking at generic drug repurposing, like what I was saying before about the rapamycin thing. So yeah, look up Longevity Prize VitaDAO. You should find it on Google. VitaDAO, sorry.
Fantastic. Lily, what are you most excited about in terms of tools, projects that you've seen?
Well, like another project that we have at LabDAO, is major part of the LabDAO project is lab teams. So it's really quite permissionless. We're just creating a space and giving the tooling to these teams that are labs, essentially. You know, it could be in the traditional sense of a lab. So with the infrastructure that we're building, you're able to access tools from all over the world. You're able to conduct your experiments, and you're all decentralized. You don't have to be in a country where you can access this specific tool. You just have to have access to someone who has it via the internet. You know, it's pretty straightforward, but surprisingly not very much a thing in science right now. But you know, the abstraction of what a lab can look like really grows broadly. We have currently 23 already, I think, and we're looking into other labs for topics such as, I don't know if anyone knows what iGEM is, but it's a student biology competition for university students. So we're going to try and create a decentralized iGEM team and give them the tools and the resources they need for that type of support. You know, even just connecting them with funding as well. Just growing this ecosystem of scientists that live within the community and are, you know, given access to funding, to tools, to other scientists, because the pool of incredibly intelligent people that are around in this space is just shocking to me. Every time someone asks a question, there's just like extremely well-informed responses, and I know 5 other people I could connect to for this, you know, and you don't get that sort of situation when you're just only interacting with the, I don't know, 10 other people that you work with on a day-to-day basis, you know, so it's really given this opportunity to grow and share ideas and maybe explore what your micro skills can do in a broader context. So I think that's really exciting, and I'm very stoked to see where it goes.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Also in the way that it enables transdisciplinary collaboration, which is super important. And we don't necessarily know, but like in science, silos are really a thing. And transdisciplinarity, different technologies, sciences informing each other would have tremendous value. And for now, it's actually very difficult to do. Both because transdisciplinary research is hard to fund and because scientists are often operating within the funding academic and institutional silos that they are unfortunately stuck in. Alex, any exciting tool that we may not have mentioned?
I think the funding mechanism can also unlock more freedom for the scientists, so to speak. I'm going to take like an example. So gene therapy is actually an underestimated research in science now. So just to summarize, gene therapy is actually the science of tweaking our gene, okay? So that can lead to really unethical behaviors, actually, in science. That's why it's underestimated. But that can also lead to a very profitable cures. So, for instance, we've been working on a design NFT to fund the scientific research of Mike Davis. He's a gene therapist, and he's, just to put it simple, trying to tweak our gene to find a way to cure HIV. So today, if you have HIV, you have in the US just one cure available. So there is just one cure, so they can basically like put the price they want on the market, and you don't have the choice. Like the society don't have the choice. So what Mac is doing, the scientist, he's doing some gene therapy research in order to elaborate a new treatment to cure HIV, okay? In order actually to bring another treatment on the market and be able to leverage the price to give the choice to people, like how would you like to be cured, okay? Even if it's not profitable, like we can have actually possibility to bring more cures and bring the choice on the market for the society, which is super exciting for me. So yeah, funding mechanism is really also something that can profit our society as well.
Thank you. Yes, the Mac example is very exciting. I wish we could show the NFT. Maybe see Alex to see the wonderful NFTs that have been done to illustrate Mac's research and to enable funding it directly, which is what the DeSci NFT is. Okay, so we've talked about the problems with science, why what tools can really help transform it, and I think there is a question when we are trying to transform a paradigm, especially one that is well installed, like science, which has a deep culture within it, right? It's maybe not a perfect model, but it is a model that has existed for a while, that has a long-standing culture of ethics and thought a lot about how to do things right, even if there are still things that are not ideal. We really have to be careful about the way we do things. And so I think what I would love your input on, all of you, is like, how do we do DeSci right? How do we ensure that there is quality, that there is very high standards, that we're not like creating a new monster? We could also talk a bit about like what may be the risks actually. What are the things we should really be careful about when we are decentralizing science, maybe giving a lot of power to any group, any group of people large enough to create a DAO, to decide to fund a particular type of research. I mean, I don't want to be a scaremonger, but like, what if someone, a large group of people decide to fund research on eugenics and find that for some reason it is extremely important to do that. So how do we do decentralized science ethically with high standards? And what should we be really careful about? And maybe Marina, since again you're the scientist, I feel like I would really love to hear you first on this.
I was actually presenting the concept of decentralized science at our annual retreat at the Max Planck Institute. And the first question I've got was whether these funding bodies like VitaDAO, whether they are considering the ethical commission review of the projects before the projects are funded. Which I think is not a problem if you're funding the projects at the academic institutes or universities, because any project that is conducted in academia has to go through ethical commission review. The question is, when the funding is going to the startups, for example, are there any standards for startups for conducting experiments ethically? I think I live in Germany, so the very big pressure in Germany is on the animal research and reducing the number of animal research done in general and the number of animals per experiment. So a very big pressure comes from this community also.
Thank you. Sava and Lily, maybe quickly, because it's probably the last question of this panel. What is it important to get right?
I think maybe, I'm not sure if I do have any answers for the ethics questions. It's a really big bioethics conundrum, but in terms of what's important to get right, I think it's very important that we get the education part of it right. In terms of scientific communities, I know there's a lot of apprehension to things that are, that Web3, there are some people getting scammed, that's happened, and scientists tend to be quite cautious and do their research quite extensively, and if things are coming up in articles about, oh, this crypto thing that, keep using the C word, crypto, it can be kind of scary. So introducing the concepts in a way that uses vocabulary that's not just come join our crypto project. It's more blockchain technology can enable these things that can actually change the way that you work, that can change science, that can help you get to a place where things are getting done at an amazing speed and collaborations are being formed, and just framing the entire thing when we're educating scientists in a really considered way, and very presenting DeSci as a solution to a problem rather than a way to make a quick buck, I think is really, really important.
Yeah, and if actually in the case where DeSci is also for people who are not scientists, there is something about educating non-scientists, and maybe Alex, you want to say something about that?
Yeah, it's a very large question, actually, the ethical question, and how we can actually communicate while also keeping an eye on the ethics. You can actually spotlight someone, spotlight a scientist, build up a storytelling about his research, and having everyone co-founding his research, even if the research is not right or unethical. Yeah, transparency is something that needs to be improved, actually. In DAO, we used to talk about reputation tokens, but we really need to look closer at how you build this reputation, actually. Is it by being legit, or is it just by being more present, doing texting more, or whatever? Yeah, reputation is a big theme, but it can be also a big issue, actually, when it comes to look closer at how we can build a DeSci, a more ethical DeSci community, actually. So yeah, lots of questions.
Yeah, our reputation is a big one. We've had discussions on this. It's true that reputation is important in the current society. It is one of the things that are one of the, let's say, things that hold science together, or impose certain limits, right? Science is made by scientists, it's attached to a name, a reputation, an institution. It's not just a hash on the blockchain. And so there is really this question of who is seen as responsible for conducting a science or a certain type of research. And what would happen if no one was responsible, but then there are also problems with reputation systems. Only 1 minute left, so Sava, I will maybe prompt you last on this. What is important to get right in DeSci?
What we're going to get right? Yeah, I just want to say the DeSci community is awesome, and you should check it out. Scientists in general are I think there's just something about them where they're trained to sort of test hypotheses, and they're quite in touch with reality. So it's a really good counterbalance to this kind of, Win Lambo kind of degen thing about crypto. So I just find, particularly LabDAO, and VitaDAO, they've just got all these scientists coming together, and they're all into crypto. So I think, and it's sort of baked in these values, particularly around diversity. We're actually pretty, as far as other kind of projects go, science tends to be a lot more diverse, and or at least the representatives are. So I think it's a really high impact use case for crypto. So it would help crypto a lot. And yeah, I think a lot of these values are baked in around open source and equality and ethics. Just from the community.
Thank you, Sava. Thank you, everyone. Of course, we talked about a lot of tools. None of those are silver bullets. It's not going to be easy to fix science, but what we've described to you, it's a space of experimentation, a space where we can try, in fact, new things, and we should. For sure, and we should think deeply and carefully about the way we are doing this. And we'll be working on this afternoon in the co-creation room, if you're interested in decentralizing science, thinking about the ethics and writing a potential manifesto for decentralized science at 3 p.m. in the co-creation room. Thank you so much for coming today, everyone, and you too. I hope you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Pero yo soy la primera que se presenta.
Before I introduce the next panel, which is going to be very special because it's actually going to be in Spanish, so if you speak Spanish, lucky you. If not, you're going to stay and pretend you comprehend. I've got a very good news for you, that you can actually win tickets to the next year's event. On top of that, yes, you can win T-shirts, tote bags, everything you dream of, and I'm going to tell you how you do it. So, you know, all those beautiful pictures you've been taking here, it's very photogenic events, and now we can see how people have been uploading their photographs, and they made NFTs out of them. So this is how you NFTize your pictures, and you have a chance to win all those beautiful things I was talking about. Look at this. And I'm going to tell you how to do it. So what you need to do, you either go to ethbarcelona.com/moments. The campaign is called Moments. Or you look for one of the people which has stuff written on them, and they're going to give you a QR code to scan. So here you go, you put the title of your moment. That's not very difficult. Description, you have to be a bit more creative. Then you put your NFT ticket ID. This is obvious thing that you've got written on your ID card. Very good, yeah. And then you choose a file. And then you just upload. And then hopefully you will win all these beautiful things. So now, okay, so what we're going to talk about is opportunities and challenges for Spanish-speaking women in the NFT world. Entonces, también voy a anunciarlo en castellano. La tema de este panel es NFTs, oportunidades y retos para las mujeres de habla hispana. Y quiero presentar a ustedes Fabiana De Luca, Joana Caraballo, moderadora Sabrina Bonini, y pienso que falta una persona. ¿Quién más?
Boxhead.
Boxhead. Y Boxhead, perdón. Gracias.
Hola, ¿se me escucha? Sí. Bueno, buenos días, buenas tardes. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí. Hay bastante gente, así que me ilusiona un montón. Bueno, estoy súper emocionada de que nos hayan permitido estar en este evento, en este maravilloso escenario, que lo han hecho con mucho gusto, ¿no? Y con mucha dedicación, toda la gente de Doing Good y de Ethereum Barcelona. Y bueno, hoy vamos a hablar de los retos y las oportunidades que como mujeres de habla hispana tenemos, sobre todo en el espacio NFT, pero bueno, en la industria en general. Mi nombre es Sabrina Bonini, yo soy la fundadora de Criptoescultura, que es una plataforma de empoderamiento, de educación y de visibilización de artistas y creadoras de habla hispana en el espacio NFT. De paso, ya que tengo vuestra atención, os comento que en la sala de abajo hemos hecho una curaduría de 27 artistas hispanas de diferentes nacionalidades de Latinoamérica y española. Y bueno, si no las habéis visto, las podéis ver, están abajo y están todas a la venta en la plataforma de Doing Good. Así que, bueno, si tenéis la posibilidad, pues podéis comprarlas. Y nada, después de esta promo un poco descarada, vamos con las chicas a presentarlas, que son las protagonistas. Tenemos a Fabiana De Luca, que ella es curadora también en Criptoescultura, es emprendedora y es coleccionista de NFTs. Boxhead, que es artista y diseñadora de moda y es parte también de la exhibición. Y Joana Caraballo, que es especialista en marketing digital, en eventos y también fashion NFTs. Así que nada, para empezar contigo, Fabiana, si te puedes presentar un poquito más extenso, Claro. De dónde vienes, qué estás haciendo en el espacio y cuándo empezaste más o menos.
Bueno, como dijo Sabri, mi nombre es Fabiana y tengo un pequeño emprendimiento en mi país de origen, que es Venezuela. Y bueno, como todos aquí, empecé... ¿Problemas técnicos? 2 segundos. Ok, sigo hablando. Bueno, como todo el mundo aquí, yo empecé coleccionando NFTs. Fue la manera más fácil de entrar en el espacio, pues, para conectar con gente y con comunidades. Y bueno, básicamente empecé de esa manera. Y luego conecté con Sabrina y empecé como curadora para Criptoescultura. Y bueno, un montón de cosas más, porque básicamente hacemos de todo. Y nada, ha sido una experiencia increíble poder trabajar con artistas, porque bueno, no era mi background antes de Web3. Y ahorita he conocido un montón de mujeres impresionantes, increíbles, y de historias que acabo de enterarme antes de esta charla, que son súper inspiradoras y bellísimas, y esto me lo ha dado la posibilidad, perdón, me lo ha dado la opción de estar aquí, ¿no? Tipo, gracias a que estoy aquí en Web3, he aprendido un montón de cosas que antes no sabía.
Hermoso. Boxed.
Dale. Mi nombre artístico es Boxed, cabeza de caja. Yo vengo del mundo del arte tradicional y del arte urbano. Creé un personaje que se llama Boxer, que es una niña con una caja en la cabeza, allá en el 2009, y me metí en el mundo del arte urbano. Y empecé con los NFTs en el 2021, o sea que soy OG, digamos, entré ahí en la ola de febrero, marzo 2021 y no he parado, ¿no? Desde entonces. También fui moderadora durante un año del Foundation Discord, seguro que muchos de vosotros habéis estado allí, los que habéis hecho NFTs. Si teníais algún problema era yo la que os solucionaba todo y os contestaba todas las preguntas, así que he estado bastante metida en la comunidad, aparte de haciendo arte y coleccionando. Y nada, muy contenta de estar aquí. Vivo en Londres, solía vivir en Barcelona, así que es un honor volver a mi ciudad.
Joana. Soy Joana, vengo de Puerto Rico. Mi primer acercamiento con la tecnología fue gracias a la fotografía. En Puerto Rico trabajé como fotoperiodista. Mi sueño era estar en Francia y estudiar artes plásticas, así que me metí de fondo con el francés. Llegué a Francia estudiando artes plásticas y fotografía. Luego hice un pivot y comencé a trabajar con la moda en París, sobre todo con marcas independientes de moda. Teníamos unos trade shows donde hacíamos el onboarding de las marcas, les dábamos consejos a las marcas de cómo hacer su estrategia internacional, de todo lo que es branding, de todo lo que es comunicación, y luego había una parte de mí que quería volver al arte, así que pues me metí de lleno con lo que es el marketing con los artistas en Web3. En enero comencé a colaborar con proyectos en Puerto Rico. Mi sueño era, de alguna manera, exportar a los artistas puertorriqueños al mundo, y me parece que con la Web3 puedo lograr hacer eso, de darle exposición no solamente a artistas puertorriqueños, pero también a mujeres latinas, y eso es a lo que me estoy dedicando ahora mismo. Ayudo a artistas a entrar al espacio Web3, les hacemos sus wallets y todo eso, y estoy feliz de que Criptoescultura, Fabi y Sabri nos han invitado hoy a hablar un poco más de lo que hacemos en Web3.
Buenísimo. Bueno, empecemos con la OG entonces, porque quería saber un poco que cuentes vuestra experiencia desde la primera vez que escuchasteis lo que es un NFT o lo entendisteis hasta hoy, ¿no? ¿Cómo ha sido ese cambio de lo que llamamos el Web 2 a Web 3? Y bueno, ¿cómo lo estáis llevando hoy en día?
Pues ha sido muy intenso, ¿no? Se dice esto de que una semana en el mundo de los NFTs es como un mes. Entonces hace como, o sea, se siente como que llevamos 10 años aquí.
En realidad tenemos
NFTs.
25 todas.
Sí, hemos envejecido ahí. Pues yo empecé a oír sobre los NFTs en diciembre del 2020 más o menos, y creo que mi reacción fue bastante similar a la de muchos artistas que no lo entendían, ¿no? Sabía un poquito de cripto, pero el concepto del arte digital de repente vendiéndose, no entendía qué hacía la gente con eso después. Era como completamente, era tan abstracto que no. Y no fue hasta que empecé a hacer un poco más de investigación y me metí en varias plataformas y más o menos reconocí a varios artistas que admiro un montón en estas plataformas, que dije, espera, esto me parece que tiene... Vamos a aprender un poquito más sobre Web3, sobre esta visión de que podemos cambiar el mundo, ¿no? Es lo que más me interesa a mí, de decir, hemos sido creadores, content creators durante décadas y nunca hemos podido recibir ningún tipo de beneficio de eso. Hemos estado ayudando a megacompañías, ¿no?, a enriquecerse y nosotros sin recibir nada. Y eso fue lo que me enganchó realmente. Y una vez que te metes en la comunidad... o sea, yo en toda mi carrera artística nunca he tenido una comunidad tan cercana, que ayude tanto, que nos ayudemos tanto las unas a las otras, los unos a los otros, y es lo que me ha enganchado realmente, ¿no? El conocer gente de todo el mundo y ver cómo hemos avanzado en 1 año y medio, es como que, pues eso, somos OGs, ¿no? Que es completamente
realidad es solo
surrealista.
1 año, ¿no? 1 año y medio.
Sí.
Bien. Y claro, tú vives en Londres y hablas perfecto inglés, entiendes perfecto inglés, pero bueno, vienes de España y tu principal idioma es español.
Sí.
Quería saber, desde que empezaste hasta ahora, ¿has visto algún cambio en el sentido de que haya más información en español, que haya más mujeres, más artistas mujeres, o ves que la cosa sigue un poco estancada?
Sigue estancada. Está clarísimo que sigue estancada. La verdad es que sí que he visto movimientos, pero son como muy insulares, ¿no? Siempre hay como pequeños grupos de mujeres que aparecen. Había un grupo de mujeres de Cuba, de artistas digitales, que hicieron una exposición maravillosa hace poco en On Cyber, pero siempre son como muy insulares, ¿no? Y parece que, bueno, lo que está intentando hacer vosotras, ¿no? Es de crear como una plataforma que nos recoja a todas, digamos, ¿no? Y que ayude a aquellas que igual sienten como un challenge muy fuerte, sobre todo por la tecnología. Creo que es la parte que más da miedo, digamos.
Claro, que en realidad no es tan complicada, ¿no?
No lo es.
Pero como no hay información clara, te lías y es como, uy, esto es demasiado, esto no se entiende, pero bueno, no es tan complicada, por eso hemos podido estar aquí sin venir de ese lado. Joana, en tu caso que vienes también del lado de la moda y que, bueno, fashion, NFTs y todo eso es algo que está creciendo un montón, ¿no? Y que es algo muy grande y muy interesante. ¿Cómo fue ese cambio tuyo de creadora también, marketing, a ahora trabajar más en fashion NFTs?
Bueno, la primera vez que escuché de blockchain, como dicen los franceses, fue con la logística. Las marcas de moda estaban utilizando o estaban estudiando en el 2018 la utilización de la blockchain para mejorar los procesos de logística. Y sobre todo porque en la blockchain tienes un signature, tienes una firma que verifica dónde está el NFT, vamos a decir. Entonces, pues eso se utilizaba para la optimización, pero en ese momento era muy temprano. Luego, el año pasado, las marcas comenzaron a hacer NFTs por el boom que tenía el NFT, porque ya había un mercado de arte que facilitaba que fuera atractivo para las marcas en cuanto a lo que es marketing. Pero no podemos limitar los NFTs a que sean marketing. Los NFTs no solamente es arte, hay muchas otras aplicaciones para los NFTs. Quizás mañana vamos a tener nuestro récord médico como un NFT, donde nosotros tenemos la posesión de nuestra data y no está centralizada en los hospitales, en las fundaciones o lo que sea. Y sí, creo que lo más importante de este momento es darle visibilidad a los que comenzaron y a los que están teniendo ahora accesibilidad a recursos, gracias a los NFT. Me parece que hay una comunidad latina fuerte y, como bien decía, ahora mismo los NFTs están regionalizados, pero también porque no todo el mundo tiene un acceso a una computadora o a un teléfono. No todo el mundo tiene acceso a la alfabetización digital. Y ese es uno de los retos mayores, porque pensamos que como tenemos un teléfono, todo el mundo tiene un teléfono. No todo el mundo tiene un teléfono. No todo el mundo tiene acceso a una cuenta bancaria. Y hace poco estábamos hablando con artistas cubanos que lograron tener poder de adquisición y acceso a recursos, y gracias a Ethereum, a la comunidad Ethereum, a la comunidad de NFTs. Y muchos de ellos han logrado traer parte de esos recursos a su familia. Sus familias no pueden tener de otra manera acceso a bienes. Y esto es la oportunidad, en realidad, para la comunidad latina, para la comunidad de habla hispana, y es que somos los últimos en la adopción por muchas cuestiones. La adopción de la tecnología siempre ha estado limitada al mercado anglófono, donde la mayoría de los materiales están en inglés y esa es otra de las pequeñas trabas que tenemos que pasar. Y una de las cosas que hago en mis colaboraciones con DAOs es traducir documentos del inglés al español, porque ahí empieza el acceso a la tecnología, en aterrizar los conceptos que son tan abstractos o que son muy lejanos y ponerlos a la disposición de todo el mundo.
Claro, o sea, es precisamente ese potencial, ¿no?, que es el que está haciendo que crezca tanto, yo creo, blockchain y toda esta comunidad, pero los grupos marginalizados siguen estando marginalizados porque el acceso no es tan real, ¿no?, para todo el mundo y no solo para mujeres, sino pues eso, gente de otros idiomas o que no tienen acceso a computadoras, a teléfonos, etcétera. Fabi, en tu caso, ¿cómo ha sido ese cambio porque tú eres un poco más joven, así que a ti te resulta todo un poco más fácil, pero ¿cómo ha sido para ti esa experiencia de pasar de la universidad, tu emprendimiento, a encontrarte con...
Bueno, yo como no vengo de parte del mundo artístico, y creo que muchos aquí tampoco, lo mío fue literalmente out of curiosity. Yo tenía curiosidad de lo que estaba pasando, de la tecnología nueva, de qué iba a pasar, de qué significaba realmente, y fue research. Y bueno, aquí se une un poquito lo que están hablando ustedes, que yo tengo la oportunidad de saber todo en inglés, pero no existe tanto en español. Entonces la gente que no sabe inglés se le hace demasiado complicado entender lo que está sucediendo. Y es importante que hayan plataformas en español, y bueno, en todos los idiomas, pero sabemos que para la comunidad latina es más complicado saber inglés que para otros países. Entonces, lo mío fue un poco más natural, digamos, porque vengo exacto de la universidad, se me hacía un poco más fácil y aparte sé inglés, pero entrando he entendido que sí es difícil para mucha gente entenderlo. Y es importante lo que dices tú, que no es solo el hecho de que, bueno, seamos hombres o seamos mujeres, es en general que se hace complicado porque es un tema difícil de entender si no tienes un background tecnológico, digamos. Entonces es importante en realidad darle información a la gente que no sea tan técnica y que podamos aprender a explicar exactamente lo que significa un NFT y para qué funciona y las cosas buenas que pueden llegar a ser en realidad, porque es magnífico las cosas que pueden hacer más allá de solo arte y ayudar a un montón de artistas, pero como decías tú, la parte del health es súper importante, la parte de música, el gaming, y hay todavía un espacio muy importante de información sobre eso, tanto en inglés, pero también sobre todo en otros idiomas. Entonces, sí creo que es importante, por lo menos el trabajo que estamos haciendo nosotras, de sacar la información y bueno, la educación, que es algo que siempre hablamos en todas estas conferencias, pero que todavía hay un hueco de cómo educar a las personas, porque siento que aunque cada vez se están creando más y más grupos, porque se ve en Twitter, en Discord, falta realmente como cómo enseñarle a alguien que no sabe absolutamente nada. Es como, ¿cómo le enseñarías esto a tu abuelo? No hay esa información porque es demasiado complicada.
Yo me he dado cuenta de pasar ya año y medio en este mundo. A mí me parece que los NFTs son más fáciles de entender que todo lo demás en cripto, ¿no? Lo que son las criptomonedas, blockchain en sí. ¿Por qué creéis y que hay más mujeres que entran en los NFTs que en el resto de las cosas? ¿Por qué creéis que es esto? ¿Puede ser por el arte, porque hay más mujeres artistas y entonces ven oportunidades ahí que les pueden venir bien? ¿O creéis que es alguna otra cosa, comunidad?
Yo personalmente pienso que es porque las primeras mujeres que llegaron a los NFT, digamos que han hecho comunidades súper grandes. Por ejemplo, Boss Beauties, What of Woman, BFF, son comunidades que se han vuelto súper importantes dentro de los PFP y NFTs. Y bueno, cuando tienes una comunidad tan grande de solo mujeres, te sientes un poco más atraído hacia ir hacia allá porque, bueno, te sientes menos incómodo, te sientes que a lo mejor va a ser más fácil entrar. Pero no siento que sea solo esa la razón, no sé cómo explicarlo. Yo no creo que sea imposible para las mujeres, como que, bueno, es que cripto es demasiado complicado para mí. No, simplemente siento que como hay más hombres dentro del mundo de finanzas, de cripto, a lo mejor uno a veces se siente un poco más intimidado a entrar. Pero creo que queda de parte de la mayoría de los hombres que son CEOs, CFOs, son fundadores, queda de ellos ser open mind sobre traer mujeres hacia las empresas. Y yo creo que en el mundo de Web3 siento que no ha sido imposible entrar en este mundo en comparación con otras compañías y en otros momentos, pero es cierto que queda como que mucho por hacer y queda de parte también de los hombres que entiendan que a veces uno sí se puede sentir intimidado, pero que si ustedes nos dan el espacio a nosotros, podemos hacer cosas increíbles junto con ustedes. No ser más, no ser menos, pero junto a ustedes. Entonces, sí, o sea, es más fácil entrar en NFT, pero porque hay más mujeres ya en NFT y ya hemos hecho el camino, pero creo que también podríamos entrar en cripto si se diera la manera de entrar.
Yo creo que estoy en desacuerdo un poco contigo cuando no, en cuanto a que me parece que los PFPs están más cercanos a la parte cripto, a la parte de finanzas del Web3 que de arte.
De inversión, ¿no?
Sí, ¿no? Y me parece que si hay más mujeres en el mundo del arte NFT es más por interés. Creo que en general, desde luego que igual no hemos tenido acceso por educación, por sociedad, lo que sea, al mundo de las finanzas, como que no era no era algo que se nos pasara por la cabeza a la mayoría de las mujeres, y sin embargo el mundo creativo siempre ha sido como parte integral de la feminidad, en mi opinión. Y creo que ha sido más, no sé, en general lo que veo es más interés, no creo que haya una dificultad en la parte cripto, sino un interés de entender lo suficiente de cripto para aplicarlo al desarrollo artístico, en mi opinión, o por lo menos la experiencia que yo he tenido, ¿no? Hablando con mujeres.
Yo creo que la experiencia con los NFTs también es más gamified, tiene algo lúdico. Y quizás eso puede ser atractivo para muchas personas, no solamente para las mujeres. Igual las mujeres seguimos siendo minoría. Hay una fuerte comunidad de PFPs, como decía. Con la moda lo vemos también. Hay muchas diseñadoras que están entrando al espacio de NFT porque es otra manera de diversificar su income. Pero me parece que la premisa de decir que entramos al NFT porque es más fácil no es cierta. Porque tengo amigas que me han dicho, ay, pero cuando yo hago un trading es más fácil para mí entenderlo porque yo la puedo revender y no tengo que estar pendiente a Discord, no tengo que estar pendiente a noticias alrededor de un proyecto o lo que sea. Y la tendencia pues es esa porque hay un efecto multiplicador, ¿sí? Donde los artistas, las mujeres artistas invitan a sus amigas artistas también a entrar al espacio. Y veo una comunidad latina fuerte en Argentina, en México, en Colombia, Venezuela, Uruguay, España también. Entonces tiene que ver con que hay una entrada ya a la cripto de esas comunidades. Entonces en Puerto Rico, por ejemplo, hay muchos artistas, pero muy pocos se han abierto a los NFTs porque no hay educación financiera, porque hay mitos todavía sobre la cripto, no se entiende bien lo que es la cultura. Entonces nos toca a nosotros en lo local hablarle en nuestro lenguaje a nuestras comunidades. Nosotros en Puerto Rico teníamos una serie que se llamaba En Arroz y Habichuela y hablábamos como nosotros hablamos en Puerto Rico. Y lo importante de ese onboarding de la comunidad es poder identificarse, ya sea con una cultura, ya sea con lenguaje visual, territorios visuales o territorios también sonoros, porque hay NFTs que incluyen música, que descubren otros territorios. Así que me parece que es una cuestión de diversificar, porque el NFT al final es otro medio para los artistas, pero no es solo eso. Entonces, es la entrada, es educar sobre las diferentes posibilidades con los NFTs y abrirles la puerta a que no es solamente vender y comprar, es que hay una tecnología detrás y podemos avanzar como sociedad gracias a ella, gracias a los DAOs, gracias a miles de maneras que tenemos ahora de crear comunidad e impacto.
Bien. Bueno, hablemos un poco de la parte positiva, ¿no? de todo esto, de las oportunidades que hay, no solo para las mujeres, sino para grupos subrepresentados. ¿Qué oportunidades veis? O sea, vosotras, ¿qué tipo de oportunidades habéis tenido o visto o aprovechado? ¿Y qué otro tipo de oportunidades veis que hay para las mujeres en el espacio y sobre todo las de habla hispana o culturas latinas?
Yo creo que la tecnología en sí es un lenguaje y eso es una barrera que rompemos al entrar en la Web3. Podemos hablar un lenguaje universal que no importa la persona que esté al otro lado de la computadora, puedes entender porque es una cultura universal. Y los NFTs ayudan a crear networks, a crear conexiones alrededor del mundo. Entonces, eso ya es una de las grandes los grandes avances de Web3, que podemos comunicar con personas de todo el mundo a través de un interés específico. Y podemos ver quién está conectado con otro, porque esas comunidades se ven. No es solamente que estamos consumiendo, estamos también aportando y trabajando juntos. Eso creo que es una de las barreras que rompemos con los NFTs, que podemos tener accesibilidad al mundo y a diferentes comunidades según nuestros intereses. Y otra barrera es la económica, lo que les decía del acceso. Nuestros hermanos cubanos, nuestros hermanos venezolanos tienen muchas trabas con los bancos, con la accesibilidad, y Ethereum y la comunidad Ethereum son un gran apoyo, no solo financieramente, pero también oportunidades de trabajo se abren. Las mujeres ahora podemos estar en nuestras casas, muchas son madres, no todas, ¿verdad? Pero las que son madres que tienen menos posibilidades de trabajar afuera, pueden trabajar en Discord, pueden trabajar en contenidos, pueden trabajar desde su casa y las escuchas en los Twitter Spaces con los bebés hablando. Y el struggle, nadie te juzga porque sabes que has entrado a otra esfera. Ahora la privacidad se ve de manera distinta porque ahora todo lo compartimos en las redes. Entonces, pues ya no hay tanto tabú con eso, con tener hijos, con tener un trabajo mientras está en la casa. Y creo que esas son dos de las oportunidades más grandes.
Yo estoy súper de acuerdo contigo. Siendo venezolana, entiendo cómo esto realmente puede ayudar a las comunidades de Latinoamérica. Y bueno, me parece súper importante que cada vez haya más oportunidades para nosotros. Y bueno, también quería agregar que me parece que abre muchísimas oportunidades a la gente joven que está un poco cansado, digamos, de los trabajos tradicionales que a lo mejor servían solamente para dentro de la organización, mientras que Web3 ayuda no solo a la organización en la que estás trabajando, pero también hacia afuera, ¿no? Tipo al mundo en general, tipo cómo cambiar un montón de cosas que necesitamos cambiar para que todo pueda funcionar mejor. Y me parece que la generación que viene ahorita puede conseguir esas oportunidades más fácil dentro de la Web3 y nada, a mí personalmente me parece increíble.
Sí, yo creo que para los artistas en general, ayer conocimos a dos mujeres en el evento al que fuimos. Una de ellas era ilustradora, la otra mujer trabajaba en marketing y la mujer que era ilustradora lleva como 25 años de su carrera trabajando, haciendo unas ilustraciones maravillosas, pero siempre trabajando para otras empresas, ¿no? Y cuando le hablábamos de NFTs como que se le abría el mundo y fue muy emocionante también darnos cuenta de que en realidad Web3 no existe, ¿no? O sea, es decir, lo estamos creando. O sea, nosotros somos las creadoras de Web3, los creadores de Web3. Entonces, para un artista, de repente poder romper con toda la lacra del mercado del arte tradicional y poder construir desde cero con la comunidad, para mí es lo más revolucionario que hay en la escena del arte. Y si eso lo aplicas a comunidades que ya de por sí tienen menos posibilidades en sus sociedades, en sus países, etcétera, pues está empoderando grupos que antes no había nada, no ha habido nada en la historia que se pueda comparar, ¿no?
100%. Yo, de hecho, me he dado cuenta que muchos artistas a veces les cuesta creérselo, como que de verdad puedo hacer esto, de verdad pueden comprar mi obra de arte, de verdad puedo hacer dinero de esto. Es increíble haber trabajado con artistas y darles la oportunidad de entender como que sí, you can do it.
Sí, ¿no? Y monetizar la creatividad, que ha sido muy difícil hasta ahora, y hacerlo también directamente, ¿no? Con pocos mediadores, porque al final siempre hay, aunque sea el marketplace, pero bueno, llevándose un trozo más grande del pastel, que bueno, toda la gente que trabajamos en mundos creativos siempre ha sido difícil. ¿Qué tipo de herramientas hay actualmente que conozcáis para mujeres o para la comunidad de habla hispana actualmente, para entrar en este mundo?
Criptoescultura. Doing good.
Doing good.
Sí, yo creo que las herramientas dependen también de tu comunidad, porque no todas las herramientas son universales, lamentablemente. Cosas como opciones de pago no están disponibles para todos los países, cada cual tiene sus especificidades y me parece que las herramientas hay que buscarlas en cada comunidad y crearlas también, porque no todas las herramientas, hay herramientas de visibilidad y, por ejemplo, Doing Good, hace poco banearon a artistas de OpenSea y en otras plataformas hemos podido crear profiles para artistas que han sido baneados de Latinoamérica por su situación, no situación individual, porque son situaciones institucionales que no tienen nada que ver con los artistas. Los artistas han podido entrar a otras plataformas como Doing Good, porque son plataformas descentralizadas donde el poder no está desde arriba hacia abajo, es un poder compartido y esa es la importancia de tener herramientas de colaboración donde muchas personas están en la mesa escogiendo y decidiendo juntos. Yo creo que sí, las herramientas hay que buscarlas locales, las herramientas las hacemos nosotros, las estamos construyendo nosotros, personas, DAOs por ejemplo como HairDAO, que están en la inclusión de la mujer, trabajando por la inclusión de la mujer. En Estados Unidos tienen un foco de inclusión de desarrolladoras, pero en Latinoamérica tienen un foco de educación. Entonces ahí hay herramientas también de funding. Tenemos becas para las mujeres para poder asistir a eventos como estos, para tener educación en plataformas como Platzi, los Telegram channels. Ahí hay mucha información y muchos recursos. Y es sobre todo buscar su niche, buscar su comunidad local y acercarse lo más que puedas a esa comunidad para tener retroalimentación de cómo cada uno hace lo suyo en su país, porque yo no le puedo decir a un cubano cómo hacemos las cosas. Y esa es la importancia de la comunidad local y de hablar en el mismo idioma.
Bueno, y claro, pensando en eso de la comunidad y esas herramientas, viendo un año atrás, ¿no? Que es cuando, por lo menos en mi caso, es que yo descubrí los NFTs. Yo creé Criptoescultura porque no encontraba esas herramientas, ¿no? O esas comunidades. La más grande era la cubana, por ejemplo, en NFTs, que estaban por todos lados. Y ahí es que me metí más, ¿no? en eso. Pero en un año se ha conseguido abrir muchísimo a la comunidad de habla hispana. Y eso está ayudando a que, bueno, haya como muchas más opciones y herramientas para nuestra propia comunidad, ¿no? Y también, obviamente, para mujeres en concreto. Bueno, no nos queda mucho tiempo, así que para ir terminando, quería hablar un poco de las tendencias que hay ahora mismo en los NFTs y algo que os ilusione o que look forward, que no me sale ahora en español, del futuro de los NFTs y de Web3 en general.
Dale, artista.
No,
dale. ¿Qué es lo que más me ilusiona de los NFTs? Bueno, o sea, lo que más me ilusiona del Web3 es la descentralización, por supuesto, ¿no? Es el pensar cómo vamos a cambiar el paradigma y como que le estamos dando la vuelta completamente, eso es invertir el triángulo. Y en el tema del arte, sobre todo la colaboración, ¿no? Me parece que lo que ha ocurrido el último año y medio, como artistas de todo el mundo de repente empiezan a colaborar y crean estos proyectos que tienen un valor social, de impacto social, donde la gente habla de sus emociones, es como muy intenso todo, ¿no? Y es lo que espero que continúe y que no perdamos la ilusión que hemos tenido en este año y medio. Y desde luego compartir, ¿no? Quería un poco añadir a la conversación anterior diciendo que una de las herramientas más importantes somos nosotras mismas, ¿no? O sea, las que hemos estado aquí desde el principio más o menos, que es importante ser generosas y compartir y responder a todas las preguntas e invitar a todo el mundo a unirse a este movimiento.
Yo, sobre el futuro de los NFT...
El mes que viene, básicamente.
Sí, que me parece que es una pregunta que le hacen a todo el mundo y bueno, o sea, hemos escuchado esta respuesta un montón, pero la verdad es que no tenemos ni idea qué va a pasar. O sea, tipo, básicamente no tenemos ni idea. Yo creo que todos tenemos demasiada esperanza de que vaya a ser algo increíble. Yo personalmente quiero ver qué logramos construir, pero no tengo una respuesta específica de, wow, ¿qué creemos que suceda? La verdad que no sé. Creo que van a suceder cosas increíbles. He visto un montón de paneles con business y startups que son maravillosas y con ideas súper disruptivas que me parecen que, bueno, ese básicamente es el futuro. Pero bueno, hay que seguir viendo, hay que seguir construyendo y estamos sinceramente demasiado nuevos todos para saber qué va a pasar. Pero bueno, veo un bright future. Esperemos.
Pues en tendencias de NFTs de arte he visto muchos colectivos, como decías, que colaboran y que escogen una paleta de colores. Entonces, esa es la línea visual de discusión entre los artistas, que aunque tienen diferentes estilos, logran tener un mismo lenguaje visual. Esa es una de las tendencias así que he visto con los colectivos. También he visto mucho una tendencia de tokenización y de fragmentación del arte. O sea, tenemos una pieza, se fragmenta, cada uno tiene una parte y eso está súper genial porque como comunidad también puedes ser parte de un proyecto y no tienes que comprar una obra completa, puedes comprar una pequeña parte y ser parte del proyecto. Y eso lo he visto también con CryptoMurals, por ejemplo, es una de las plataformas con las que colaboro. CryptoMurals crea una plataforma para el street art, tokenizamos murales y los murales, cuando estás de frente al mural, hay un NFT localizado, geolocalized. Entonces lo puedes desbloquear haciendo scan y en la plataforma puedes ver el récord de ese mural. Entonces veo una tendencia, como en CryptoMurals, de crear espacios en el arte donde creamos también acceso a public goods, a los bienes públicos. Entonces, al crear un archivo de esos murales con NFTs, te paras frente al mural. En 5 años hubo 3 artistas que decidieron pintar en ese mural y tienes el archivo permanente del artista, de quienes estuvieron en ese lugar y creas también impacto porque, por ejemplo, con CryptoMurals queremos hacer lo que se llama Retroactive Funding y Quadratic Funding también, donde pareamos donaciones y aportamos también a la comunidad local. Y eso es otra de las cosas que veo también en el espacio de NFT, que estamos creando funding para comunidades y estamos saliendo de los eventos, estamos saliendo de las paredes para impactar a la comunidad. Y eso en realidad es el valor de estos proyectos, porque si nos quedamos entre nosotros mirándonos, ay, te quedó bien, estamos replicando lo mismo que en el mercado que ya existe de arte, donde vas a una galería, te tomas el vinito y hablas con tu amigo y le dices, mira qué bien, pero ¿qué hiciste con tu arte? Pues la utilidad está en eso, en crear comunidades, impactar a la gente que está alrededor de ti.
Sí, me encanta. Bueno, ahora sí, nos quedan 6 minutos. Si hay preguntas, comentarios o algo que nos queráis decir, tenéis unos minutitos.
¿Se me escucha? Sí. Hola, mi nombre es Gustavo. Muchas gracias a todas y a todes. No, todes no se dice en este caso, ¿verdad? Yo trabajo mucho con comunidades cripto, no vengo del mundo de NFT, vengo más del mundo de las DAOs. Y en las DAOs hay algo muy importante que es el propósito, ¿no? De una comunidad, de esa razón de unirse entre todos, ¿no? Mi pregunta es, en el caso de los NFTs, específicamente en los NFTs enfocados al arte, no tanto los CryptoPunks y los pingüinos y demás y todo eso, sino en los NFTs enfocados al arte y en las comunidades que ustedes construyen alrededor de eso, ¿hay un propósito que vaya más allá de la expresión artística de las personas que hacen allí? ¿Se puede vincular esto con algo que vaya a ayudar a las personas, las comunidades en Puerto Rico, en Venezuela, en Latinoamérica? ¿O de repente no es para ayudar a eso, de repente el propósito es ser un degenerado en las finanzas a través de los NFTs y demás, a través del arte artística? Da igual lo que sea el propósito, pero ¿cómo vincular eso mejor, ¿no? ¿Cómo hacer que el valor generado del arte no vaya simplemente, ay, sí, empoderar los artistas y demás, pero de repente alguien que está poniendo pasta en esto porque cree en el proyecto, quiere participar, que pierde? Yo pensaba que me habían cortado. Me pasa, no es la primera vez que me pasa. Eso, ¿cómo hacer más fuerte y empoderar más el propósito para crecer?
Dale. Yo creo que esta es una conversación que ha traído la gente que venís del mundo del cripto al mundo del arte, ¿no? Y creo que va a llegar un momento en el que va a haber una... O sea, yo como artista me relaciono mucho con coleccionistas, por supuesto, ¿no? Y se habla mucho del utility del arte, que es como la antítesis de lo que es el arte, ¿no? O sea, de hecho, la definición más estándar del arte es que no tiene una utilidad de por sí, ¿no? O sea, es una necesidad del ser humano, ¿no? De expresión, etcétera, pero no es que digas, no es un objeto que necesites para sobrevivir en tu día a día, ¿vale? Entonces, esta conversación que estamos teniendo es completamente nueva, no ha pasado nunca en la historia, nunca se ha pensado en el arte, qué utilidad tiene el arte. Entonces, la forma en la que yo veo la tecnología NFTs es un medio más, ¿vale? La diferencia en lo que tú decías de se va a quedar solo en que pues, este artista de repente venda un montón de NFTs y se convierta en el Picasso de los NFTs, o va a haber algo más, es que es la tecnología, ¿no? Es decir, bueno, ahora tengo acceso a esta tecnología que me permite hacer cosas que tengan un valor y una importancia dentro de la sociedad que igual yo cuando pintaba cuadros y los ponía en una galería no podía hacer, ¿no? Porque de repente mi audiencia se ha hecho mucho más grande, de repente tengo toda esta comunidad de artistas que tenemos una visión para el futuro y que con esta tecnología podemos hacer cambio real. Hay un proyecto en un pueblito de Argentina, no me acuerdo cómo se llama ahora, que literalmente a través de la venta de NFTs de artistas locales, de artesanos locales, tienen ahora energía solar, han comprado computadoras para todo el poblado, o sea, y estas cosas siguen ocurriendo, ¿no? Entonces, es muy sencillo, pero yo creo que debemos intentar dejar de utilizar la palabra utilidad. Sé que tú no la has usado, no la has usado, pero me ha recordado esta conversación, ¿no? Que la gente del cripto son como dos mundos tan radicalmente diferentes que, bueno, pues ahí estamos, intentando encontrar, ¿no? Cómo comunicarnos entre nosotros sin que nos quedamos...
Yo veo también que hay una necesidad de hablar de su cultura. Porque en un mundo globalizado donde todo el mundo es igual y todo el mundo habla el mismo idioma, los pueblos están necesitando decir, yo vengo de tal sitio y en este sitio tenemos los Peruvian Dogs, por ejemplo, un proyecto de NFTs. El Caribe Bears, que lo hizo Tami. Son proyectos que están hablando de la cultura local. Creo que esa necesidad se está llevando a cabo, se está expresando a través de los proyectos NFTs y es una manera de atraer capital no solo financiero, pero también humano. Y muchos de estos proyectos lo que están haciendo es tratando de crear, subvencionar proyectos locales. Y muchos de ellos hacen fundraising con los NFTs, como decía. Así que ese es el interés de nosotros de crear NFTs, que es otra manera de hacer crowdfunding y de crear nodos de comunidad y todos juntarse. Terminan haciendo DAOs. Muchos proyectos NFT juntos terminan haciendo DAOs porque son comunidades locales donde necesitan colaborar para hacer eventos.
Buenas tardes. Gracias por la presentación y yo pienso que es bastante nos hace reflexionar bastante de las posiciones que tenemos, ¿no? Mi pregunta va un poco más de la challenge side, es más por ver por qué los proyectos femeninos se abarcan tanto en el femenino y no se mantienen sus valoraciones, ¿no? No sé si has visto todas las quedas de Word of Women, o sea, no hay una estructura, no sé si es financiero o CFO, que tiene por detrás para mantener ese proyecto gigante. O sea, todos empezaron súper bien, tuvieron una historia muy bien de empezamiento, pero desplomaron en conjunto. Y es una cosa que llega a ser en discusiones tachantes de decir que los proyectos femeninos no son, que para mí me suena súper mal, pero si hay alguna explicación por vosotros.
Yo creo que es porque no hay suficiente, o sea, porque hay más hombres y los hombres, en el caso de los NFTs de Profile Picture, como este que hablas de World of Woman, no se sienten identificados, entonces no lo van a comprar y no lo van a apoyar. ¿Cómo?
Sí.
Claro, pero no hay suficiente. O sea, no digo que sea más mujer, sino que en general no hay suficiente. Entonces, los hombres compran más otras cosas, más por el tema de la inversión. Y cuando ven que, como es la realidad, no hay estos proyectos porque no hay suficientes mujeres que serían las que lo apoyarían también, lo dejan o van a otras cosas, ¿no? Entonces, eso es lo que estamos intentando, ¿no? Que vengan más mujeres para que todo sea un poquito más igual. Bueno, nos hemos pasado de tiempo, así que nada, yo quiero cerrar con una petición a toda la audiencia y bueno, a la industria en general, que es que siempre que podáis prioricéis la diversidad y la accesibilidad, porque eso va a hacer que crezcamos todos y todas y la industria de un modo mucho más grande y mejor. Así que muchas gracias.
ETH Barcelona, DAO Ninjas, Hack the Hacker, ETH Barcelona, public infrastructure, ETH Barcelona, connecting everybody together. So it's really about starting the cultures, leave it better than you found it, right? Non-profits to make profit. Really, truly altruistic. Could we have war without banks payrolling it? Provide value for society, sell everything I own and become a hippie. DAOs will be to corporations as democracies were to monarchies. Ended up getting a master's degree in digital currencies and we built a community. We hacked the DAO for the rest of the money. We had to give that back to everybody. The only hack where everybody won, giving people agency and making things fun. Focusing on what we needed to focus on. Giving people agency and making things fun. Reward value creation. Co-opetition creates sustainable regenerative commons. Governments and taxes out of the equation. Actual design validation. Crypto evolution. The whole game felt rigged. I don't even understand why we have to pay taxes. Value for society needs to be appreciated. People who provide value are rewarded.
Welcome back after lunch break. I hope you haven't overdosed on patatas bravas, because now we're back to saving the world, and we're going to be talking about decarbonizing crypto, decarbonizing the world, and the best person to talk about it is Mark Johnson. Welcome to the stage, Mark. We're very lucky because his mentor, Kalberg, is actually here in the first row, but we're going to put him right here. Would you like to lie on the grass? Yeah, please lie on the grass.
Amazing.
Yeah. It's going to look great on the camera. Just take off your shoes, maybe. But yeah, you can be with the shoes as well. Here he goes.
Wonderful. Thanks, dude. Good to have you up here. Well, if we can get, there we go. There's my slides. Everybody, my name is Mark Johnson. Thank you for having me here. I'm an environmental solutions architect for Filecoin Green, which is an initiative by Protocol Labs, the company behind IPFS, Filecoin, libp2p, NFT storage, a whole suite of applications. And today, I really want to talk to you guys about our work. And in doing so, I want to provide you a regen recipe and showcase how, through our work, by decarbonizing crypto, we can decarbonize the world. So to kick us off, I want to start with just an environmental outlook. And let's all face it, that environmental outlook is pretty bleak. And I'm not even trying to be an alarmist, I'm just going to state the facts, right? The United Nations Environmental Programme's recent emissions gap report from 2021 highlights the necessity to decarbonize the economy, and it states very, very clearly that climate change is no longer a future problem. It is a now problem. And furthermore, the IPCC's landmark 6 assessment report further demonstrates this and explains that extreme weather events that we're seeing around the world are directly attributed to the buildup of anthropogenic greenhouse gases in our atmosphere. Now, considered a code red for humanity by the United Nations Secretary General, these reports tell us a very clear message. To ensure we maintain a livable climate, we must radically and drastically decarbonize the global economy. And this imperative necessitates the collective efforts of countries, corporations, and individual consumers to realign incentives and drive decarbonization efforts at a scale and speed never before achieved. Luckily, not all is dire, and there are signs of hope. Governments, local, regional, and national, are starting to draft mandates for climate risk disclosures, and policymakers have begun implementing carbon adjustments on imports and exports at national borders. Furthermore, half of the S&P 500 companies now have carbon reduction plans, and there are over 2,600 companies that have signed up for the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, as seen there on the right. However, all of these policy measures and corporate actions beg 2 very simple questions. Will this be enough, and how do we track real progress? Well, luckily, Web3 very well may be the answer to those questions. Because blockchain networks and crypto primitives have a unique opportunity to demonstrate how we can realign incentives, drive collective actions towards reducing emissions, showcasing industry-wide decarbonization, and driving demand for clean technologies. And really, I think, that meme says it all. If regen, wag me, else we're really just not going to make it. Right? And this meme, first created by our founder, Juan Benet, really encapsulates and encompasses all that we've set out to do at Filecoin Green. So what exactly is that? Well, Filecoin Green is Protocol Labs' initiative to, 1, verifiably decarbonize the Filecoin network, but also 2, to build the world's best tools to monitor and mitigate the environmental impacts in a number of industries. And so what we've really set out to do is to develop the Web3 native monitoring and reporting tools for publicly verifiable sustainability claims. And we're doing this because we recognize that by building existing environmental standards, such as the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, into Web3 will enable rich environmental data to flow through supply chains in a matter of minutes rather than months, as it currently takes. And by doing so, we're very confident that we'll address 3 core challenges currently facing crypto, TradFi, and the natural world. So first, as I'm sure you guys are very well aware, in crypto right now, the most prominent crypto networks require a significant amount of electricity to operate. And with the growth of these networks over recent years has come louder and louder calls to measure and reduce this energy use and associated environmental impact. And due to a lack of tools to monitor and mitigate this energy use, some countries, regions, provinces, and states have banned or are starting to propose bans on crypto mining and relating activity. Secondly, in finance and in industry, corporations are now facing a confluence of pressures related to their environmental performance. Individual consumers are starting to request more information about the environmental impact of products and goods. Financiers are starting to request increased transparency on the sustainability of corporate operations. And policymakers are starting to propose stronger and stronger environmental regulations. And then third, for the sake and the benefit of the natural systems that we all depend on, we need more sophisticated tools to more accurately assess what the environmental impacts of our decisions on the economy are on a transaction-by-transaction basis, right? Like, let's face it, we no longer have the luxury of making decisions purely on a monetary basis, and we now must assess how our decisions affect the planetary boundaries. And so at Filecoin Green, we are focusing on addressing these three problems and are really focused on 4 areas of focus. So the first area of focus is on evaluating the energy use of the Filecoin network itself. And as I'll explain in just a minute, through this work, we are incredibly proud to say that we've made Filecoin the world's most transparent major blockchain when it comes to electricity use. Secondly, we're doing a ton of work on connecting the network to renewable energy. And the primary implication of this work is that very soon, all nodes within the network will be able to showcase and prove how much renewable energy is generated and where it's being generated to store client data. Third, we're doing a ton of work and developing a ton of guidance to support Filecoin storage providers in decarbonizing their operations and moving towards more sustainable operations. And then fourth, we are totally dedicated to building a developer community and catalyzing this nascent environmental Web3 space. So let's dive into all this in a little more detail. Ever so quickly, when thinking about evaluating the energy use of the Filecoin network, it's useful to remember that when you mine Filecoin as a storage provider, aka a node operator within our network, you do so by storing that data and continuously proving that you're storing that data over time. And this is done primarily through a 2-step process, right? That first process is the sealing process, in which you onboard that data to the network. And during this, you also set up a series of zero-knowledge proofs that will allow you to prove that you're continuously storing that data over time. Now, this process obviously requires computational resources and therefore electricity. And the second major process is the actual storage itself, which also requires computational resources and therefore electricity. But unlike traditional Web 2 cloud providers, in Filecoin, you have to continuously prove that you're storing this data over time. And the way that this happens, or the way that this process unfolds, is that you commit one of those proofs that you previously set up to the Filecoin blockchain every 24 hours, showcasing that you are still storing that data and that it has not changed in any way. And to us, that is an incredibly underappreciated feature of Filecoin, right? Because with most blockchain networks, if you want to assess the environmental impact of that network, if you only see one node in that network when they win a block reward, then you really need to rely on some type of techno-economic model to assess network activity, such as how many nodes are active and what their hash rate is, right? And relying on a techno-economic model really means you have to make many, many assumptions about network activity. But with Filecoin, because we have all these on-chain proofs of the computational resources that storage providers are committing to the network every 24 hours, we can use these very granular data points to make an energy use model and to develop tools like our energy use dashboard to monitor these metrics over time. So right now, you can go to filecoin.energy, and you can look at the energy use metrics of the entire network, and you can even dial in to, say, your favorite Filecoin storage provider to assess the energy use metrics of that individual node within the network over time. And we believe this is incredibly, incredibly important because, as I mentioned earlier, we believe that blockchain networks and crypto primitives have a very, very unique opportunity to showcase how we can realign incentives and drive collective action towards reducing emissions and be a leader in showing how industries can decarbonize. Now, taking these metrics, such as energy use metrics, and pairing them with other on-chain data, such as the approximate location of nodes, we're able to assess the distribution of network energy use on local power grids. And this is incredibly important because that gives us a clear path to decarbonize these operations and to even go further and instill more decarbonization efforts in those local grid contexts. And the primary instrument that we're doing to establish this connection between node operators, data centers around the world, and renewable energy is a market instrument called RECs, Renewable Energy Certificates. And RECs are really great because they're a very strong way for node operators to purchase renewable energy through local grid operators and to connect that directly to, or to match that directly to, their upper bound energy use estimate of their operations. And this matching enables us to make very granular, very verifiable links to their operations and their data storage activity and the production of renewable energy. Now, I just want to take a quick pause here and state that RECs are fundamentally different than offsets or carbon credits, as you hear of them in many other contexts, because RECs are a way to incentivize the deployment of renewable energy in local grid contexts, therefore establishing a verifiable link to emissions mitigations. And using these instruments, we are incredibly committed to decarbonizing the Filecoin network in record time. And as a testament to that commitment, on behalf of the entire network right now, Protocol Labs and the Filecoin Foundation are procuring enough RECs to match to the upper bound energy use estimate of the entire network this calendar year. To date, we've procured enough RECs to match the middle line energy use estimate and anticipate reaching that upper bound estimate by the end of Q3 2022. That means by the end of Q3 of this calendar year, the entire Filecoin network will run exclusively on renewable energy. Now, in recognition that I should say that it's not our intention to continuously procure RECs on behalf of the network. And in recognition of this, we are also committing a tremendous amount of efforts to support storage providers to become verifiably sustainable in their own independent ways. And we're doing so because, being a storage provider is no easy feat, and decarbonizing operations is no easy feat, right? The standard go-to approach for decarbonization is to quantify your impact, or your footprint, if you will, then seek every possible opportunity to reduce and mitigate those emissions wherever possible. And then if you have any unaccounted for emissions, then you seek to procure high-quality offsets to cover that remainder. However, 99 times out of 100, corporations and individuals resort to conducting a hand-wavy carbon accounting exercise, skip that middle and utterly crucial step, and just go and procure low-cost offsets. And unfortunately, when you procure low-cost offsets, there's generally a correlation to low quality. Therefore, those offsets do not generally mitigate as many emissions as they may state. So we have committed a tremendous amount of efforts to developing this green guidance to identify and define several best practices that storage providers can reference for their own operations, and it suggests how they can decarbonize their operations and move towards more sustainable futures. Now, in recognition that just providing the guidance may not be enough, we have also just recently proposed the Filecoin Green Pledge, a first-of-its-kind pledge that storage providers may make to showcase their commitment to sustainability across their global operations. And adhering to the Filecoin Green Pledge means that storage providers are committed to procuring 80% of their energy use needs from renewable energy by end of fiscal year 2023, ratcheting that up and procuring 100% of their energy use needs from renewable energy by end of fiscal year 2025, and then maintaining that 100% threshold thereon. And we are incredibly excited for this. Well, I should say that, first of all, Filecoin storage providers can make sustainability claims in 3 different ways, all of which require them to report on crucial operational metrics, such as audited approximate location, energy consumption data, and renewable energy production. And we are currently developing a robust reporting portal and auditing process to kind of streamline these reporting requirements. And in the very near term, while it is not there right now, we will be proposing some protocol-level incentives that help move people in the right direction of actually adhering to the Filecoin Green Pledge and decarbonizing in record time. And so what all this means is that the combination of our existing efforts of procuring RECs on behalf of the network in combination with the Filecoin Green Pledge make us very confident that not only will the entire network be connected directly to renewable energy by the end of this year, but by the end of fiscal year 2025, all storage provider operations will be 100% carbon neutral. Now, just to give you a quick example of what this work translates into on the ground, I want to showcase the work we've done with one storage provider in decarbonizing their operations. Decent, a storage provider located in the Netherlands, recently received a Filecoin Foundation's grant to install a solar array on their rooftop of their facility. They have deployed this solar array in incredibly quick order. They are now sharing live production and consumption data with us, and they're documenting this process for others to reference as a guide to implement it and decarbonize their own operations. And this solar array now powers 100% of their Filecoin energy use during the daytime, and it's anticipated or projected to cover more than 40% of their facility's annual energy use. And we are absolutely ecstatic about this work and look forward to working with a ton of other storage providers in doing so. So our last major area of focus is on building this environmental Web3 developer community. And one of the ways that we're doing that is by hosting the Sustainable Blockchain Summit later this month in Paris, directly after ETHCC. It's going to be a 2-day event, July 23rd, 22nd, at an incredible venue in central Paris. I see a few guys in the crowd that are going to be there representing, and we are incredibly excited about that. And in parallel with this, we are actually currently running a hackathon leading up to the Sustainable Blockchain Summit with a whole host of awesome partners such as Gitcoin, Chainlink, Hedera, and Fluence. So if you're at all interested, check out sbs.tech, see what's going on there, and we hope to see you in Paris. Now, we also recently announced our Refi Green Grants Pipeline, which is a grant round with $1 million for this calendar year, specifically focused on refi or regen projects. And really the aim is to help catalyze these nascent Web3 projects. And we're really hopeful that a number of the projects in our hackathon or other hackathons or maybe projects that were represented here will apply for grants so that they can continue developing their application or their project. And in the longer term, we really hope to continuously provide some grant funding to projects to help them kind of move through that builder's funnel, graduating from just an early stage hackathon project to maybe an accelerator program to establishing a formal company and then, scaling operations. Now, looking at time, I'm going to draw it back to this decarbonization imperative, and I want to leave you with a specific call to action. Right, as we saw earlier, the environmental outlook is bleak. It doesn't look good. We do need to implement drastic measures to realign incentives and drive deep decarbonization across all sectors of the global economy. But it's not impossible, right? And blockchain networks and crypto primitives have a very unique opportunity to showcase how they can realign incentives, drive drastic and deep decarbonization, be a leader in decarbonizing industries, and drive new demand for clean technology. And so I just want to say that after showing you our regen recipe of how we are looking to drive deep decarbonization with within our specific network, I want to challenge you to muster up every ounce of your solar punk vibes that you have and seek ways to decarbonize your operations, seek ways to decarbonize the crypto space, seek ways to decarbonize every form of economic activity in the hopes that we can right some of the wrongs and we can promote environmental and human flourishing like we've never seen before. Because if regen, we're all going to make it. Thank you.
Right. I'm not sure if everybody here knows yet that one of the biggest newspapers in Spain, El País, have called us techno hippies. Barefoot techno hippies, I believe. So generally the article is not super positive, but I'm a journalist myself, so from my own experience, I will tell you that we are a bunch of bitter hacks, and the guy probably or whoever wrote it just came here and was jealous we're having too much fun. Well, on that note, I think we should start speaking about overthrowing governments. So perhaps I'll introduce Griff Green to the stage, and he'll tell us about region economies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if we could just also give a huge round of applause to Manu and Jaeger, Michaela, Anya, who threw this event. Incredible. I mean, I'm standing on grass. This is epic. This is epic. And I'm going to give an epic talk, I hope. It's about regen economies, a crypto-anarchist dream. So let's unpack this. First, regen economies. Regen economies are collectively designed, constantly evolving, purpose-driven coordination networks. The coolest thing about regen economies and this dream is that it's already a reality. We already have a bunch of regen economies. Bitcoin was the first regen economy many years ago, providing value to society without taxes or donation, doing it better than governments and nonprofits can do. This is what regen economies have the promise, and this is why they're the crypto-anarchist dream. I'm going to do a little case study that kind of hits home here. We are sitting or standing in beautiful Barcelona in Catalonia. Catalonia is currently, and has been for a while, part of Spain, but it doesn't really want to be. In 2017, October 1st, 2017, I was with my good friend Jordi Bellina outside a polling station trying to protect a vote for independence here in Catalonia. It was a beautiful thing. It really touched me, made me who I am today. I've never seen such a strong political movement, a peaceful revolution happening. And despite Spanish censorship, they actually coordinated with all the internet service providers to censor the website they were used to track who had voted, who hadn't voted, whether or not they were eligible to vote, which is needed for a good vote, right? And Catalonia wanted to keep it above board. They wanted to make sure everyone could vote and that this vote would be recognized by international authorities. And so they had lots of people standing by and making sure that it could happen. Despite Spanish censorship, it happened, okay? Despite Spanish censorship, despite all their efforts, they were able to get that website up. And one of the reasons the Giveth House is here in Barcelona, and I'm committed to see this beautiful space, is because of this backdrop of incredibly decentralized focused techno revolutionaries here in Catalonia. They solved this problem not by talking to ISPs or doing political things, through technology. They have the largest meshnet in the world here in Catalonia, Guifi.net. And because of this decentralized technology, people were able to vote. People were climbing on top of polling stations, public schools, and connecting to Guifi.net, whose meshnet actually reaches to France and circumvented Spanish censorship to allow people to vote. But unfortunately, Spain doesn't just go away peacefully. This is pretty violent, and actually, I'm sorry for laughing. It's not a joking matter. This is a really horrible thing that happened that day, and this is why we were at the polling stations. Because people at these stations were violently beaten just to protect their vote. They were standing here like human shields for the ballots so that they could actually have a say in their governance. It's gross. But the grossest thing, honestly, is that we're still in Spain. How can we be in Spain when people trying to vote are treated like this? It doesn't make any sense, right? We tried, and I've been part of political movements before that also failed because of government intervention. And it needs to stop. But in this case study, right, let's keep moving, get out of that. There were pros for independence. There's clear reasons why Catalonia would want independence. Control over taxes. Too much taxes goes to Madrid, obvious. Economic freedom, just having control of their own economy. Does Catalonia want to be part of the euro? Probably, but they don't have a say, right? They could offer tax benefits to organizations that want to be based in Barcelona. The branding of Catalonia is beautiful. The Barca, the football club is incredible. All the flags around, right? Probably most importantly, though, is cultural preservation. Only 50 years ago, it was illegal to speak Catalan here. The Spanish government forbid speaking another language. They were trying to destroy the culture of Catalonia, which is beautiful, right? Oh, they like a poop a lot, which is kind of funny. But like, other than that, it's a beautiful culture. And of course, most people want local government. This is just obvious, right? You have more control when it's localized. But the cons were too much, right? Fighting for independence really doesn't make sense. And I feel like this is, talking with a lot of people, these are the various reasons why the movement hasn't really succeeded. Number one, Spain just has a lot of power within the European Union and could block a lot of benefits that Catalonia receives. Banks and many other important organizations might leave because of their alliance with Spain. And Spain is the largest trading partner of Catalonia. Just economically, there's lots of issues, right? But more importantly, probably is the violence, honestly. There's no way that they would go down without a fight, and Catalonia seems committed to a peaceful revolution, which I fully support. And talking with people around, like hands down, talking with every person from Catalonia that I've ever talked to about this topic, is they question whether or not it'll be worth it. Whether or not that a new leadership in the same government system is really going to be that much better. It's like a different flavored piece of shit. It doesn't almost matter. We don't need a new government. We need something better. Governments aren't really that great. They're just the best thing that we have right now. But why do we need governments? Revolutions. Let's stay on the revolution topic. Revolutions are not all they're cracked up to be. I know we all want to be the Web3 Che Guevaras, or at least like I used to want to be. But really, when you sit down and think about it, revolutions are very destructive. What we need is evolution. Evolution is creative. We can evolve past governments, right? Revolutions are isolated events. If Catalonia does have a revolution, that's great for Catalonia. It doesn't help the rest of the world. Evolution, if it happens here, it happens everywhere. The biggest challenge, though, is that revolutions often fail. Evolution can't be stopped. Evolution is going to keep happening. We are going to find a solution better than governments. And I think the first step is regen economies. Fact is, governments control almost every square meter in the world and regulate almost every aspect of our lives. We have governments. We are addicted to governments. We need governments. But their control is not the problem that they're solving. That's how they're solving a problem. But that's not the problem that they're solving. We don't need them to control and regulate every aspect of our lives, do we? I don't think so. We need to start from first principles. Why do we need governments? What are governments providing that we're so addicted to? Public goods. Yeah, no, it's true. Public goods are what governments provide that better than almost any structure that we've created. Public goods, you guys all probably know what public goods are because this conference is, I think this is the theme, right? But I'll just really quickly kind of describe what public goods are. So public goods are one of the types of 4 types of economic goods. So let's break this down. On the left side, we have the excludable types of public goods, right? And I consider the science of economics that actually really propels this forward and provides these public goods to society. I call it scarcity economics. I'm defining scarcity economics as the production, distribution, and consumption of excludable goods and services to satisfy individual wants and needs. This scarcity economics is dominated by businesses. They do it great. They have these beautiful things called business models. Profit, revenue, cost. It all goes in a spreadsheet, and boom, magical, the invisible hand coordinates everything, right? We can go buy a cell phone. No one voted to have a cell phone, okay? We can go get a cell phone, and we just have to buy it. We're excluded from it. It's not free, but you get it, right? You can go to a movie theater. These are private goods and club goods. Let's keep pushing. Scarcity economics is a magical, positive-sum game. Everybody wins. I went to Willie's talk today. It was a really amazing talk. I recommend everyone watch it if you didn't see it. He had a slide from with a guy talking about the invisible hand. I think it was Milton Friedman. And he had a pencil, and he was like, think about all the coordination that it took to build this pencil. Someone had to mine the graphite. Someone had to grow the trees for the wood. Someone had to grow the trees to get the rubber. Someone had to coordinate the collection of all of those resources to put it into a pencil. Could we control that? It happened effortlessly. It didn't require government control. It just required a positive-sum game. It required an economic system that works. Abundance economics is the other side. You know, economics, like if you go to study economics, it's really mostly about scarcity economics. I would argue the science of abundance economics doesn't exist. We don't have it down to a science. I define abundance economics as the production, distribution, and consumption of abundant goods and services to satisfy collective wants and needs. This is dominated by governments. Fish in a bay, MIT license code. Unfortunately, often, to practice abundance economics, our best system is actually to bring them to scarcity economics. To say, have the government say, oh, you want to fish in this bay? Buy a ticket. You know, get a license to fish in the bay. This is not actually abundance economics. They're trying to provide abundance to society the best that they can, but they're not creating abundance. They're moving it over to scarcity and controlling it by force. This is not the way. This is not the way. Abundance economics is built on sacrifice and force. Abundance economics requires taxpayers to just send their money to the government, usually through coercion, and then they just burn it. They just use it, right? It's so different in scarcity economics, right? This is what we need. We need that kind of win-win system in the abundance economics sector, and this is what regen economies can do. Okay, so let's go back to first principles. We don't need governments to control every aspect of our lives. We need public goods. So what does this look like? I would argue that I would like to see a free market for public services provided at a high quality level, right? People competing to actually provide value to society and responding to demand. That's what we need. Currently, today, we have a government monopoly providing just enough to avoid revolution. We want public goods to be provided from the bottom up, where people that are in the know and care about it can start an organization and provide those services as they are needed. Right now, we have top-down government control that has been captured by capital. I mean, to be president of the United States in last election, it cost $6 billion. They spent $6 billion to be president. Where did that money come from? You don't think that whether we like it or not, our political systems have been captured by capital, and we need better. Ideally, public goods creation would be regenerative. People get paid to provide value to society. And that would give access to innovation. Innovators that are like, yeah, public roads are great. How about this? Zip lines. Let's do it. Maybe people like zip lines better. Build towers. Travel that way, right? There's other innovative solutions. But right now, governments are just printing and burning money and doing it with drudgery. It's like, oh, yeah, I go to the government job, push the papers. There's no innovation. And we need fast feedback cycles. We need demand to be responded to. And when it's responded to positively, scale, right? Right now we have vote every 4 years. Like, there's no feedback cycle. But most of all, we just need an underlying system that creates abundance, that creates value for everyone in a positive some way. Right now, public goods creation is used to control us. It's held over our heads to maintain control of society. That's not what we need. What if instead of having monolithic governments that coercively collect taxes to maintain a top-down monopoly on every public goods vertical that they want to control, because they're the only good source of funding for public goods? What if we had organizations competing to provide the public services that were most in demand, where labor, expertise, and capital contributions were actually rewarded, and people that care have a voice in executing these services? The craziest thing is, not only would it be incredibly beneficial to society, it would actually be probably the largest sector of our economies. I'm estimating about $25 trillion a year is spent by governments. About 40% of that just by the US. This is spent. 25 trillion, that's $25 million. It's an obscene number. And this is spent. This was spent in 2021, estimated. 25 times the total market cap of crypto, not invested, spent, burned. But that's not where we start. We don't start by trying to compete with the government. They have great systems. When governments fail to provide public goods that are in demand, people start nonprofits. This is where we start. We don't need to start competing with governments. That's a losing battle. And we don't need them busting in here with their clubs, right? We just need to do better than nonprofits. And this is a low bar. This is an incredibly low bar. Everyone is burning their money, right? It's like the best case scenario, they could get up to a 50% tax rebate on their donations. We don't even have to make money. We just have to lose less. And we're better than nonprofits. Now, I think we could make money providing value for society, though. And if we can disrupt nonprofits, this itself is a huge sector, right? $500 million in just the US was donated in 2021. $500 billion. $500 billion a year going forward will be donated just by the US. So this is the roadmap, right? This is how we can evolve past governments. First, we disrupt the nonprofit space. We can do that. It's a low bar, I promise. Next, we provide government services that people actually want. And this may sound like a stretch, but honestly, local governments would be so happy to not have to build the roads, right? Wouldn't they be excited if you could say, hey, how about instead of just burning that money, you invest in this regen economy, and we're going to coordinate better, we'll fix the potholes faster, we'll build better infrastructure, it'll work. They would be stoked. They could use more money to be doing the dumb stuff that they actually want to do, right? But as more government services start being replaced by regen economies, competing regen economies, governments would eventually just lose legitimacy. They'd stop doing the things that are in demand, and they'd only be left doing the things we don't want them to do. And just like cell phones versus corded phones, we didn't have a violent revolution to tear out the cords of corded phones everywhere. All that infrastructure it's still just sitting there, it's just kind of faded, has less use cases, Maybe we would need governments for some things for a while, but eventually, I think that they would just fade away peacefully, and we wouldn't need to go through all this hubbubaloo. And this is what Giveth and Common Stack are focused on. We're going to disrupt the nonprofit space, step one, right? Giveth has built the best donation platform in the world. We're meeting nonprofits where they are, creating win-win situations for them to interact with their donors. Common Stack is going straight at the heart of the problem. It's kind of the applied research arm of Giveth, right? Common Stack is going to the Web3 nerds that are trying to make the world a better place and giving them regen economies. First with the token engineering commons, now we're working with grassroots economics. The goal here is to build regen economies. Regen economies that are like startup microeconomies that are effectively mission-driven economic games. And games is the key word here. It needs to be fun, right? It needs to be something people want to do. Mission-driven economic games that reward the production and distribution of abundant goods and services to satisfy collective wants and needs. That's the goal. And we're doing it. We don't need another revolution. We need evolution. We need to do better than governments. If we do 10x better than governments, they'll just fade away. And so I want to invite everyone to come visit our booth. We have an awesome booth with some swag. You can learn how to donate. We got stickers over here. If you want some stickers, they'll probably be passed around. Definitely Join us in building the future of giving. If you are inspired by this talk, please follow us on Twitter @giveth.io, @CommonStack, and follow me at @thegrift, and you'll learn more. You can reach out to us on Twitter, tag us on Twitter, and join this movement, because it's going to be, not only is it going to change the world, it's actually going to be creating the biggest industry we've ever seen.
Right. Now we're going to have a stage filled with the veterans of this event, because you've seen them on all the other stages. I'm not sure everybody is ready yet. Do people want to sit down, or people need to chat? Is everybody ready? Yeah? I think we're also going to have a workshop for people who don't fully get concepts here, because I've been explaining, how to mint the NFTs, how to, post moments and do other things. But we're also going to have a NFT dominatrix workshop for all these people who don't understand, okay? And now, please welcome to the stage, Manuel Zuru is going to be moderator. Simona?
No, Simona didn't come. Evan.
What's up?
sorry.
I'm Evan McMullen
Evan,
from Disco.
sorry.
I am Simona for today.
Nada? Nada is here, fantastic. Scott? Elko? And Andy?
All right.
Look, finally you have them all in one place. And I'll have to remind you once again that you can actually catch them after the talk and scan their code. What you need to do, you have to go on the website, which is going to be here at the ETH Barcelona. I think we're going to show it in a second. And the thing is that you can get those NFTs from them, and what you can do, you can actually fulfill your dreams. You can get the tickets for the next event. You can get a T-shirt and even a tote bag, okay? So it's really worth it. Look at that. There's top 5 speakers, top collectors, but you don't worry, you can still join the race and, be one of these lucky people. And okay, I think now we can start talking about public goods. Take it away, Manu. Good luck.
Wait, is this on? Is it working?
Yeah, it's working. I think it is.
Okay.
All right.
Do I have sound? I haven't given my NFT to anybody, and I will only give one to somebody who haven't taken an NFT from anyone. Come be a loser with me.
Clean provenance. Clean provenance.
All right. First of all, thanks all of you for being here. Today, we're just going to have a little conversation about what public goods are and so on. So first, let's start with the definition of public goods. Who wants to start? I give it to Scott.
Oh, damn. It's a hard question to start with. I think, what I talked about yesterday was the idea that the non-excludable, non-rivalrous definition of public goods is kind of antiquated and actually started with sort of this 1950s history from Paul Samuelson that was actually aimed at sort of partly removing the public from conversation, trying to push people towards the idea that private goods were actually the area of focus that people should be kind of thinking about. And I think the sort of notion that I like to think about when I think about public goods is positive externalities and creating positive externalities via some kind of collective action. So if you have a transit network, for example, that transit network, it doesn't just benefit people who, take the train, it benefits people who are all around that sort of area. Similarly, a university or any educational institution doesn't just benefit the students, it benefits the entire society. Those kinds of positive externalities to me are at the heart of what we sort of are talking about when we talk about public goods. And I think it captures a broader sort of scope of things that we care about when we are actually thinking of this concept. The probably seminal work on public goods that I didn't talk about yesterday is probably John Dewey's The Public and Its Problems from 1927. That book is I think much more in line with this philosophy, and surprisingly is not really brought up a lot in modern discourse around the subject. So I'm kind of curious, to see that resurge, to see that be part of the conversation in Web3 as we define public goods.
What about you, Andy?
Well, I was always inspired by the work at the other internet. This notion that the other internet, first of all, is just people. And that matches our own kind of definition that layer 0 has always been the people. It's not really about technology as an end, but rather a means to an end, and that being more time spent together, right? If our technology doesn't give us the ability to conspire, which literally means to breathe, right? If we're not getting more time just to breathe together, that's probably an indication that whatever we're building for, whether it's public, private, or club, it's not really good. And the way that they have defined it, which has always really struck a note with me, is that a public good, broadly speaking, outside of some of the more academic literature that Scott has very beautifully pointed at, is one in which others' benefit is axiomatic. So we begin with benefit for others. And that is a revolutionary starting point, because so much of the way that we are conditioned, so much of the manner in which we experience technology, i.e. me alone in front of my screen doing something, is primarily about me, mine, what I own, how I benefit, the way I experience the world. And if instead the conversation is framed in terms of who are the others with whom I'm interacting, and how do the things that I am building, the ways in which I am relating, and the manner in which I choose to describe this stuff, benefiting them first. That seems like a very interesting place to start, particularly when we're thinking about what does programmable money actually mean, because it's not about programming flows of value to me, it's about programming flows of value through me to the people that I care about.
Amen to that. To me, it sounds like kind of like an ego death in one way, right? Like, I'd love to hear from you, Evan. How can we incentivize people to create public goods? How can we create ways that people feel encouraged and motivated to support public goods?
That is a beautiful question. What is it about our shared experience that inspires us to contribute to the whole? So public goods are really a function of identity, of shared identity, a shared understanding of what is valuable, a shared ability to contribute and to participate. So in instances of failures in public goods, or where inadequate public good or inadequate resources are dedicated to public goods, often this is a function of fractured identity. So an identity coordination problem leads to insufficient investment in public goods. What we can do here, what we can inspire in each other in this room, in the communities where we live, is a stronger sense of shared identity, of collective participation, addressing that coordination problem so that we can all feel a shared sense of ownership. It's also very exciting that in instances where individuals feel a sense of identity related to the public goods that they are investing in, that they're contributing to, that it's not really a rivalrous experience, meaning I don't really care how much you're contributing or whether you get more than me, whether I get more than you. If we together share this identity, this act of contributing to one another, to our communities, and simply vibing with our friends and contributing to the whole is going to be really awesome motivation. It is going to affect the way that I think about myself as a person and how I see my role in our community, how I value myself. It's also going to help me connect with others in a manner that is so much more exponentially powerful than what I could have done alone.
Yeah, 100%. I think identity for sure is one piece of the puzzle that is super, super needed. And I know Gitcoin and many other different tools are trying to prove that humanity, prove that there's a real human behind the decisions that we're making and so on. And with Disco as well, like how basically can we use like all the different aspects of us and how can we relate to each other. For you, Nader, you that founded Developer DAO and is open for people to come. I wonder how is the reception of people when they're contributing something that might not generate monetary value immediately?
I think the whole focus of Developer DAO was kind of to create educational resources and places for people to be able to like learn and land roles and essentially like make money without having to, I would say, go the traditional route. So everything that we do is really focused on being able to be public and free for people outside of the DAO. Because with the DAO, the way that we see them kind of act today, for the most part, there's some sort of token gating mechanism. So therefore, you're kind of excluding like a decent amount of people. And also to kind of create some civil resistance, you have to have a way to kind of gate in some way core number of people that are working together and coordinating together, but still being able to create value. So what we basically try to do is create free educational resources, free events, free talks and workshops and all types of stuff where you don't have to be part of a DAO to come and join. You can essentially just follow us on Twitter and find out all the things that are happening. But if you're in the DAO, you do get a lot more benefits. We've had dozens of people land really high quality jobs, life-changing types of scenarios and things like that. So we're still trying to figure it out, but I think that the focus is like we want to make it to where you don't have to be part of the DAO to be able to benefit from all of the work that's happening within there. But if you do join, that you also get additional benefits, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and I believe that education and culture are somehow, to me, super, super important when we talk about public goods. Because thanks to that is that first we're coming together, we're collaborating, each of us is building a piece of the puzzle that we're putting together, right? And I'd love to know from you, Felipe, what are the different ways to actually fund public goods from your perspective?
Okay. Well, that is the part of the biggest part of the challenge, right? Considering that a public good is something that, within its own unfolding, the benefit, what it defines a public good, in the simplest sentence, if you had to explain to a kid in a favela in Brazil, without the academic referencing, is basically something of which the benefit cannot be gated, right? So it's there, and everybody benefits because it exists. Therefore, it's kind of vulnerable to all kinds of attacks. We gave them names. We have the free rider problem. We have broken window theory. We have tragedy of the commons, things like this. So the way to fund it, one of the aspects of what she was talking about, which is kind of the contrary of ego death, which is the elevation of social status through participation in the funding of that thing with a percentage of your abundance, which I don't think there's anything wrong about it, as long as you don't start gating and then gaining influence and control over the management of that commons. But a lot of it has become available now that we have shared ledger technology that reverts the prisoner's dilemma, and we can all see what everybody's doing. Foundational part of that puzzle has been the work of Gitcoin. What I've been trying to do, funding a cultural educational commons in which we're in very fruitful conversations with developer DAO that want to become sponsors, is looking at connective spaces that lie in between all the organizational identities. So creating something that doesn't have a power project and is co-funded by all that benefit from it through hard conversations, right? So you need somebody like you, like me, who arrives and says, look, here's how you benefited. Here's what we need. So I think direct asking and framing and narrative, strong narrative of what the value is and things like this. So far, we've still needed people in vocational state that want to defend that commons. We are making headway into fixing that, and maybe there is a temperature state that can be reached in terms of social viscosity of that system that fixes that once and for all, like going forward. But we need to design that path for when something becomes so ubiquitously recognized as a public good that needs to be defended, like Wikipedia or something. That journey is still a somewhat lonely journey of strong believers. And I'm stuck in that life, so I wish I had a more shiny, green, interesting answer for your question.
Yeah.
But I think it comes through vocational strong understanding that is your time to put your immediate benefit on a shelf and then take that journey for a set amount of time. If you're in the audience going through something similar, try to define your limits, then do that and do that really well, and then make sure you offboard it to somebody else, and you're already punk as fuck. Solar, lunar, eclipse, underground, fucking grass punk, I don't know, you choose your flavor of punk. As long as you get to punk it up, and I'll punk with you.
All right, so yeah, basically you said that a way of funding public goods, in your case, has been finding sponsors, finding people that are interested about your cause and what you believe in. So basically supporting you at the philanthropic level or altruistic level, or maybe it's because they're getting a benefit, which might be exposure, which might be, being able to benefit, as you say, to be part of the place that you're putting together and so on. There are more tools out there. You built one. You did token-curated registries. Is there any way that we can use token-curated registries for incentivizing people to contribute to public goods?
Sure. So there are a few things I want to pick up on in answering this, because it is such a fascinating context that has been laid across the stage here, right? And one of the most interesting things, particularly about Evan's work that I adore, is that this notion of shared identity, which is so critical to public goods, their funding, the narratives that are told around them, the mythos in which they're held, is that one of the beautiful aspects is that a shared identity doesn't preclude diversity. In fact, it requires it, right? That one of the critical aspects of our work here is to recognize that there is shared purpose, a narrative vehicle in some degree that all of us agree to hop onto and parade into the next place. But that doesn't mean we all have to believe the same things, identify in the same ways, subscribe to the same exact descriptions of what a good is, what a public is, and how they might interoperate. Recognizing this, we can come to understand that this other internet question of, like, it's not just what are public goods, what are private goods, what are club goods, how does the spectrum operate, it's what is good for the public, right? Like what truly gets us together in ways which are healthy, convivial, which appeal to our own vernaculars, which allow us to live well together. And when we're asking those kinds of questions, we can then go to the builders, right? And Nader's work is, in fact, what allowed me to do a lot of the work that I did, because I learned so much from the content that he's put together. Literally, in and of itself, an enormously impactful public good that has resonance in ways which are difficult for him to predict. And he ends up on a panel with some random guy from Africa being like, hey, dude, thanks so much. Like, the work that you did was enormously helpful. And the reason that it's enormously helpful is because it allows me to think very, very differently about what the term make money actually means. Right? Because we have this conditioned ideal that, like, when I learn something and then go and do a job, it's somebody else that, like, gives me money. And that's what making money means. But we have the ability to
selling your time,
actually make money. Literally, like, that's what programmable ledgers allow you to do. They allow you to make your own money, right? And so there are any number of ways in which you can think creatively about, like, this problem of funding when you think about what programmable money actually means. And what I said earlier about, like, it's not about programming the value to flow to me, but when I think about how I can program the flow of value in society through me in such a way that others benefit is axiomatic, I can think about commons in a way that is radically different, right? Because the old notion of commons, and in particular if you read like Michael Polanyi or even Illich or some of these older thinkers, the commons was a place so rich in custom and so complex in its interactions that it couldn't be reduced to law. It's not that it was this, like, lawless place. It's just that the oak tree that existed in the village was used by so many different people in so many different ways that it wasn't reducible to the enclosed nature of English law that then came once the lords had decided, look, we can't let the peasants run around and do exactly what they want. The reason that I bring that up is because, like, token-curated registries, yield earning vaults, collateralized debt positions, all of these primitives are the building blocks we can use to think about similarly complex interactions, which allow us to have open, unenclosed commons that are not defined by one specific rule, right? So, like, in a very, very practical way, like this registry that you're referring to that I built is, very, very simply, the idea is when people come through kernel and do a course, you can pay $100 for the course. that $100 gets locked in a yield-bearing vault. You can claim the $100 back at the end. So there's no debt, there's no student loans, there's none of the current problems that we currently see in education. You can walk away with exactly what you put in at the end. But similarly speaking, when at the end of the course you can choose, instead of claiming that $100 back, to take the $100 and the yield that you've earned to mint Learn tokens, to join an epistemic community of people that are interested in pursuing ongoing lifelong learning. The way that those tokens are minted into existence is, again, very, very simple. It says like the more collateral that is locked in the contracts, the less Learn gets minted per collateral added. So you have a linearly increasing price curve. But this is one of many different curves, right? It's not like this is the way you should do it. It's just one potential that makes it clear, programmable, verifiable, public and transparent, that if you enter into this particular game, these are the rules by which we play. This is the kind of commons that we're interested in fostering and cultivating. But it's one of many. It's diversity. It ought to be a world in which many worlds fit.
100%. So there are multiple tools, right? Like quadratic funding, the use of token-curated registries, and maybe you have some incentive rewards to the people that participate in the curation process. You might have conviction voting, and you're selecting like the different causes that are going to be receiving some funds. Is there any other one that we might have not mentioned yet? Or maybe you, the public, you guys have any one that we haven't mentioned?
I would maybe say retroactive public goods funding is certainly one area of exploration here, and I think it's almost its own sort of meta category of funding kind of as a mechanism, because you're either funding things as you go based on your expectation of sort of their benefit to the world, or as is often not the case in open source software, you're trying to give value back based on the value that is being given to the community, to the public. And I think there's a need to think through both of those mechanisms, both kind of giving people the sort of initial funding to start any kind of commons that they might want, but there's also the need to think through how do you actually give them value proportionate to what they've created. And I think this idea of, as Andy was saying, with creating money is really about creating currencies that first align with our values, and that then can be used in that sense in sort of also, the sort of Illich sense, which I think is beautiful in the concept of the tree and sort of the multiple uses of these tools. You can start to define both of those mechanisms, both kind of pre-funding and then like retroactive funding, into the way that those commons function. And that's fundamentally interesting in the concept of open source software in particular, because unlike other forms of commons, it's generative. The more open source software that you create, the better off everyone is, and actually the more that people can create with it. Whereas typically in a commons, at least in the Ostrom sense, you have the problem of, in theory, the problem that people will need some set of baseline rules, which do often get established. Of course, that was what she won the Nobel Prize for in 2009. Like that idea of creating rules that then set the boundary on the fishery or set the limits, as Felipe mentioned. But ultimately, I think both those mechanisms are important. And retroactive public goods funding, I would say, is definitely one of the ones that's less explored, but is primed for exploration.
Yeah, I agree. However, I've been hearing a lot of criticism when it comes to retroactive public funding. Why? Is because imagine that you have a lot of people that are trying to build something, right? They're not collaborating between them, right? They're not working together. And each of them, they're hoping that they're going to be retroactively rewarded. And I personally believe that could be an issue, right? Yeah. That could be an issue because they're not working together, right? They're not coming together. But there's another problem, which I heard in Twitter space the other day, which I found really, really mind-blowing, the way that they said it. It was that it seems kind of like some sort of slavery in a way. And I was pretty shocked when I heard that. Why? Because it's like people are going to be working
Yeah, I can
working towards.
Yeah. Well, wait. Just
somebody
wait.
who's an
Yes.
artist is and designer.
Can I finish 1 second? So like people are going to be like working towards something, right? But they don't really know if they're going to be rewarded at the end or not. So it's like they're in this weird situation.
Yeah.
So maybe there has to be some middle ground. Maybe you have to give an initial incentive, and then I don't know.
It can't be the primary means.
It can't exactly. That's what I wanted to get to.
Yeah, like
right?
that's the big piece, and I think.
Yeah, what I was going to bring is like, it's very common practice in the advertising world to send out a briefing to several agencies, and they all create spec work to try to compete for that one job. And I grew up in a family. My mom was an advertiser, and I've seen her go through endless nights of trying to get the gig. I don't think that's what necessarily from a Web3 context retroactive funding means. And that's what Andy brought, that you can have this on-chain signifier that tracks the interactions. And then you can decide how that retroactive funding actually disperses through the tracked interactions, and it doesn't necessarily is a winner-take-all kind of design. There's many other sophisticated ways for us to bring it, but still the criticism exists because I think as a South American people, both of us kind of get our hairs on end, because in the end, maybe the most innovative or most challenger or most critically needed idea is the one that actually needs a extra speck of belief and support. So retroactive funding works from a system that's already in a relatively abundant state, but many of the people who could actually be contributing the most are not in the space, even psychologically, where they could actually embark, even allow themselves to embark in that journey. Independently of how much abundance they actually have, it's also a mindset issue. So this is something that we can actually address as educators and stewards in the crypto space, and I think I'm talking to you, and I'm talking to you.
And not only that, it's also a privilege. We're privileged as fuck, right? Like if you're able to contribute to a public good, you have to be privileged. And we need to accept that. We need to know that we are privileged, right? There's people that don't have money at all to buy their food, and they're locked in this mindset of, working towards just putting food on the table.
Yeah,
right?
so the point that I was trying to make is that definitely exists, but I also know a fat share, and sorry, I'm going to make fun of Americans for a second. I know a fat share of Americans who have a personal net worth of higher than $500,000 to $1 million, or several million, who still won't give themselves permission of embarking on that type of abundance mindset. So even independent of how much money you actually hold,
it's not about
it's an issue of identity, of narratives of success, right? So the whole Taoist, by the way, because everybody tries to find Taoist.co, no, it's because it's the person that matters. It's not the Tao, it's the Taoist. Cool. So the whole premise is it's a research collective for collective success narratives, right? So the big shift that we need to actually make available for individuals to create collective successes is that winning alone is bad, right?
Got it. Yeah.
So we always give the Oscar to the director, to the singer, to the...
But it's always a team behind.
Yeah, so we always forget the wife, the team, the children, the inspiration, the pastor of the community, the facilitators that get forgotten, the polarity managers that are doing works that are undiscretizable. They cannot be fenced. They're just managing polarities. They get forgotten. So basically my appeal is like, there's a lot of people like me who have been doing this work undercover. And because there was a cool brand that made it visible, now I can talk about it on stage. But there's many others that are sustaining polarities, and you can't really fence that work. So how do you pay for work that can't be fenced?
Yeah, this is what comes back, just very quickly, like the one thing I'll notice, like you have to have all these things come back to a commons. They can't come back to an individual. They can't come back to, the like captain of the team, sort of in that analogy. Like I think you need to have it come back to a common group, and that commons is like the critical thing for us to actually define. In the Web3 context, we're lucky that we sort of have like Ethereum as a commons, or we have these different kind of groupings that we can work within. But I think in other sort of communities, it's much more challenging to think through, like, how do you ensure that gets distributed fairly in that context? But the one thing I want to touch on very quickly in the context of ensuring open source software, or just any kind of work, is paid up front, I think the challenge historically has been, folks like Richard Stallman famously kind of talk about the idea that open source software should be free. Everyone has sort of the mindset that they should be working for free. And I think it's actually a narrative, like a mindset shift that needs to happen for people to kind of demand that they are paid for that work, and that happens. I still think retroactively, like in addition, but certainly like upfront to start. But sorry, Evan.
I think this is wonderful, Eden. And so, sort of to that end, Solidity is an amazing tool because it allows developers to pay themselves, but to address all of the proofs of non-financial work that go into allowing these projects to happen, allowing individuals to take the fore, allowing movements to occur. In Web3, we right now don't have a way to capture those proofs of non-financial work. We are leveraging a very brutish system of public documentation, and the methods of participation that we measure require an insane amount of technical literacy to participate, require, as you note, a remarkable amount of, in some cases, free time and resources, or the mindset to free one's resources to participate. And so as long as we are talking about only public goods that interact with the chain, we will be extraordinarily limited in our ability to express, recognize contribution, and to form a shared identity that is built around more than our technical aptitude and money.
I'm sorry, now that is Ethereum a public good?
I mean, any protocol that offers public data, publicly accessible infrastructure could be a public good depending on the use case for that person. So I think that one of the things that I like the most about Web3 is this idea of like taking the ideology of open source software and applying it to actual data and infrastructure. So if I build a back end in the traditional world, it's limited to only me because only I can access it. But it's also brittle and I can change it. So if anyone else is using my API, I can basically close them off. Similar to how Twitter had a really great API, people were using it for years. People started building applications that made more money, or were taking money away, I guess, from Twitter's advertising, so they shut that API off. With Web3, you can't do that. With these decentralized, like, I guess, immutable protocols, hyperstructures, I think I saw Zora write about that. You can't do anything. So if I build something, I deploy it, as long as the network exists, the data exists, and the infrastructure exists. So I can just build out a new front end on top of someone else's work, and it's free for me to use and access. So.
Okay, one thing that I heard during launch is that maybe things that you need to pay for, maybe they're not necessarily a public good. So, okay, we can.
You don't have to pay to read, though. You only have to pay to actually, yeah.
Yes, you're totally right. But what about clubs? What about like things that are branded as public good, but in reality you have to pay to be part of that club?
Can I try to just grab that for 2 seconds before we move on?
Yeah, sure.
The problem here is an issue with language. It's the issue of thingness. Ethereum is not a thing. A good is not a thing. Language is just a systemic need of consciousness, but there are aspects of a thing that are public, and there are aspects that are not public. Your actions in interacting with the good can make it clubby or private or public. Okay. So there's definitely indiscussable aspects of Ethereum that are a public good. Trying to define the whole thing as not one or the other might be a interesting debate.
It is a debate,
debate
for sure.
Club fun thing to do, but we won't end it. We're just going to find out.
Let's not get into that debate for sure. Okay, for you, Evan, what happens in these, let's say, open spaces that we consider them public goods that do have a token, and the price of the token goes down? How do we keep that, how do we keep that momentum? How do we keep that people really motivated when it comes to continue to contribute? Because I think what to me at least is identity. Why? Because you're still contributing, you're still building, and that no one can take it away.
I love this question because my preference is always to not put it in a token, to keep the proofs of your work that you cannot give away to others, the experiences and achievements that you have that cannot be sold, should not be captured in a form that can be lost, that can be sold, that can be stolen, that can depreciate in value, because the fact that you wrote that newsletter is not worth 50% less now. That newsletter had sick alpha and it was great, and it still is. And so in communities that are experiencing strife because of their token price, I invite us to ask, what is the reason for our gathering? Is it to fetishize the mechanism of payment that brings us all together? Or is it, a set of principles and objectives that we came here to solve, for which this token and its associated mechanism was merely a measuring stick? And an aspect of quantification because we had no other way. So in this exciting moment in our market, I think one way that we can invite greater intrinsic motivation is to lean on identity, as we were talking about earlier, to create documentation of one's contributions, participation, impacts in a form that is not fungible because your contributions are not fungible. I would also say that if we are interested in thinking about a very important public good, there are incredible stewards here from the World Wide Web Consortium who volunteer their time to keep the internet running. And as of last Thursday, introduced a new identifier method, the newest since URLs, such that Web3 might interact at a protocol layer with the existing infrastructure that we have. So as we think about public goods funding, let us remember that this has been around for quite a long time. Indeed, this particular group since 1994, helping us keep the internet running. So as we think about our solutions and the different ways we can approach these things, we are part of a much greater ecosystem with deep needs for digital infrastructure and public goods funding.
Any of you has an answer to that question? How do we keep?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the simplest answer, which is separating like pay for work and influence, right? So usually, because there's an assumption here, there's two assumptions. One, that you get a token that is both financial and power related, and that you care about the token because it's relative dollar or whatever currency price. Those assumptions are not necessities, right? If I am, let's say I work for Meta Factory, I have a huge amount of robot tokens. I can be sad that it's 90% down, but actually if what it means to me is having robot and not dollars becomes a non-issue. But then the other thing that I really like is just paying people $1 salary or hour rate or whatever measuring stick you want, and also have the token that represents stewardship, power, influence, reputation, or whatever you want to call it. The problem with the
don't we want to go outside of the dollar and outside of those currencies?
Well, when you're worried about the token price, you literally didn't.
Correct. So that means that we're still thinking, right,
Exactly.
in what is keeping us trapped.
I play a
right?
game. I play a game of more Ethereum in my wallet. That's my game. I play that game. I'm happy as a puppy right now. You're all sad, and I'm like, no, it's too expensive. Like macro, like a war, like everything's going to
But that's a terrible problem to have, because if everything succeeds, then it basically blocks almost 95% or more of the world from interacting, because if the token goes up, that's not a good thing unless the protocol is built in a way that wants to take that into consideration. So a transaction should be subsidizable to where
we cannot
free.
gate. Yeah, if we build public goods that are ungateable, it's not blocking anybody.
Well, one area that I think that we haven't even seen at all, it's one of the most powerful things that is a result of the internet, is social graphs. We have trillion-dollar companies that have extracted so much value and money from people, and all of that money is going to public bads, if you would call them. These companies are doing terrible things, and I think that what we're starting to see with Lens Protocol, that was the first actual implementation of a public open source, and you can fork it or you can use it, an actual real-world social graph that can enable us to take these billions of dollars and take the middleman out, which would be Facebook and the advertisers, and let people interact with each other, and also maybe when I say take the advertisers out, obviously there is actual something there for people to be able to market things, but what if we could instead, I could connect directly with someone that is on Lens, and I could pay them the money. They could talk about whatever they want. Let's say that Lens launches a token at some point. That token becomes valuable within the network. As long as they have some mechanism in place to keep that value low, I think that's going to be the next big source of public goods funding in the next few years.
I think so too. We don't have to take out the advertisers. If we control the revenue together and we have a legitimately consensus agreed profit share model, that's a huge leap forward. Like you literally, okay, go. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, but how can we generate revenue without compromising our ethos and without compromising why we're here?
I think that just goes back to the commons question, right? So first of all, I think the really important kind of takeaway from this conversation is that you need to separate identity from money. Those two things should not be kind of in tandem, and that's like, I think, where the token issue comes into play. I think that the notion that we can totally abstract money and not have any sort of financialization of the system is the kind of idealism, unfortunately, that led to a lot of the problems that necessitated Web3 in the first place. So I think for me, like, there's a degree of, kind of gating and trying to prevent hyper-financialization, but there's also an element of trying to make sure that we are using the financial value that we create to give back to a commons rather than to individuals, or rather, especially than giving back to public bads or like some large-scale corporation that would otherwise just kind of capture that value. To me, the ultimate sort of end of Web3 is that you have all these different commons networked together and sharing in their success together. And you can do that, Prime DAO, for example, is doing a lot of good work on like these concepts of token swaps between projects. There's sort of like these concepts of finding ways to align incentives between different commons. And then you get all these sort of like even hyper-local commons that eventually kind of bundle up to being full-scale like global commons. And like when you look at the folks who were working on these standards in 1994, like they weren't really getting a lot of substantial even recognition or pay, both identity and money, like for that work. And they were largely responsible for the reason we're on this stage today. Yeah. And I think that's like a huge problem that we have kind of let slide for like 20, 30 years, that we're not always going to be perfect in solving, but we're making incremental progress towards. 100%.
A friend of mine, Mitch, told me today, more tokens, more problems. And I was like, I'm going to quote you on stage.
You want to be careful, though, because again, if we go back to this thing, what is actually good for the public, right? It allows us to think more broadly about, for instance, the free rider problem. When we have systems in which we can make our own money, then the narrative need not be one of free riders, but these are public whom we ought to be serving. And when we're in that kind of mindset, then we can see that like tokens play a critical role in collusion prevention. That is what they're really good at, right? They teach, the word itself, it's tachen, it comes from the Germanic or the Dutch root, which means to teach or to transmit information about facts and values. And what these things transmit is what we define collusion to be in this system. When we're in that place where we're saying, okay, this is what collusion is, we can think more broadly about, look, there's no such thing as a free rider, because we know as people of privilege and abundance that when you ride on the work of others, you damage yourself, right? You have to know that deeply first to recognize that when people are extracting value from your system, the galaxy brain move is not exclusion and ostracization, it's compassion.
Invite more. Yeah.
And like that's the place like where we need to be if you really want to talk about like how do you imagine complex commons from the hyperlocal to the global, where we can use tokens in healthy ways but not fetishize payments. Thank you so much.
What I would like
phrase is beautiful and it's perfectly expressed. So thank you very much.
So to see tokens as language other than currency, maybe one of the curses, the true psyops is when the word crypto and the word currency became one together. Because tokens are almost like a diagnostic tool for social venal interaction. And when we do learn how to read the chain in a way that's visible and human readable and create cybernetic governance possibilities, we are going to become like a third order cybernetic society that is seeing itself, and we're going to be able to make collective choices for possibly the first time.
Yep. Well, we ran out of time. However, I want to make a last question. How do we measure what we believe is making impact? What are the different tools? I have no idea. And I'm making this question is because what you believe impact is, what you believe impact is, might be completely different from what I believe impact is. So I think that first we need to come together, decide what that impact we believe in, right? But then how do we measure it? Any of you have any question? Or we leave the stage like this?
I have nothing to say. I think
people. Yeah, there's a lot to say about this. I think it's probably going to take a long time to go through it in depth.
The two KPIs that we care about at Disco that I think also pertain to public goods are the addition of delight, value, and joy, and the removal of friction and agony. And if the net for our public is not super positive, shut it all down.
Yeah, to me, we say that it's all
Heartbeats?
about love.
Heartbeats,
It's all about
neurotransmitters. I don't know.
So there's
I want to talk about this. Let's have an interview of Coordination Junkies. I'm so happy to meet you, man. I made a book with you 3 years ago. We had never seen each other in person. Fucking awesome.
All right, this is really fun, but I feel like we should wrap it up.
I think that's probably the right answer to leave it on.
You're fucking
like the one thing I'll say is
so much
everything
shit.
starts local. You start with impact locally. You make an impact to your local community, and you propagate that outwards. I think effective altruism ran into this exact problem, where they tried to basically solve, everything at the maximal possible scale to start. And of course, I think there's a lot of relevant pushback to that movement today. But I think Evan's quote is the right takeaway for this topic.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Let's please remember that there's a quadratic voting happening until next Friday, and all the different impact DAOs and impact projects will be able to participate there. And all of you that have an NFT ticket are going to be able to participate there. So go vote for all these different projects. And we're going to have actually the Ethereum Foundation presenting and telling us a little bit about that. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for being here.
Yeah. So hello, everyone. I'm Giacomo from Ethereum Foundation Privacy and Scaling Exploration team. And I'm just here to make you aware about the quadratic funding round, which is taking place here at Ethereum Barcelona. So first of all, let me introduce the Privacy and Scaling Exploration team. So it's a team which is an EF-backed team started in 2019. We have about 50 people collaborative team. There will developers, designers, full stack engineers, cryptographers, and so on. We are trying to bridge the gap between cryptographic research in Ethereum and Ethereum application development. And we work mainly on primitives, gadgets for privacy and scaling, also developer tool and user-facing applications for people who is willing to build the next big thing on those kind of stuff. So as many of you have heard from this super great panel before, QF is a more democratic way for communities to decide how to allocate funds for public goods. A pool of matching fund is distributed among recipient projects according to a formula that takes into account both how many people value something and the strength of the individual preferences. So for the QF round here in Barcelona, QFI, the quadratic funding infrastructure built upon Macy, a minimal anti-collusion infrastructure, is going to be used. So Macy is basically a set of smart contract and zero-knowledge circuits upon which a developer could build collusion-resistant applications. So the benefit of using Macy is that it makes it impossible for you to prove how you have voted, so you cannot be trustlessly bribed. And just because the briber can never understand what's going on chain. So QFI was born out of the fact that, okay, we have this super awesome tool, which is Macy, and we want to extract impact from Macy and make people run quadratic funding rounds in an easy way. So we have built QFI, and in our quadratic funding vision, we envision that we'd like to run a lot of quadratic funding rounds. So people like the Ethereum community in Barcelona will take our tools and run their QF rounds in an easy way and make you interact with it. So how does it work? So this QFI at Barcelona is working that the until yesterday, there were the possibility to register your project. Now the project submission is closed, and the voting will start soon, later today or maybe tomorrow morning. And yeah, basically everyone here is eligible to vote because you have both the ticket for Ethereum Barcelona. So you will receive an email with your Macy private key to cast your vote. And how does it work? So the workflow is that you navigate on qf.ethbarcelona.com. You connect your wallet, the one that you have used to buy the ticket. And after that, you navigate through the projects which are listed. There will be more than 20 projects. You select the ones you prefer. You cast your vote quadratically, so more votes mean more strong is your preference. And then you cast your vote, inserting also your Macy private key. The matching pool will be distributed based on your votes. And yeah, there are 10K allocated from EF, 10K from status, and the 5% from ticket selling at ETH Barcelona. So basically, no one from the ETH Barcelona team will ask you about your Macy private key, obviously, or through social media channels, so be aware from scam tactics. Also, an important notice, you will be airdropped with some Matic for the vote because everything will run on layer 2 on Polygon. And yeah, if you, sorry, if you want to learn something more about QFI, Macy, or other projects from PSE, or you have any questions about the round, just feel free to come to our booth, PSE, and feel free to ask questions. Thanks. Thank you.
This next presentation is probably going to be one of the most useful ones because you will learn how to survive in a bear market. So welcome to the stage, Jordan Spence from MetaMask and Consensus. You know how I like to give you this extra spicy details about our speakers. So Jordan, he actually is a secret chef and he's got a secret Instagram account. And I will not tell you what it is, although I know.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I have a cooking Instagram account. She asked me for like a fun fact, and I was like, okay, that works. So this talk is called Keep Your Hands and Feet Inside the Roller Coaster at All Times, because as we're probably all familiar, this industry is a roller coaster ride. It goes up and down and upside down and all over the place. Shout out to Kevin from Gitcoin. I stole this meme from him on Twitter. So about me, I'm Jordan Spence, aka SpenceCoin. I'm on the marketing teams at MetaMask and Consensus. Prior to that, I was at my Ether wallet in 2017 and my crypto as well for about 4 or 5 years. But more importantly, I've been in this space for a bit, 5 years, which is not the longest amount of time, but it's a good amount of time. And I've seen a lot of ups and downs in this space and a few market cycles. And you know, right now the price of ETH is like 1,200 or something. So what does that mean? It means game over. It's time to pack it up, time to go home. We're all done. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, we're not. We're simply in a bear market. So it's quite obvious. We've gone up to 1,400, down to 80, up to 4,500, and who knows where the bottom is this time. But it can be quite scary for those of us who are unfamiliar with bear markets. Honestly, it's scary to me too sometimes, and that's okay. You might ask yourself, are we going to recover in price? Are we going to zero? We don't actually know those answers, but we do know that if you push aside your monetary concerns, there's a lot of opportunities that kind of come to the surface during a bear market. So you can take a crisis and instead look at it as an opportunity. It's a way for you to reassess a couple of things, like why you're here in the first place, what you're building, and how to build sustainably and survive through a lot of different market cycles and not just die at the first sign of anything bad. So let's take a look back at how we got here and some of the stuff we saw in the last bull market that contributed to the volatility of the bull market and contributed to what we're seeing now. So looking back about 2 years ago, we saw Yam Finance launch. That was a pretty wild day, and it kind of kicked off the DeFi summer and the food madness, all the food-based protocols. It was kind of insane and kind of ridiculous, to be honest. And then a few months later, towards the end of 21, we saw the price shoot up. We saw these DeFi coins start popping off, these governance tokens, these DeFi tokens. It was pretty wild. And after that, in mid-2021, we saw NFTs shoot off like a rocket. Like, it was madness. I think you all are probably pretty familiar with that. But the interesting thing is that with the explosively good things that come from a bull market, like new ideas, new protocols, really unique, cool things, also comes with the explosion of a ton of bad things and inauthentic things and fake things and greed and all of that crap. Like, here's just a small sample size of some of the shit we saw. Another thing we saw, derivatives. There's nothing wrong with the derivative, but I think it was kind of abused, and I think we've all seen 800 Bored Ape derivatives at this point. We've even seen freaking derivatives guides. Like, I think it's pretty ridiculous. A good example of this is the Loot ecosystem. So Loot launched maybe like a year ago or something, and it was a really cool idea, really unique, very exciting. It blew up in popularity, and then like 3 days later, we had all these projects. These are all derivatives of Loot, and they were trying to capitalize on the hype of Loot and ideally, make as much money as Loot did. And all of these, or most of these, are probably dead at this point, and this is just a sample size. There's like dozens of these. And the point is that most of them are totally irrelevant now. And also a sad fact is that all of these are screenshots from my personal OpenSea account, because I minted all of these too. Another example is Metaverse Hell. There's like dozens of Metaverse projects at this point that are taking the word Metaverse and using it to sell tons of lands and other fake things. And I don't even think the Metaverse is really defined properly right now, to be honest with you. And most Metaverse-based projects that are here right now will probably not be here in the next cycle. Another thing we're seeing again, scams. Like the last cycle, Mayweather was scamming people. He's here again in this cycle, scamming people. It's the same stuff we see over and over again. It's ridiculous. So, are we having fun yet? I'm embarrassed sometimes, but hopefully it gets better in a bear market. The last example I'll give you is the current crypto contagion, as it's called. All of these gigantic players are now falling like dominoes, and it's kind of ridiculous. And what that is, it's an example of the over-leveraging, the inauthenticity, the hype machines that these projects are, and they're not really, following the core values that they should follow. And I don't know if any of these projects that are on this left side will be on the right side in the next cycle. It's hard to say. So an example of that is if you look at the 2017 blockchain project ecosystem. This is all of blockchain. It's Bitcoin, Ethereum, everything. And I'm sure there's like only a handful of projects on this that are here today. And then this is a DeFi map from this year. So how many of these projects are here right now that we think will exist in the next cycle? Probably not too many, to be honest with you, if history tells us anything. But an important note is that a lot of projects fail for normal and healthy reasons, like they didn't find product market fit, they couldn't scale up. It's totally okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Failing is normal. So a lot of these projects that we see right now, we saw in the bull market, they're not going to exist in the next cycle. Even though they feel good, they sound good, they smell good, whatever else when they first launch. So some of the reasons these projects fail is, one, they're purely a hype or a marketing machine. Sometimes they promise you the world, like 20 million% APY, or even 20%, if that rings a bell. Or they have 10-mile-long roadmaps with a pot of gold at the end of it. Or they have fluffy partnerships that they announce every single day that are unrealistic and unsustainable. This chart is called the Gartner Hype Cycle, and it's supposed to kind of embody the cycle that a new product or technology follows. And I think you can apply this to crypto a lot, because the first thing here is a technology trigger. So this is like blockchain or a new DeFi idea or something like that. And then they start promising you the world, and they reach that peak of inflated expectations. And after that, disaster can strike. You drop into the trough of disillusionment, and ideally you would make your way out of it. You'd keep building, you'd be authentic, you'd keep your users coming back. But I would say in crypto, the trough of disillusionment is pretty much death for most projects, and they don't come back. Another reason is projects like to launch tokens for no discernible reason. I would say that governance tokens in this cycle is akin to ICOs in the last cycle. And pretty much all of them, they don't last. They're a way to make money, to profit off of you, and that's about it. And I also, a lot of projects, they say that they're going to decentralize and become a DAO because it's like better, but I think a lot of projects use it as an excuse to launch a token. So to summarize, they front load for one cycle. They aren't ready to adapt to the changing macro environment They thought that, number go up meant that they were finding success. But in reality, it's not. It's short-term success, but it's not long-term success. It's easy to get satisfaction from hype, from users, and from making money without actually innovating on anything at all. So, how do you not die in a bear market and last multiple cycles? You avoid all the things that I just talked about just now. But one important thing is that marketing should elevate your project. It should not be your project. If you are focusing only on marketing and you don't have an actual product or anything new, then you should start kind of questioning yourself or questioning the things that are asking you for your money. Again, don't launch a token for the sake of it. Like, seriously, please, don't do it. And then lastly, you should lower your expectations and your users' expectations. I would say you don't want to write a check in a bull market that you can't cash in a bear market. So a common theme with a lot of these projects is that they have the wrong core values or they don't have any core values. And it's okay to come into the space and not have any values and have your values kind of, be created over time. But it's important to ask yourself a few things. Why are you here? Like, what is your purpose? What are your values? Is it just number go up? Like, are you incentivized financially? Or do you actually believe in what we're building? And do you want to build a new financial system and change the world ideally? An important note here is that it's okay to enter the space with certain values and then have those values change over time. I personally joined the space in 2017 because I was attracted by the money, by the ETH going up. I think a lot of us were, and I'm not afraid to say that because after many years in this space, my values changed over time. I was slowly, I guess, indoctrinated into what Ethereum can offer and what blockchain can offer the world. And so now I'm fully bought into the narratives and it's no longer just money go up. So it's totally okay to not know what you're here for or to be attracted by the financial incentives initially, but really begin to audit yourself after you get into this space and figure out what's going to keep you here long term. Because in a bear market, when the price goes down, if your only narrative is number go up, you're going to have a hard time convincing yourself to stay in this space when the number goes down. A good example of having values is making hard decisions that may make things a little bit more difficult on your users, but you do it because you think it's the right thing to do. An example of this was back in 2017 at my Ether wallet. We used to allow users to enter private keys on the website. This was a very common thing to do back then, but in hindsight, it was a terrible thing to do back then. Because when users have a really easy and convenient and smooth job of accessing their funds via a website, it's also easy and convenient for phishers and scammers to make fake sites that then get you to put your private key in their site and take all your money. So we saw a lot of these in 2017. So we made the hard decision to remove that function from the website. And it actually added friction. It made things more difficult and less convenient. But we did it because we believed it was the right decision for our users, to make them safer, and to ultimately make the industry safer. And looking back, I think that was the best decision we ever made. That's also why Consensus acquired my crypto earlier this year and folded us into the MetaMask team, because they have the same values that we did. And so it's kind of a match made in heaven. We both want to stick around for the long term. We don't want to last one cycle and then go away. We want to build the things that make us last multiple cycles and ideally last forever, because we want to make this space better for you, for everybody here, for the entire industry. That's our goal. We're here alongside you to build together. And this is why you don't see MetaMask making crazy promises. You don't see 10-year-long roadmaps with pots of gold at the end. You don't see pointless, fluffy partnerships that make no sense at all. But you do see things that we're building and promoting that increase the security of our products, increase the accessibility of our products, and increase the permissionlessness. Because when we build things that allow all of these traits, then it makes the industry all of these traits as well. Talking about permissionless, I want to talk about MetaMask Snaps real quick, just briefly. This is a new product that we've been working on. It's for developers primarily right now, but what it's going to do is increase the extensibility of MetaMask like 1,000-fold. It's going to allow you as a developer to build things on top of MetaMask that make MetaMask do things it can't do right now. For example, somebody actually made a MetaMask snap that allowed you to manage your Bitcoin with MetaMask. And when I first saw this, my mind was blown. Like, I knew about snaps, but I didn't realize I could do that. So it can do that, and it can do so many more things. And honestly, it can do anything that you want it to do because you can build it and put it on top of MetaMask. And what's cool is that this is in line with our goal of creating a more permissionless world. So we don't have to give you permission to build things for MetaMask. You can just build it and make it do things. That is perfect for us. That's what we want. So, for those of you familiar with this meme, this is Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. Basically, it's a roller coaster that you can never get off. It's perpetual. And I view cryptocurrency kind of like that. You can't get off of this ride when you're on it, but there's a lot of things that you can do that'll make your ride more interesting, more fun, and a lot more safer in general. And then lastly, this is a great meme. You don't have to leave in a bear market. In fact, I encourage you to stay, because when bear markets happen, this is when the really, really, really cool, world-changing things get created. And so that's all from me. This has been an awesome conference. I've had a lot of fun here. I appreciate the opportunity to share some of these words with all of you. I hope it was, perhaps enlightening or impactful or valuable in any regard. But again, I'm on the MetaMask and Consensus teams. I'd love to talk to any and all of you who have any questions about bear markets, bull markets, the cycles, our products, anything like that. If you need a little bit of inspiration, or if you're a little bit scared of being in a bear market, I'd be happy to assuage those fears that you have. But thank you for your time.
With Arweave, what's Arweave? Okay, I think everybody's ready now for the presentation about building fully decentralized full-stack applications. I would like to welcome to stage Nader David, and as you like those interesting facts about our speakers, I'm going to tell you something about Nader. So when he was young, he swallowed a sewing needle, and then he had to go to hospital, and he's got a massive scar like this. Very scary. Okay, and
tell people that I was shot or I was stabbed because it sounds a lot cooler than that. So.
Oh yeah, that's a good story.
Okay, thank you.
Enjoy.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Nader Dabbit. I have been in Web3 for a little over a year and 3 months at this point. I've been working with the Graph protocol and Edge and Node for most of my career, and then about 4 weeks ago, I joined a company called Celestia, and we're building the first modular blockchain network. But I'm also really interested in the entire Web3 tech stack, and this is kind of what this talk is about, is how to actually build with a piece of that tech stack. I came from a traditional background of being a software developer, mobile developer, and a cloud developer in the Web 2 quote-unquote world for about 9 years. So I kind of typically take some of the mental models that I have from being a software developer in that space and try to apply them here, because I think it's a good way to allow developers to kind of understand how to build applications in this new, different, and kind of weird and hard to understand sometimes paradigm by kind of like taking some of these ideas and applying them in Web3. And this talk in particular is kind of how we can build out applications, Web3 applications, not only with the back end, but how can we actually deploy a front end that is Web3, whatever that means. And I'm hoping by the end of this talk, you have a decent understanding of that. And there's a couple of ways to do that, but the one that I'm going to be focusing on, or the protocol that I'm going to be focusing on today, is Arweave. So who in this room has used Arweave? Okay. What about IPFS? A lot more people, right? Okay, cool. Well, there's quite a few things in common between the two, but Arweave is a protocol that allows you to store data permanently with a single upfront fee. This is really, really powerful when you start understanding what this means and how you might be able to apply this and leverage this in building applications in Web3. So a couple of similar technologies that you might use that are really, really great as well with different trade-offs are IPFS and Filecoin. The main differences are with IPFS and with Filecoin and with pretty much any other type of storage, you have this idea of needing to pay some type of concurrent or consistent cost to keep your data available. It's not like a blockchain where you can just save a transaction and then you can read it 10 years later as long as the protocol exists, like we can with Ethereum. With IPFS and with Filecoin, at least as they exist today, you have to have some type of pinning, meaning that you have to kind of go back and make sure that that data is available or else it'll go away. And I think that's the main value proposition of Arweave, is that it offers this idea of a single transaction where you can just pay once, and then you can expect to read that data for free forever. And not only are we talking about data, like when I speak of data, I'm thinking more like file storage. So we're talking PDFs, we're talking about videos and images and stuff like that. But you can also deploy entire applications in this manner. So imagine deploying an application to AWS and not having to pay that hosting fee monthly or weekly or whatever, or it's monthly or yearly or whatever that would be, or using one of these hosting providers. Not only that, if you don't pay that fee, your application goes away, but with Arweave, it's there forever. So you have this idea of applying this idea of a hyperstructure, which I'll talk about later, which was introduced by Zora, or actually introduced maybe before that, but made popular popular in Web3 by Zora, and how we can apply that to building full stack applications. So the definition as given by Arweave is it is powered by a scalable blockchain-like structure that uses a new mining system and a sustainable endowment to ensure the availability and permanence of arbitrary storage data. And in the endowment is really interesting when you kind of try to understand how this actually works. You need some type of incentive mechanism for the different nodes in the network to continue serving this data, right? And when we think of an endowment in the traditional world, you might think of something like an endowment for a college, where you say, I graduated from this college and I made some money and now I'm going to give back to the college. And they don't just take that money and spend it. They typically invest it or put it in some type of mechanism that returns money. And therefore, they're able to kind of like continue having some type of revenue, I guess, to continue making use of that money. So they have this built into the protocol itself. So when you pay that transaction, that money isn't just going to someone's wallet or a miner. It's actually a part of it goes into this endowment. So in the future, when people run nodes to serve this data, that data is made, or the people running the nodes are able to get paid for serving that data in the future. Their consensus algorithm is environmentally friendly. It's something called succinct proof of random access, and it is their own, I guess, somewhat new of an idea of a consensus algorithm that's different than maybe what we're used to with proof of work or proof of stake. But they introduced with Arweave this idea of the permaweb, and I really love the idea of the permaweb because it makes a lot of sense, and it's something that we've just not grown used to. We're just so used to knowing that if we deploy an application, that if something like happens or goes wrong, our application is just going to go down, and we're just okay with that, right? Or maybe I deploy like my own personal website, and 5 years later, I want to kind of go back and read it. I can pretty much assume that it's not going to be there unless I've continued maintaining it and hosting it and paying for those fees. But with the permaweb, you have this idea of permanence that we're used to with the blockchain, but applied to file storage and applications. So we can just deploy something and expect for it to be there. And more importantly, we can also make them accessible via DNS. So I can say www.natter.com, and I can have my permaweb app deployed there. And obviously, I have to keep up with my DNS, but let's say I don't pay my DNS. That application is still accessible by the Arweave hash, similar to an IPFS hash. So permaweb apps are full decentralized web applications deployed to and hosted by Arweave. Limitations with permaweb apps is that you cannot do server-side rendering, so you can't do stuff like PHP applications or whatever. Most of these are going to be HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. But the great thing is today we have really, really robust and great tooling and great frameworks for building out single-page applications. So you can use, obviously, something like React, Vue, or something like that, but you can also use something like Next.js, which adds a lot of additional features, including routing, and then you can actually export that as a single-page application and deploy that to Arweave. So this is kind of like, to me, a very powerful part of the Web3 tech stack, being able to have this option. And again, this is just an option. I think when we talk about all the different Web3 technologies and how we can conceptualize where they fit in, it's always about trade-offs. Like, you shouldn't say, okay, this exists, so I'm going to use it. You should say, oh, this exists, and I understand why it exists, and I will use it in this scenario or this circumstance. So applications or permaweb applications live independently inside the permaweb, governed purely by their own code. Once launched, a permaweb application cannot be modified by anyone and can be used by everyone permissionlessly. So again, we're taking this idea of what we've been used to with the blockchain and applying it to applications, web applications. And what's interesting about this is that not only can you deploy your application this way, but you can actually have logic, API calls, and blockchain interactions built into the client. So not only are you querying data, but you can actually mutate that data, or not mutate, you can actually append new data to some type of query, for example. And Arweave also has an indexing system kind of built in, so you can actually do GraphQL queries and do filtering and things like that. So that's a really powerful thing that we're going to go over in my demo in just a moment. I mentioned hyperstructures, and I really like this blog post and this really well thought out post, or whatever you want to call it, that was written from the folks over at Zora. And they kind of just reiterated and kind of tried to dive into a little more depth around why protocols exist and why they're so powerful. And they kind of use this term hyperstructures, which isn't really new, but it's new, I think, for branding what Web3 protocols are. And they gave the definition that hyperstructures are crypto protocols that can run for free and forever without maintenance, interruption, or intermediaries. So how do we build hyperstructures? Well, we need web infrastructure, and we need the type of infrastructure that exists in place to be able to build these things. And I think in the past, we had the ability to build hyper APIs, hyper backends, which would be Ethereum and anything else future facing from that might exist 5 or 10 years from now, where we can save and read data. But we weren't really able to have that type of hyperstructure for file storage or for front-end application development. So I think that's kind of where Arweave is one of the first companies or protocols or teams, whatever, to kind of offer that. And I think that we're going to hopefully, obviously, see even more innovation in this space and more people building these types of protocols for other types of storage. They list a few different characteristics of a hyperstructure. It's unstoppable, it's free, it's valuable, it's permissionless, it has expansive fees, meaning the fees that go into the network essentially help continue to be distributed and power the network, credibly neutral, and positive sum. And I would recommend checking out, just Google hyperstructures Zora for the entire blog post. It's really, really cool overview. Now, how do you actually build these types of applications? Well, there's a few different pieces that I kind of labeled as the perma-web stack. So you have Arweave, which is the protocol. You have gateways, which allow you to interact with the protocol. There are a couple of public gateways that are given to you, and you can also run your own gateway. You have not only the ability to read an individual hash, which is great, which is what we've always had maybe with IPFS, but you also have this ability to tag data and then make it accessible via GraphQL queries with arguments, meaning that if I save 100 images and I want to go retrieve those images, I don't need to keep a list of all 100 images, right? I can actually tag each of those images with my name, and then I can query that GraphQL endpoint, which is an Arweave endpoint, and get all of those images back that were only mine, and I don't have to keep up with any additional images that are added. As long as they're tagged with that, you're essentially, again, having almost like an indexing system that's built into the protocol. So you don't have to keep up with this in some type of centralized manner. Also, GraphQL is just a really great querying language for building modern applications, and it's more performant than a REST API if you're building or in places that have to deal with low latency, I guess you could say. And then another area that I haven't really explored that much, but I've already started using some applications that are built on top of it, is this idea of SmartWeave. And we're going to go over all of those different pieces real quick. I mentioned gateways are similar to almost like RPC providers in the blockchain space, where you have a way to access the network. A gateway just gives you a gateway into the network. It's a content delivery mechanism, I guess you could say, to the network. GraphQL is a querying language that's similar to REST that allows you to define exactly the data that you want back and also pass in arguments for filtering and sorting and things like that. SmartWeave, the definition that they give, is a simple smart contracting system allowing you to build incentive design elements into your applications. SmartWeave refers to a range of possible components for you to choose from, including different programming languages, caching mechanisms, execution engines, and more. And with SmartWeave, you can actually write your smart contracts in JavaScript. And I thought that was pretty cool, coming from the traditional web world, where I am a JavaScript developer for the last 9 years or so. So how do you actually interact with Arweave applications that you end up needing to help pay transaction fees in the way that we have in the past? And this is less around the use case that I'm talking about for deploying an application and making it accessible and readable from everyone, because obviously you don't need a wallet for that. But let's say you wanted to build some client application that allows a user to send a transaction similar to how we might do with MetaMask. So let's say they want to add a new post or something like that. Well, in the past, you might have used something like RConnect, which to me was a really, really not good experience, because with RConnect, you actually have to have Arweave tokens. And to get Arweave tokens, it's a whole new ecosystem, and you actually have to live in certain parts of the world to be able to even get them from exchanges. And to me, it was kind of a deal breaker for building front-end applications with Arweave. You can always obviously build server-side applications and provide the tokens and subsidize that for yourself. But what if you want to have an open front end for other people to build on? So Bundler is something that came out a few months, no, it's been longer than that, maybe 6 months or so ago that I became aware of it at least. And it allows a multi-chain integration with Arweave, meaning that you can use any type of your main tokens, like I guess Matic, or you could use Avalanche, even Solana, Ethereum, obviously, which you probably wouldn't want to do, but things like that. Any low-cost network like Optimism and Arbitrum are supported. And you can also just use MetaMask. So you now have a way to interact with these applications just using what you already have in your browser probably or in your application for client-side integration. And one of the reasons there's a couple of reasons that Bundler also brings a lot of really great benefits to the ecosystem. In addition to being able to use native tokens that you already have, we have this idea of chunking that is a limitation to the Arweave protocol itself, in my opinion, because no matter how much data that you save, you're paying for a 256 kilobit chunk, meaning that if you just save a string of text, you're saving that entire and paying for that entire transaction. But with Bundler, it actually bundles the transactions, almost kind of like how a rollup takes multiple transactions and posts them together. So therefore, you only charge for the data that you're saving, and that's about it. So it's up to 25 times cheaper, and it's also up to 3,000 times faster. So not only for reading, but also writing data, it's actually a lot faster with Bundler. So Bundler kind of like, to me, opened up the ecosystem for me as an application developer to take it a little more seriously. So how can you deploy an actual web application to the permaweb, like a single page application? There are a couple of different ways. You can use CLI tools like RDrive, ArcB, or Bundler. All of those are CLIs that you can use. But there's also starting to be an ecosystem of different front-end services, almost kind of like Next.js, I'm sorry, like Vercel or Netlify and AWS, that allow you to kind of like do all this stuff under the hood. So one of those is Spheron, and Spheron allows you to just connect your GitHub repo to any application, and it deploys it, and you can add DNS, and it even gives you a custom DNS name off the bat. I'm going to do a quick demo because I only have less than 1 minute to go. And I have this application running on localhost 3000. We built this yesterday in my workshop. And we have this admin panel. And I'm going to go ahead and refresh. And here we're kind of prompted to define whichever token that we want to interact with. So I have Matic, Avalanche, Arbitrum set up. So I'm going to choose Matic. And we're going to connect our wallet just like we would if we were using any type of typical Web3 application. So I'm going to go ahead and sign this transaction. And this is going to go ahead and sign in. And in the web browser, we now have access to this instance of the web bundler or the bundler instance, I guess you could say, for us to then interact on behalf of the user's wallet. I want to go ahead and upload a video, and we want to save this to the permaweb. I'm just going to look for anything with an MP4. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, now we're going to go ahead and upload this. It tells us how much it costs to upload. It's 0.003 Matic. That's going to be like 1/3 of a cent, I guess, something like that, or maybe 1/6 of a cent. And once we've uploaded it, we get this nice URI that's given to us, and this is saved forever. And I just have it linked there just for us to view it, and maybe we'll click on it in just a second. But I'm going to give a title of ETH Barcelona, and then hello world is the description. And then we're going to save. Well, let's go ahead and open this video up. So it looks like our video is saved. Now we want to save a transaction with metadata. So we're saving the URI to the video, we're saving the title and the description. And under the hood, I'm actually setting another description that's being passed in as a tag that will allow us to query that. And I just named this some random string. So this is some unique app name, blah, 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 ETHBC. So meaning anytime I hit the GraphQL gateway with that argument, I'm going to only get the videos back that I have saved. So I'll go ahead and save this video. The app will reroute me back to that main page after it's been uploaded. And now we have our video being served from the permaweb. And if we wanted to then deploy this application, I'm going to go ahead and refresh, and we'll see that that query is coming through. If I wanted to deploy this forever, I would just run the CLI command, arcb or bundler, deploy it, I would have that transaction, and then this application would be literally running forever. And I think to deploy an application like a single page app or something like that, it's just like a fraction of a cent or so. It's really, really inexpensive to deploy like single page apps, and it's pretty cool. So that's it. I really apologize for being a little late for this talk, but I appreciate you coming through. I also have a full end-to-end workshop if you want to build out this application that we just demoed. It's under my GitHub at github.com/dabbit3. Full stack Arweave workshop. It should be the second, first, or third repo in my GitHub. And this was built and updated specifically for ETH Barcelona. We went through it yesterday with a group of folks, and this is a great way to kind of get up and running with this tech stack. And I am over by a couple of minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. So I just want to say thank you, everyone, for coming to my talk. If you have any questions, please come and find me. I'll be right out there talking to one of my friends that I'm already going to be meeting out there. But I encourage you to come hang out if you would like to. Thank you.
I don't have anything in my monitors yet if I'm supposed to.
¿Hacemos presentaciones de la web? Hello? Yes, before you immerse yourself in this cathartic experience of music, we just want to remind you that it's your last chance to upload those moments to the website to win these amazing prizes. So if you want to get a ticket for the next year conference or get the t-shirt or tote bag, you should go to the website and upload it quickly because we close at 8 p.m. So by 8 p.m. we'll have chosen the 10 winners, the 10 best creators who uploaded the moments. I'm not sure if the website is going to be shown here or not. Same happens with our speakers NFT campaign, so you can still chase the speaker, grab them by the card, scan the card, and be a winner of these beautiful objects that I have told you about. And now, oh, here we go. Right? Yes? Good. So you can still win. So I encourage you, you have how many, 3 hours, you know? So you can still be very proactive. And I'm not sure if we're going to show some pictures from moments as well. Look at this, you know? You're minting your NFT, you can win, you're being seen. I mean, you hit so many stones by one bird. It's fantastic. So now, okay, like, I mean, this man does not need an introduction. Everybody from Ethereum community knows him. If there is any newbies, this man is a cryptographer and a musician in one, pretty unusual. And what a way to conclude this beautiful event, the first ever in Spain and the best looking in the world Ethereum conference, if not with this performance. Enjoy, everyone, and thank you for attending and being on your best behavior. Bye.
I still don't have it in my monitor. Oh, I have my voice in my monitors.
¡Bienvenido! That are ahead generate all of history.
ice across the chains. I sent one lover grains through consensus tubes of secrets and chicanes. A zero knowledge proof is for thundering hooves through a storm of scams of talking heads and bloodstained pillared roofs. Way down ahead, time runs us in a runtime when we love each other's thread. Let what will just be. The blocks that are ahead generate all of history. Well, I've been through a fiasco with my hat held in my hand. Can't get a man to know a thing he's paid not to understand. And the thief needn't steal when he mints copper-cladded zinc. And we will only heal when we begin to stop and think. Time runs us in a runtime when we love each other's thread. Let what will just be. The blocks that are ahead generate all of history.
¿Cómo está? ¿Todo bien? Hi. How we doing? It's a song of endless possibilities.
quiere cantar conmigo? You want to sing with me? Come along. Todo es posible, todo es posible, todo es posible. Todo es posible, todo es posible, todo es posible. Every day's a day alive. It's a day in paradise. Todo es posible. Every day's a day alive. Every day's a day alive. It's a day in paradise. It's a day in paradise. Todo es posible. 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 Todos los días son días de luz, son días de luz. Hoy es un día en el paraíso. ¡Vamos, Barcelona! Todo es posible. Canta. Todo es posible. Todo es posible. Todo es posible. Todo es posible, todo es posible, todo es posible. Todo es posible, todo es posible, todo es posible. And gracias, Justin, for making sure that this was all possible. I really appreciate you, brother. Thanks for inviting us. And just to know how things can be possible if you manifest and want it to happen, we didn't have a fiddle player about 3 days ago, and Justin was walking around on the street, and we met David, un loco here in Barcelona, and we got him playing the fiddle, and yesterday was our first day as a band, and y'all can join the jam. It's kind of like a decentralized family. So hey fam, let's go. There's a couple ukuleles if you want to go. Woo. Todo es posible. Todo es posible. Es la promesa de Dios. And whatever dream you got in your soul, that's possible. So keep building, keep dreaming. Come on, Eve community. Let's build the future. Todo es posible. Todo es posible. Todo es posible. Todo es posible. Todo es posible.
Line up here. Ready? This is a song from a game called Chrono Trigger. It speaks of things that are 1,000 years apart. which seems strangely relevant when we're talking about like bigger picture blockchain stuff. I wonder if we can think about what of our legacy will be around in 1,000 years. Everybody's been like at conferences all day, right? Let's stand up and stretch. Come on, let's get you all alive. Come here. There we go. Look at this.
Come closer.
Yeah, come on. Look, there's like the back rows are full and the front rows are not. Like, come on up here.
This is definitely
Come
a
on.
sway with your
There's
friends
plenty of
kind
room.
of song.
Come on up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I've gotten a lot of mileage out of this joke, but I'll tell it anyway. I say, that's what I could have said. Anya asked me a secret about my music. I like to say that there will come a time when I grow up and I write songs about whiskey and women in trains, which, like, if you're from the American South, is supposed to be your main subject matter. But right now, I'm still in my mathematics and surveillance and cryptography phase. Talked to my Mando guy last Friday. Sent him a message in the clear. I asked him to fly to Barcelona. We hoped a violin might appear. And sure enough, that message, that plain text upon the wire, made its way to a fiddler with a 3-letter qualifier. She said, I'm the nanny state fiddler. I fiddle with your data every day. A nanny state fiddler plays the violin this way. Oh, and much to my amazement, she showed up on my porch. She wore a suit and had dark shades, and her instrument had been torched. She had learned just about all my songs from a warrantless wiretap, but she played them all like I'd never seen, with a brushstroke and a slap. She said, I'm the nanny state fiddler. I fiddle with your data every night. A nanny state fiddler replays your darkness in her life. Saved me from myself when I'd almost wronged the man. She knew me better than my mom and dad. Maybe that was the plan. She said, let me fiddle with your life, new friend. I'll be your backbeat. And if you ever need a listening ear, I'll be eavesdropping from my seat. I'm the nanny state fiddler. I fiddle with your data when I can. It makes me lonesome when I read your math, 'cause it messes with my plan. A nanny state fiddler. I fiddle with your data every day. A nanny state fiddler plays the violin this way.
I'm a nanny state fiddler. I fiddle with your data every night. A nanny state fiddler replays your darkness in her light. Eso. On the fiddle, our fiddleista, David Flores, de Barcelona, España. I think a lot of you know this one.
All right, I'm going to sing a couple for you by myself now, I think. This one is a story about this thing that happened a couple 100,000 years ago when me and a few of my friends discovered that there was this scale that you could modulate and encode semantic values to each note, and we called these notes vowel sounds, and they sound like A, E, I, O, U, you know, these sounds, they're in every language. But it turns out if you kind of scream them from the stomach and only let a certain, the middle of the air through in a sense, you get this overtone series. And so when we're talking to each other every day, the reason that if I say the word sneak, you don't hear the word snake is because you've gotten so accustomed to hearing me sing these different overtones, E-A, E-A. And that's the basis of essentially all of human communication to date. I mean, now we vibrate much more quickly, you know, typically like 5 gigahertz now. But this is kind of one of the most uniquely human sensibilities is the discovery that with vibrations we can encode complex semantic ideas that we might win compassion and empathy and do good for the world. And we make a similar vibration with pieces of wood on occasion. This is an instrument from a little-known city called Rapid City in South Dakota. This is kind of something that these days a lot of Lakota people make, and there are a lot of Lakota people and other indigenous people in Rapid City, and I'm not sure how it is. You know, it's a very different calculus, I know, in España, but in the United States sometimes we get, we have the idea that indigenous people are a historical phenomenon, but actually they're, you know, living and playing video games and smoking weed like the rest of us and making cool instruments, but they're, you know, much higher rate of victimization in police brutality. But, you know, I think it's important to show off these instruments. You're already good friends with David. Let me introduce, keeping our low end happy, Shaka Le Kawamaka on the bass.
Hola. Aloha!
And the Ethereum Foundation DevOps team's own Jakub Visaki on the mandolin.
Ahoy. Thanks for having me. Thank you, Justin.
I didn't realize we were so low on time. We were almost out of time. There'll be plenty more shows to come. We are not yet booked for ETHCC. So if you're throwing a side event there, you'd like a band for it, talk to us. It's very flattering when I start talking about the future and everyone's yelling out the events they're organizing. That's like, I mean, some of you in the audience have seen me like 4 or 5 times now. This is like, I must be doing something right if you keep coming back. All right, ready? Fortune teller both left their post at hell or high water, 'cause neither of them were who they'd set out to be. You can lie about the mail, you can lie about the money, but a little bit of math will always find the funny business. Trust comes from the earth like the banyan tree. That coming wave. The water is dear if we want to live, and the fire in our hearts is ours to give. The earth makes nodes out of some of its stone, and they carry good news through the air back home. To talk with my right ring finger and fly back home with my left wing lingering, never knowing who will walk through my front door. With a cup and a string I can say anything to a shadow band trap like a mouse with a spring, and that's how we arrive at our credit score. That coming wave. The water is dear if we want to live, and the fire in our hearts is ours to give. The earth makes nodes out of some of its stone, and they carry good news through the air back home.
want to live, and the fire in our hearts is ours to give. The earth makes nodes out of some of its stone, and they carry good news through the air back home. Policeman and a fortune teller both left their post at hell or high water, 'cause neither of them were who they had set out to be. You can lie about the mail, you can lie about the money, but a little bit of math will always find the funny business. Trust comes from the earth like the banyan tree. All right, thank you very much. My name is Justin. I'm from Threshold Network, and we will see you on down the trail. Be well. You people, I will have you know, I want it to be like part of my brand that I don't do encores. There's not even a back door I can run away to. That's the main reason that I'm still on the stage right now. No backdoors in crypto. That took me a minute. It's funny you should mention that because I've been thinking to myself lately, what is it that stands in contrast to threshold cryptography? This is the kind of thing that you think about when you start working on threshold cryptography. Keep going. And at first I thought the answer was validator cryptography, like the thing we're most used to. Because in validator cryptography, you have one node executing the operation and some other number of nodes validating it, right? Whereas in threshold cryptography, you have some number of nodes executing the operation and also some number of nodes validating it, but the number executing it is typically not one. But it's still kind of validator cryptography, right? And then it occurred to me, really what it is
enclave cryptography that stands in contrast to threshold cryptography. And we've gotten used to this word, enclave, secure enclave cryptography. Is anyone here work at Intel? No. If you work on SGX, you're probably very cool. I mean, a lot of cool people work on bad things. But so we think of, the backdoor comment made me think of this, right? So obviously, running, we ought to call probably secure enclaves, we could rebrand to like authoritarian enclaves, right? That's already a word in political science, but it kind of makes sense, right? There's this authority that executes an attestation that you could audit if you had like the world's perfect microscope to look inside your CPU, and we're told that this type of cryptography is useful, but obviously it's also useful as a backdoor. So I think one of the questions going forward is, what things belong in enclaves, like personal enclaves, not Intel SGX, but just, like your wallet is an enclave in a sense. And what things would you rather entrust to a threshold of nodes out there? And as we look around our everyday life, I think we see thresholds and enclaves. We see collaborative unions standing in contrast to predatory corporations. Now, not all enclaves are bad. I mean, the sovereign enclave of the individual has great value, great worth. I'm not saying that enclave cryptography is bad. I'm saying that its place in the world is limited, and that we haven't really thought that hard about what things are best done in a different way. We're, of course, working on Threshold BTC version 2, which is, just... The thing that fails to excite me about it, sure, it's exciting insofar as that it will be a trust-minimized wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum, great. But what doesn't excite me is that it's still money, And I think a lot of times at blockchain conferences, you have trouble with like some people just like the idea of money, and some people don't. I kind of don't. Like, when we think about You like that better? I noticed I switched to a minor key and suddenly people are dancing. So we think about the threshold, the sustainability thing. So there's two obviously separable discussions to be had about blockchain sustainability. One regards the carbon emissions resulting from the consensus mechanism. Obviously, we talk about that one all the time. That one's a mainstream idea, right? That one is in the Wall Street Journal and shit, right? But the other sort of deeper one is the effect that monetizing every asset in the universe on a common scale has on the environment. I'm not sure that was ever a great idea. It probably needed to be done when you had to like mine for gold as the only sort of common thing of value. But hopefully, I would imagine the information, like what if we had a threshold ECDSA mechanism that didn't have to be money, but it could actually search your community for agreements that you find palatable and make them on your behalf or on your family's behalf, your community's behalf, your clan's behalf, and then I saw a hat here. I don't think the person wearing it's in the room, but somebody had a hat that said, "We'll trade racists for refugees." And I was like, yeah, that's a good trade. And it occurred to me, trade, that's what we're all about, right? We're rewriting the language of trade. So could you somehow build a bridge from racism to refugee acceptance. Like, could we imagine in 1,000 years that we have realigned the, hopefully it only takes 50 years, right? But could we imagine realigning the incentive structure by writing a bridge that takes racism in at one end and outputs acceptance of refugees at the other somehow? I mean, that's super abstract, but it just occurred to me when I'm sort of pushing the boundaries of thinking about like what you could do with a threshold signature that's more interesting than money. Oh no, we're minor key now, right?